Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Met Cat Alien? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Soon after being called away by Yagi, Kiri and Izuku found themselves seated in the teacher's lounge. They thankfully didn't seem to be in trouble given the smile on Yagi's face, but Izuku wondered why they'd been pulled away during lunch. Kiri seemed just as confused, but it was far too soon after the earlier incident to be related in any way, especially since they both knew that Yagi didn't have any official counseling experience. Sorry for pulling you two aside so suddenly, I just hadn't had the chance to do so before. Due to my role as All Might, I had to leave you to participate in quite a few interviews after USJ to keep the media away from the station. I'm back for good now and I'm happy to hear that you'll both be entering the sports festival, but I did want to impart some words of wisdom as a seasoned spacefarer. Aliens are squishy. I'm sure you've noticed how delicate some of your peers are, but be aware, they're even more durable than most of those who only made it into the general courses. Every year UA hosts the sports festival, and every year it ends with sparring matches. I'm not telling you to throw your matches, far from it, but do be careful to not seriously injure your opponents. I've worked very closely with you and the HPSC to approve the expedited plans for lifting the probation on our home system, and you two will be the first human faces that most of the galactic community will get to see. Do your best out there and show everyone just what humans are made of, but do be careful to not do too much damage. Do you think you boys can handle this task? Yes, sir. Izuku already knew how careful he needed to be around most of his classmates, but he never really thought it would be any different with the other students of their year. It made sense though, those who made it into the hero course were the cream of the CRP, the best of the best so to speak. He really didn't want to hurt anyone, but before he could ask questions Dadzawa walked in. Yagi, why are you keeping two students away from their meal break? I just wanted to give them a pep talk for the sports festival. Dadzawa narrowed his eyes. Boys, you can go. Yagi, you can give pep talks outside of school hours. You two missed the announcement made in the cafeteria, but the mid-CYCL meal has been extended. Yagi, with me, the teachers have a mandatory meeting to attend to. Yagi seemed almost sheepish about having been caught by Dadzawa, but Izuku would definitely take his words to heart and made sure to say so before he and Kiri left down the hall. Thanks for the advice, Yagi. We'll definitely do our best out there. Thank you, my boy. You enjoy your lunch party now. Let's go, Yagi. We're the only ones not present in the meeting room. Kiri chuckled as they rounded the corner. The media would have a field day if they knew that a teacher could intimidate All Might so easily. I wonder what their meeting's about. Whatever it is must be important if they're extending lunch. Do you know what that student was earlier? The one who looked human at first. He was definitely a lamandin, like ectoplasm. Really? But he was only like a meter tall, ectoplasm is at least 2. Do they really change that much as they age? No, ectoplasm is about a meter tall too, he just hides it better. You remember that weird haze around the kid? The mirage effect. Yeah, exactly that. Lamandin have, let's say, an unstable physical form. This gives them the ability to manipulate themselves. Some like ectoplasm can split apart to make clones, others like that kid can fuse their DNA with others to mimic them. Funnily enough, our math teacher and that kid are each at the end of their spectrum. Ectoplasm doesn't just have the ability to make clones, he can fuse himself with his clones, which is why he looks bigger than he is under his hero costume. Because of this though, he most likely can't use the DNA of others to change himself. That kid though most definitely got DNA from either Yagi or Toyo, maybe both, and was able to freely manipulate himself to make an entirely new human form. Usually lamandin just appear as a 1-to-1 copy of the individual they got their DNA from. This means though that the kid probably can't make clones either. It's a fine balance. The more clones a lamandin can make, the shorter the time they can stay transformed as someone else. The longer they can stay transformed, the less clones they can make. Interesting. I wish I had my notebook so I could take notes. It's lunchtime, you shouldn't be taking notes anyways, but why don't we hang out later? The sports festival is right around the corner, right? I have a guide to sentience of the universe that we can study together, so we're prepared to face off against any we might come across while out in the field. Thanks, I think I'd like that. And true to their word, their friends saved them seats in the cafeteria once they returned. While Izuku and Kiri may have parted ways to be with their respective friend groups, one thing was for sure, the two humans would work strong to show the universe just what humans were made of. Oko's feathers were all ruffled after that confrontation. How dare that Lamenden call her friends Deathworlders like it was some kind of slur. Yes, it technically was what they were, and she even mentally referred to them as such on the occasion, but the way he spat the word with such malice, it was uncalled for. Alright, the crowd is gone and you all have hero training this afternoon. Go eat your Mitsuicl meals. If anyone else gives you trouble, report them to a teacher immediately. We do not tolerate behavior like this at UA, and I personally will be heading an investigation regarding any biases exhibited during this interaction, but you can't stay in the classroom during your mealtime. Azawa was blunt as usual, but it left Okoro feeling positive that UA would be sure to follow up with the way the crowd totally ganged up on them. Conversations were muted as they walked down the hall, but thankfully neither Kiri nor Izuku seemed too put out at being made the center of attention. Kiri was back to his usual self, joking with his usual group of friends. Okoro was proud that she, as well as Ida and sometimes Tsu, made up the group that Izuku had somewhat pack-bonded with. Similar to how he'd been during their midterms though, Izuku seemed contemplative, something clearly on his mind. If you guys don't mind my asking, why do you want to be heroes? That wasn't what Okoro thought would be pondering, but Ida was happy to divulge. A most wonderful question. You see, my older brother is a hero, and our parents before us, and so on. Your brother wouldn't happen to be Ingenium, would he? You know of him? He was one of the heroes that came to rescue us, back before I arrived at UA with Azawa and the others. Oh, of course, that makes sense then. Our family runs the hero agency Ida-10 back on our home planet. We're known for being the fastest, even amongst other NTS. Our ships boast the best technology for travel in the vacuum of space, trademarked of course. Izuku was hanging off every word, amazed by the way Ida described his home life. By comparison, what about you, Oko? Oko's feathers deflated a bit. Oh, well, it's nothing so grand really. I'm mostly going into the field for the paycheck. And there it was, those looks of disappointment, but it was true. My parents own a construction business back. Our immediate flock is small, but we naturally have the strength to carry massive weight with our feathers. The only problem is with the recent guidelines restricting most use of natural universal gifts, we've been struggling. I'm not old enough to legally help, and with the limit on how many feathers each worker is allowed to use on heavy loads during work, things have slowed down and clients have been dropping the contracts with the family business in favor of larger companies with more workers who can keep up with the demand. If I can just get a hero's license, then I'll be able to use my gift to help as much as I want, and then I can act as a sponsor for the business. Hero-sponsored businesses get more revenue after all, and with connections, I'd be able to help pay for the fees attached to permits for natural gift usage. Okoro hadn't realized she'd been rambling until Izuku bumped her shoulder with his own. Hey, that's a noble cause you have there. You're not just doing it for the paycheck, it sounds like you're trying to help your family out. Oko's feathers raised at the praise. She liked the way he phrased that. Indeed, it makes my own reasoning sound callous. What about you, Izuku? I'm still trying to figure that out myself actually, it's why I asked you too in the first place. When I was a kid, my dream was to explore space. My dad was one of the few human researchers allowed out of our home system to help study planets and find out how humans react to the atmospheres, flora, and fauna foreign to us, and his stories were always some of my favorite to listen to. Once I actually got to space though, things changed. I found out that I could make a difference, and I liked being able to help others. I still want to explore the stars, but being able to help people along the way doesn't sound like a bad thing either. Short, simple, and to the point. Izuku seemed to have doubts for his reasons, but Okoro found that she really liked that take on things. The universe was a vast place with countless wonders to explore. She sometimes forgot that with how early everyone is taught the basics in school. For someone new to the galactic community though, it was even more exciting to think about. The longing to help others wasn't a universal concept either. Humans were just one of those special species that liked helping those around them, and that was reason enough. Before she could voice any of this though, a voice coughed from behind them. "Ah, Izuku Kiri, it's nice to see you too. Yagi, what brings you here?" The teacher's lounge is in the opposite direction. "Ah, well, you see, I actually wanted to speak with the two of you if possible. No worries if you can't come, I just figured that now might be a good time since your break is starting." "Hey, no problem teach. You and Izu." "Sure, I don't mind. Sorry for cutting our conversation short you guys." Ida chopped two of his arms in the boy's direction. "It is no problem at all, good luck with whatever your conversation entails, we will be in the cafeteria waiting for your return." Okuro also gave her affirmation. She could always remind Izuku of how inherently heroic he was later. She did wonder though what Yagi had to talk about with the two of them. Soon after being called away by Yagi, Kiri and Izuku found themselves seated in the teacher's lounge. They thankfully didn't seem to be in trouble given the smile on Yagi's face, but Izuku wondered why they'd been pulled away during lunch. Kiri seemed just as confused, but it was far too soon after the earlier incident to be related in any way, especially since they both knew that Yagi didn't have any official counseling experience. "Sorry for pulling you two aside so suddenly, I just hadn't had the chance to do so before. Due to my role as All Might, I had to leave you to participate in quite a few interviews after USJ to keep the media away from the station. I'm back for good now and I'm happy to hear that you'll both be entering the sports festival, but I did want to impart some words of wisdom as a seasoned spacefarer. Aliens are squishy. I'm sure you've noticed how delicate some of your peers are, but be aware, they're even more durable than most of those who only made it into the general courses. Every year UA hosts the sports festival, and every year it ends with sparring matches. I'm not telling you to throw your matches, far from it, but do be careful to not seriously injure your opponents. I've worked very closely with UA and the HPSC to approve the expedited plans for lifting the probation on our home system, and you two will be the first human faces that most of the galactic community will get to see. Do your best out there and show everyone just what humans are made of, but do be careful to not do too much damage. Do you think you boys can handle this task?" "Yes, sir." Izuku already knew how careful he needed to be around most of his classmates, but he never really thought it would be any different with the other students of their year. It made sense though, those who made it into the hero course were the cream of the CRP, the best of the best so to speak. He really didn't want to hurt anyone, but before he could ask questions Dadzawa walked in. "Yagi, why are you keeping two students away from their meal break?" "I, just wanted to give them a pep talk for the sports festival." Dadzawa narrowed his eyes. "Boys, you can go. Yagi, you can give pep talks outside of school hours. You two missed the announcement made in the cafeteria, but the mid-CYCL meal has been extended. Yagi, with me, the teachers have a mandatory meeting to attend to." Yagi seemed almost sheepish about having been caught by Dadzawa, but Izuku would definitely take his words to heart and made sure to say so before he and Kiri left down the hall. "Thanks for the advice, Yagi, we'll definitely do our best out there." "Thank you my boy, you enjoy your lunch PRD now. Let's go Yagi. We're the only ones not present in the meeting room." Kiri chuckled as they rounded the corner. The media would have a field day if they knew that a teacher could intimidate All Might so easily. I wonder what their meeting's about. Whatever it is must be important if they're extending lunch. Do you know what that student was earlier? The one who looked human at first. Oh, he was definitely a lamenden, like ectoplasm. Really? But he was only like a meter tall, ectoplasm is at least 2. Do they really change that much as they age? No, ectoplasm is about a meter tall too, he just hides it better. You remember that weird haze around the kid? The mirage effect. Yeah, exactly that. Lamenden have, let's say, an unstable physical form. This gives them the ability to manipulate themselves. Some like ectoplasm can split apart to make clones, others like that kid can fuse their DNA with others to mimic them. Funnily enough, our math teacher and that kid are each at the end of their spectrum. Ectoplasm doesn't just have the ability to make clones, he can fuse himself with his clones, which is why he looks bigger than he is under his hero costume. Because of this though, he most likely can't use the DNA of others to change himself. That kid though most definitely got DNA from either Yagi or Toyo, maybe both, and was able to freely manipulate himself to make an entirely new human form. Usually Lamandon just appear as a 1-to-1 copy of the individual they got their DNA from. This means though that the kid probably can't make clones. It's a fine balance. The more clones a Lamandon can make, the shorter the time they can stay transformed as someone else. The longer they can stay transformed, the less clones they can make. Huh, interesting. I wish I had my notebook so I could take notes. It's lunchtime, you shouldn't be taking notes anyways, but why don't we hang out later? The sports festival is right around the corner, right? I have a guide to sentience of the universe that we can study together so we're prepared to face off against any we might come across while out in the field. Thanks, I think I'd like that. And true to their word, their friends saved them seats in the cafeteria once they returned. While Izuku and Kiri may have parted ways to be with their respective friend groups, one thing was for sure, the two humans would work strong to show the universe just what humans were made of. Yagi, you better have just been giving those boys a pep talk. They've had a long enough week as it is. I promise. I encouraged them to do their best, but also wanted to make sure to remind them that humans are, well, sturdy. I can assure you, they've been doing well when sparring with their classmates lately. They already seem to take their outrageous strength seriously. There's no need to make them more paranoid before such a large event. You're right, I was just worried is all. In any case, they seemed to be in good spirits when they left, but we have business to attend to. The automatic doors of the meeting room opened, revealing all of the UH staff, as well as a few guest members, namely, the remainder of Yagi's crew. Ah, Ainen, it's good to see you, my friend. Are you feeling any better? Ainen waved over to Yagi, their body language indicating a smile despite the suit that covered their body. I'm doing okay thanks to Recovery Girl. I hope your press conferences went well. Welcome back. Yagi nodded, taking a seat at the large table. Nizu sat at the head with his usual grin and started things off. Thank you all for being here. With everyone who was involved with USJ healed and back from their duties away from UA, we can finally hold this meeting. Normally we would have waited until after classes ended, but the detective here has to return to this sector's police station and resume his other duties. Now, I'm sure that you've all read the report created for the case, but I wanted to hear your opinions as teachers and heroes on this matter. Yagi had been thinking over things for a while now and did indeed have some opinions. He wasn't the #1 hero for nothing after all. Something was off with the leader of the villains. How so? Nizu seemed nonplussed and Yagi suspected that the Soati had already come to the same conclusions that the others would, but it was always good to have things confirmed by outside parties. He seemed immature. No, that's not right. He was acting like a child might. His speech was passionate, I'll give him that, but when facing off with him it seemed like causing chaos was more his goal than spreading the idea of freeing the masses from the tyranny of laws surrounding natural gifts. His ideology felt hollow, more like he was inciting anarchy than true change. Then there was the beast he commanded. How much could Yagi share here? Those were S-class secrets for a reason. Nizu and his crew were aware of the specifics and that seemed like enough, so he would hold his tongue for now. He commanded it like it was a toy. Autopsy reports confirmed that it was already long dead before reaching USJ, but it's more than that. He boasted about its power. Rather than keeping any of his aces hidden, he flaunted the abilities the creature had. I don't think that someone as childish as that could have been the true leader of such a large group of thugs. Nizu confirmed. No, I don't think so either. There's someone else pulling the strings from the shadows. I'm unsure if their ultimate goal is to eradicate the laws around gifts or if there's something more sinister brewing, but we do best to keep our wits about us. Another voice spoke up and everyone turned to face it. Zashi's beak clacked in irritation. I think we're all avoiding the obvious topic of discussion here. USJ is at a hidden location, and the timing of the attack was perfect enough that half of the staff and students there were already gone and on their way back to UH by the time they started. The villains somehow managed to get the coordinates of a secure facility and the lesson plans detailing when there would be classes present. We might have a traitor in our midst. The room grew silent at the proclamation. It made sense, and after a brief pause everyone started talking all at once. "Everyone, please take your seats." There were still murmurings, but Nizu was excellent at controlling a room. I've also pondered this possibility and reviewed as many tapes as I could, but there are limits to what even I can accomplish. Unfortunately, the data at USJ was corrupted due to a thunky villain in the control room, but I can say with confidence that I believe that no staff were involved in nefarious activities. Every single member of this room is clear of suspicion. But that also left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. This meant that if there was a traitor, it had to be one of the students. In any case, do keep an eye out for suspicious activity. While the possibility of there being a traitor isn't zero, I certainly hope that this isn't the case. For now our focus should be on preventing future attacks. I would have liked to extend the date of the sports festival until after we'd finished a full investigation, but the HPSC insisted that you 8 put up a strong front and everyone is eagerly awaiting the reveal of our 2 new students. For this reason we have highly increased the security details surrounding the event. The meeting continued, but everyone still felt ill at ease. The stadium was huge. No matter where Izuku looked there was always something that caught his eye. Over there were the primary avian seating with perches of varying heights. Adjacent were flat domed areas with wide openings to shield the sun but still see the stadium comfortably for the more nocturnal species. Sunbathing areas, a giant aquarium for the aquatic species, and even a mixed seating arrangement with adjustable tiles so that interspecies groups could sit together comfortably. It was easily bigger than any Earth stadium Izuku had ever seen, but it was still packed to the brim with spectators. Not only that, heroes were constantly patrolling the interior and exterior of the building. Izuku even recognized a few from conversations with Kiri. Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and even the number 2 hero Endeavor were all in the stands, though Endeavor was probably here to watch Shou compete. The likeness was uncanny, at least on Shou's red half, but Izuku couldn't dwell on his thoughts as Bakko was ushered to the stage to make a speech as the top scorer on the public entrance exam. Bakko's Izu was puffed out in pride and his posture was tall as he was handed the mic. He scanned the crowd of Class 1 students before settling his gaze on Class 1A, though Izuku felt like his gaze lingered on him and Kiri for some reason. "All I can say is to do your best out there today. It'll make it all the sweeter when I make you eat my dust." He handed the mic back to poor Nemri as the crowd and other students booed and jeered at him, though hisses did indicate that most didn't expect anything else from a pompous dragut. Izuku wasn't so sure about their response to him though. Bakko was an amazing hero candidate, only truly rivaled by Shou. He had a fair chance at winning the entire festival, even if the crowd had their doubts. Bakko took his place with their class again, and even if they too were berating him for making their class the center of attention, Izuku wanted to be sure that the dragut knew that not everyone was against him. With a slight smile on his face, Izuku bumped their shoulders together. "Hey, don't listen to the crowd. I believe in you." For some reason Bakko looked away and hunched in on himself a little at the comment. "Oi, worry about yourself. We're rivals in this event." It was said quietly but Izuku still heard and chuckled to himself. Bakko was right though, this wasn't the place to get all sappy. Nemri took the slight interruption with grace and easily gained control of the crowd again after Bakko's declaration. "You heard it here folks. As you can see, today's students all have spunk. Now, you know what time it is, so let's spin the wheel and see what the first event in this year's Class 1 Sports Festival is going to be." The wheel almost looked like ones from game shows on Earth, but with slightly more styled edges. It served the same function when spun though, and it seemed that fate would be the one deciding just what Izuku and his classmates would be doing today. And would you look at that, it looks like our first event will be a race on an obstacle course. The students will head back to their changing rooms while we set up the field, but we have one more announcement for everyone here today. Now please give it up for Present Mike. The crowd cheered and Izuku looked up to the announcer's box to see Zashi and a still slightly mummified Azawa behind the clear glass. "Thank you, Midnight. Now, I'm sure you're all aware of the rumors surrounding this year's Hero Corps students and we have an official announcement from the HPSC. You see, there is a new species in our midst, and while they weren't quite finished with their probationary PRD, In light of recent events, this year's Class 1 Sports Festival will be serving as a first look at the newest sentients joining the galactic community. Will you be able to spot them out of the crowd? It's up to them to do well enough to make it into the next rounds, but until they do, our lips are sealed and our commentary will remain impartial to all participating students. Let's give it up for all of our Class 1 students. The cheers were deafening as Izuku and the rest of Class 1A were ushered back to the locker rooms, but all Izuku could feel was the beating of his heart as the nerves started to get to him. There wasn't much to do in the locker room but wait for everything to start. Everyone was already changed into the general gym uniform, though some complained that they wished they had some of the support gear that came with their hero costumes. It wouldn't have been fair to the other contestants though. Izuku and Kiri sat near one another, and though he hid it better, Izuku knew that Kiri was also feeling the pressure of having to perform in front of such a large crowd. Unprompted, Shou approached them, gaining the attention of others in the class. While it seemed as if he spoke to both of them, Izuku felt as if Shou was eyeing him specifically. Maybe it was just how he was perceiving the Dragons, though, since he'd felt the same way about Bakugo during his speech. All Might has his eyes on you, I can tell. As the son of the number 2 hero, I won't back down. It doesn't matter that you're Deathworlders, I will defeat you. Shou didn't give them time to respond before walking away, and Bakugo stood in anger. At least give your opponents the respect they deserve when challenging them. Shou ignored him and Bakugo grumbled, turning back to Izuku and Kiri. He has the right idea at least. You two are the toughest contesters in all of Class 1. Show us what you have and give us something worthy of competing against. His piece said, Bakugo left towards the back of the locker room where Shou disappeared to. Kiri sniffled and wiped away a fake tear. They're so manly. Izuku bumped his shoulder lightly. Be serious, we're gonna start soon. Kiri laughed, but Izuku could feel nerves churning his stomach. Hey, we'll do great out there. Yeah, Kiri frowned at Izuku's lack of confidence. Okay, how about this? Why don't we work together for this first round? We don't know what they have planned out for us, but some parts should at least be easier with help. We can't back down now, we have to stand tall and give the rest of humanity a good first impression. You can't do that while hunched over. Izuku smiled. Right? Thanks, Kiri. The speakers in the locker room blared to life as Zashi informed everyone to start making their way towards the stadium. Izuku wondered if Azawa was just in the announcer's booth as an accessory or if he would actually say anything over the speakers at all. He did suppose that Mike was a part of Zashi's hero name though. As everyone trickled out of their locker rooms, they were guided by signs pointing to one of the stadium entrances. Considering the fact that the classes each had their own entrance to arrive from before, it started getting crowded pretty quickly. There was a lot of chatter, but Izuku liked that the crowd gave him some anonymity for the first event, even if he and Kiri would be glaringly obvious to the crowd who'd already undoubtedly seen the both of them working with all might at USJ. Kiri grabbed onto Izuku's hand when the crowd grew even thicker, and Izuku belatedly realized that this bottleneck was probably the first obstacle. Firmly gripping Kiri's hand back, Izuku strode towards the stadium lights at the end of the dimly lit tunnel. The students around them were walking, but that soon turned into trotting as more desperate faces realized that this area would be difficult to escape soon, and nobody wanted to be at the back of the line for the start of a race. Despite the shoving that Izuku could see up ahead near the entrance to the tunnel, they met very little resistance. The other Class 1 students easily noticed the two humans approaching and moved out of the way as they made their way towards the entrance. None of them knew what to expect and gave them a wide berth, but that worked out in their favor. Izuku knew that if he elbowed someone, even accidentally, that he could do some serious damage, and they were right to be wary. They were as close to the front as they were gonna get before Zashi's voice rang throughout the stadium. Let the obstacle course begin. The crowd parted like the Red Sea when Izuku and Kiri really started sprinting forward. As far as Izuku was aware, only the hero courses were explicitly informed that Kiri and Izuku were Deathworlders, but rumors had definitely spread throughout the school and everyone had seen the USJ livestream by this point. Even without USJ, Izuku was well known for his efforts in rescuing Hero Corps students and their teacher from traffickers, so while it was uncomfortable to see the others cringe away from them, it worked in their favor. Soon after the official start of the race, they were both bathed in bright sunlight under the open Mustafa sky. It was a little disorienting after being in a dark tunnel, but they couldn't afford to slow down, and the fact that their hands were still locked together ensured that they didn't drift apart as they regained their senses. When they regained their bearings, they realized that the first obstacle was an area filled with the same robots from their practical entrance exam. Izuku tensed as he noticed the line of robots already fending off a good portion of the crowd, fearing that they'd been upgraded into an actual challenge for the festival, but Kiri squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Hey, I know what you're thinking, but look." Izuku scanned the line again and noticed that none of their classmates were having too much trouble. Several robots were frozen in place, being used as support for a wall of ice that was also blocking other students. That had to be Sho's work. Meanwhile, others had scorched holes on their bodies very much resembling those of the training dummies used by Bakko. No matter where Izuku looked, evidence of their class having dominated persisted. Mess acid over there, the sparking remains of what Denki did to a few, and even Siro's webs and snaring others. Yagi was right, their class was considered strong, but that meant that if Izuku fought anyone else from these early rounds in the finals, that he really could do some serious damage. "Kiri, we're going to run through this as fast as we can. We can't afford to waste time here, and the less of these robots we take out now, the harder it'll be for others to get into the next round." Kiri nodded, a beaming smile on his face as he took his hand back, fist bumping Izuku as they redoubled their efforts to catch up to the front of the line. Kiri punched through any robots in his path, and Izuku kicked away any that he couldn't outright avoid, and they crumpled just like in the mock battle Izuku and Kiri initially participated in. Izuku redoubled his efforts to avoid them at any cost and ensure that those behind them stayed away from the finish line if they weren't strong enough to pass through this area. Looking around, it seemed like very few species were able to do physical damage to the robots like he and Kiri could. "Izu, up ahead it looks like a pit. Seems like we'll have to tightrope walk over those cables to get to the other side." It's already slowed down heavy hitters like Bakko and Shoo who took the lead initially, but it'll be a great way to show off other species like Faggot and Tagoya who can climb across more easily. "How do you want to tackle it?" Izuku could see what Kiri meant, and it did seem like quite the obstacle. "How did you make such a large hole?" Sure, they went back to the locker rooms for a while, but this was insane. Looking around, Izuku found his solution, pointing to an area off to the side. "Over there, it looks like there are some cables pretty close together. If we lock arms, we should be able to counterbalance and walk to the other side." The pit was fast approaching, and Izuku let out a breath of relief when they closed in on the area. "I'm so glad there's a safety net in place." "I hear you. I just feel bad for those like Okuro who have wings. Obviously, it would be unfair for them to just fly over all the obstacles and reach the finish line, but I feel like exceptions to the no-flying rules can be made for things like this." Izuku agreed, but they had all read the rule book thoroughly when they were handed out in class a week earlier. "I hear you, but this way they can show off their problem-solving skills. What if something happens out in the field and they break a wing or their feathers get damaged? It's practical, even if it isn't really fair." Yeah, I get it. If I could fly, I'd be kinda bummed though." Izuku and Kiri had reached the edge near the two strong cables that Izuku had spotted, but as they were speaking a high-pitched electrical sound word to life nearby. Looking over, the boys spotted an Oruti decked out with a ramshackle suit of technology. The Oruti had their species equivalent of a wide grin on their face as they peered into the artificial ravine. Without warning, they jumped off the cliff, ignoring the cables altogether, and before they even reached halfway to the safety net, metal arms shot out from their backpack like grappling hooks, grabbing onto anything they could to carry them across the space. They cheered as the tech carried them forward, completely trusting their invention to take them across safely. And that's exactly what it was. The mark on their gym uniform identified them as a student from the support course, and Izuku was briefly jealous that they were allowed to bring anything into the festival so long as it wasn't dangerous and they'd built it themselves. They were falling behind though. "Come on, let's get moving." Kiri agreed, and then they were off. The cables were decently thick, so as they walked across it was easy enough to keep a steady pace. Zashi's commentary flitted from student to student, and everyone had a chance to shine under his watchful eye. As the two approached the end of the gap, the final obstacle came into view. It just looked like a mostly flat dead sprint to the finish line, but of course UA was more creative than that. Not many had gotten to this stage, especially not as quickly as most of the hero students, but there were still a decent amount to compete against. The few students that were slowed down by the immediate fight with robots were better suited to cross the ravine, and alternatively most of the students who breezed through the robot stage were slowed by the cable walk, but this obstacle seemed equally difficult for everyone, evening the playing field. As they approached, Izuku took in Zashi's commentary and looked to the display screen with a cartoon of each obstacle meant for the audience. It was a minefield. The mines weren't real bombs, of course, and they were easy to see even from the end of the ravine, but the ground was easily covered by the obviously buried mounds and everyone had to slow down to avoid them as they made their way towards the front. They were loud and flashy, but when someone accidentally stepped on one they were only sent flying about a meter off to the side. Hey, Izu, when we get there, let's race to the finish line. There's not really anything we can do to help each other with this, and we don't want the crowd to think that humans are only tough because of teamwork. Okay, when we get up to the line we'll start on the count of 3. It was a deal, and as soon as they cleared the second obstacle they ran up to the edge of the last stretch of the race. Bakko and Shou had been significantly slowed by the mines but were neck and neck for first place. Kiri was bulkier than Izuku since the boy focused on gaining muscles when compared to Izuku's more lithe form, but both could still overtake the Dragons if they hurried. Hold on, I want to test the mines, just to see what they're like if I accidentally trip or something. Well, we have to hurry, the others are catching up. Kiri jumped a bit but laughed and landed on his feet easily after purposefully stomping on one of the mines. Phew, they have a bit of a kick, but there's less force than what jumping on a trampoline would get you. Okay, get into position, we're going to start our race at 3. 1. Kiri shot forward, laughing at having slightly japed Izuku. Hey! Izuku was quick on the uptake, dashing forward to catch up. Kiri's words gave Izuku an idea though, and in a moment of complete disregard for himself, he braced for impact and stepped on one of the mines whilst running. He could have twisted an ankle or sent himself sprawling into the loose dirt of this part of the course, but Kiri's phrasing was perfect. The mines were like weak mini trampolines. His goal now set, Izuku aimed for the mines rather than avoiding them, quickly catching up and overshooting the still cackling redhead. With his newfound springboards, it was also easy to reach Shou and Bakko who were still avoiding the mines like the plague with their large clawed feet. Izuku shot past the 2 Dragons with Kiri undoubtedly hot on his heels if the sound of more explosions behind him was any indication. The finish line was right there, if he could just outpace Kiri then he could make it. The explosion sounded close, way too close for comfort, and seeing the signs of ice and hearing Bakko's own distinct explosions showed that the 2 had also dropped all caution to try and make it to the front of the pack. But it was too late because as Izuku reached the end of the minefield he threw himself through the finish line and claimed victory in the first round. The crowd cheered deafeningly as Izuku and the other early winners of the race trickled into the area set up for the next round in the sports festival. Kiri jogged over laughing and patting Izuku on the back. Hey, I knew you'd overtake me. No strong feelings, yeah. Izuku playfully pushed Kiri away, a wide grin also on his face. That was dirty, but I won so I guess I can forgive you. The finish line abruptly shut, barring any others from finishing the race, and Nemri took the stage with her mic, flashily announcing the winners. Alright everyone, the top 42 contestants here will be moving on to the next round. For our next event, our Class 1 students will have to group up in teams of 2 to 4 and compete in a cavalry battle. One student will act as the driver, sitting atop the other students in their group and capturing these flags from other groups. Nemri held up a cloth with a Velcro-like fastener on the back. The drivers will be wearing these flags which represent the number of points their group collectively has. What points, you ask? Well, each student will be assigned a score based on when they crossed the finish line. Our last place contender will have 5 points to their name, increasing in value respectively, but to make things interesting, our first place winner will have 10 million points. Everyone looked towards Izuku and he felt a tiny piece of his soul leave his body at those words. All points will be worn around or above the necks or neck equivalents, and while gifts are allowed during this event, it is still a cavalry battle. Any use of gifts or force made against another group for the purpose of knocking them down will be grounds for immediate disqualification. Don't worry if you lose your points, you're still in the game until the time runs out. Students will have half of this block to decide their teams, and the rest of the block will decide who will be moving on to the final round of the sports festival. Nemri cracked the WHP she used for hero work, and everyone immediately started to form groups. The only problem: everyone avoided Izuku immediately after the time started. Even Kiri patted his back before heading off into the crowd. Sorry, Izu, but we already worked together during the obstacle course. Gotta show the crowd that humans aren't always codependent on each other. Traitor. It made sense though. It was almost guaranteed that no one from other classes would team up with him because most of the other students were still wary of humans, and no one wanted to team up with someone who would be an obvious target for everyone else. He was doomed. Hey, Izuku, can I team up with you? Izuku abruptly turned to see Okuro smiling in his direction, waving lightly. Yes, please. Okuro chirped in delight at his enthusiasm. Great. I trust you to take us through this thing no problem. Are you sure? I mean, I really appreciate it, but you know that everyone else will probably try to come right for us. That's not a problem, we can always just run away if we need to. I think that teaming up with friends is just the right thing to do. Okuro was so positive that it helped uplift Izuku's spirits. She wasn't wrong either. Having a Purdy in their group would help immensely in running away, especially one with the skills that Okuro had, but Izuku doubted that anyone else would want to join them. Izuku didn't have much else to defend them either. Yo, 10 million. Izuku looked over to see the Orudi from before, the one that he and Kiri deduced was from the support course. If Izuku was remembering his lessons with Kiri right, then she was probably a girl given the few visual cues their species had. She actually looked almost like a cherry blossom tree in the spring, pink petal-like leaves covered willowy wisteria-style branches that cascaded just below her neck area. Her bark had a silvery shine to it but looked eerily similar to birch trees back home. Amaitsum. You really stand out. New species, first place winner of the race. If I team up with you then everyone will be watching my babies. Babies? Mei excitedly took off her mechanical backpack, also pulling out other devices as she did so. My babies. Joining with you will put me in the spotlight, and all of the industry big shots will be sure to watch as my inventions take center stage. Okay, this could work. It looked like everyone else created their teams so they were all set. They didn't have a lot of time to plan, but Okuro and Izuku worked well together, and after learning what Mei had on hand they were as ready as they were going to get. Nemri called time and everyone got into position for the start of the cavalry battle. The next 15 minutes would certainly be interesting. Zashi wasn't sure exactly what to expect from this Class 1 sports festival, but he knew that it would be a doozy. He tried to add an air of mystery for the humans, but after the USJ livestream they stuck out like sore thumbs in the organized rows of Hero Course students. He hoped they wouldn't be too overwhelmed by everything and was glad that there was a sound dampener so that the general announcements wouldn't distract the students actually on the field while they were focused on their obstacles in the coming rounds. And they're off. The Dragons of Class 1A have taken an immediate lead, but their classmates aren't too far behind. Immediately Bakko and Shou brutalized their way through the robots in the first stage, leaving scorched metal and ice walls in their wake. Izuku and Kiri were easily spotted, but the real first obstacle, the tunnel, held them back enough that they weren't immediate pack leaders. All of the Hero Course students are up and running near the lead. Just what are you guys teaching these kids? Zashi turned the mic for Azawa to sigh out a comment about how real life waits for no one, but it was obvious that the crowd was waiting for Zashi's more riveting commentary. Well, it is true that this isn't the first time that our students have faced these bots, so maybe it's the muscle memory kicking in. Our next obstacle though is something most of them haven't faced yet. Already our obvious heavy hitters have hit a snag and will have to proceed carefully from here on out. Oh, but look at that. While the Dragons Bakko and Shou have hit a wall, Tsu the Faggot has arrived and taken an impressive leap of faith to shoot for the lead. And that's right, she's not alone. Our more dexterous students who fell behind in the early game now have a chance to make their way to the head of the line. Oh, and do we have another contender? Mei of the support course has just made a daring display, fully trusting her support gear to carry her forward. Zashi had tried his best to flit from student to student, making slight comments here and there about even students from the general education program, but when something interesting happens he has a duty to report it, and while those in the crowd may have had their suspicions before, it was obvious now that the two humans were working together. This may be a first for the Class 1 Sports Festival, ladies and gentlemen, but it seems that we have a bright display of camaraderie on our hands. That's right, it's obvious that the two newest additions to the intergalactic community have decided to team up, and it's obvious that they work well together, wouldn't you agree? To have the strength to keep tension and hold on to one another, the balance to walk whilst doing so, and the intelligence to come up with a plan on such short notice is no small feat. And yet these fledgling members of society have done well so far to keep up with the head of the pack and even gain equal footing with those near the top. Mike was happy to switch over to other students as they made their way through the obstacles, trying to soften the blow of those who lost their places whilst also pandering to the crowd's lust for the drama, but he really couldn't ignore just what happened in the last stretch of the race. He even had to turn his mic off to ask Aizawa if he was seeing things properly before continuing with his commentary. And here we have it, folks, the final barrier standing in the way of our students. They can't hear this, but we're sure the visuals we have playing on all the surrounding stadium screens explains the concept well enough. There are mines planted under this unassuming field of dirt, but rest assured, while they are loud and flashy, they are quite harmless and the dirt is loose enough that any who fall will be cushioned upon landing. Don't be fooled though, these little bombs were specially designed by this year's Class 3 support students to fling students in the direction that they step on these poorly hidden lumps, which in most cases will mean up for anyone who steps directly on one unwittingly. This obstacle is the great equalizer, for it doesn't matter how strong or fast you are, be it Draget or Entias, everyone will have to watch their step to make it to the end. Oh, what's this? Kirishima from Class 1A has stepped on a mine. But did he do so intentionally? Am I seeing things right? By the way Aizawa's fur was bristling in stress, he was sure that he was, but after a curt nod from the Elix who would most certainly be giving the resident Deathworlders a scathing scolding later, he knew that he had to quickly return to his duties and pander to the crowd using this development. And what a quick turn of events. This was meant to be a challenge, but our newest arrivals have once again exceeded expectations and used the traps that we laid to their advantage. Izuku has just used the air-compressed bombs to overtake this year's most promising candidates, and Kirishima is just a hair's breadth away from him using the same technique. It looks like Shou has started to use his ice to freeze over the ground to make running possible, no longer caring that this will also pave the way for those behind him, and Bakugo indeed has turned around to blast his way towards the finish like whilst using Shou's ice as a slide, but will it be enough to overtake those before him? Zashi knew that it wouldn't be, but his wording kept the crowd on edge, and then it was final. Izuku of Class 1A has just won first place in the first round of the Class 1 Sports Festival, quickly followed by Kirishima, Shou, and Bakugo. Zashi continued to narrate every member of the Class 1 students until the gates locked at 42 students and midnight took over for the crowd. Aizawa was grateful for the chance to vent. How could they be so reckless? I'm going to lose fur with how much I'm going to stress Groom when we get back to the dorms. I swear those two are going to shave off lunar rotations from my life if they keep this up throughout their time at UA. Hey, this is a safe environment. Yeah. We know how resilient humans can be, so they probably thought nothing of it. Besides, we still have a heck of a festival to narrate. That you have to narrate. I'm just here to sit and look like a mummy while you yell into a microphone right next to my sensitive ears. Zashi gasped scandalously. Give yourself more credit than that, you've already said something over the mics today, and I'm sure that if anyone takes a truly idiotic action later on you'll be chomping at the bit to explain just how illogical their decisions were. Zashi was happy that he could distract Aizawa enough after their latest scare, but Zashi did feel his own feathers raise in alarm at the sheer boldness of the humans and the disregard they had for their well-being throughout the entire race. Midnight sent a signal to the control tower that gave Zashi his cue to resume narrating, happy that the teams were already up on the display for him to read out. And there you have it, folks, the teams for this year's Cavalry battle have been decided. It seems like most of the students moving on to the final rounds hail from our Hero Corps students, and they seem to have stuck to groups that involve their own classes, but there are a few outlier groups. Just so everyone can follow the leaderboard, we'll announce the teams now before the round starts. In first place we have Team Izuku with Okuro and Mei. Next up we have Team Bakko with Kirishima, Mna, and Siro, followed by Team Showa with Ida, Denki, and Momo. Our first Class 1B team is Team Noma with Tetsu and Ibie. Our next group is one of the few mixed class teams with Team Tashiai including Ta, Mashiai, and Shoda. Following them is Team Biendu with Tkage, RKO, and Koziai. After that we have Team Mizo with Tsu, Takyami, and Yuga. The team following them is yet another made up of Class 1A students, Team True with Koka, Sato, and Koda. The remainder of our teams hail mostly from Class 1B starting with Team Fudashi with Crew, Juzo, and Kamri. After them we have Team Du with Waze, Sen, and Piney. Our final team for this Class 1 Sports Festival Cavalry battle is Team Rin with Tageru, Yui, and our only general education student in the running, the Drajit Navi. Will our underdog from Gen Ed make it into the final rounds? Will Team Izuku be able to keep their 10 million point flag for the entire battle? Sit tight folks because things are about to get interesting very soon. Okuro was nervous, but she really did trust Izuku to get her into the next rounds. He was a genius, even if he didn't think so. According to the sports festival rules, Okuro wasn't allowed to fly using her wings, but there was nothing in the rules about using her feathers to help lift her or others up. Leave it to a death worlder to think of such a loophole. It would be difficult since her instincts would be screaming at her to flap her wings as soon as she was off the ground, but she would be able to fight that urge as long as someone else steered them once they were in the air, and wouldn't you know it, Mei had just such an invention at her disposal. And let the cavalry battle begin. Midnight cracked her WHP and several groups wasted no time aiming for them, just like Izuku said they would. Right? Okuro and Mei dodged right, narrowly missing Tsu's tongue and an extended nanotech arm from the Class 1B Wiru student. They had to stay on the ground for as long as they could to save on fuel for the later half of the match, but the other groups were already making things difficult. Left. Izuku ducked as Bakko's explosive ability sounded from right beside them, and Okuro put more effort than she thought was possible into running faster. Her feathers were the only thing that were allowing her and Mei to carry Izuku right now, but he was adapting surprisingly well to the shift in balance. Bakko's group didn't have the weightless advantage that they did, and even if Kiri was the one carrying Bakko, they weren't fast enough to deal with a group able to run at full speed ahead of them. Of course there were other groups to worry about, but several gave up early on, leaving to deal with other skirmishes once they realized that other groups were capitalizing on their distraction. Izuku was able to call out quick simple instructions for them to follow, and while Okuro was able to see as she was in the lead while carrying him, Mei was taking the orders quite well from the rear. This changed when they fell into a trap though. They dodged yet another attempt by Bakko's group when both Okuro and Mei were caught by exploding ball of viscous adhesive. Okuro could feel Izuku tense through the feathers carrying him, and looking ahead she could see why. The group that had managed to trap them was being directed by Class 1 BS Lug. He was much bigger than Neta had been, and was bright yellow in color rather than blackish purple, but the trauma was still fresh and it was no wonder that Izuku froze and couldn't continue taking the lead. Okuro had no choice, yelling out their signal in his stead. Take off. Okuro could hear Mei chuckle maniacally from behind her and felt her feathers puff in concern, though not fast enough to keep her stomach from lurching once Mei's inventions came out to play. Time to show the bigwigs what my babies can do. Mei threw something at the ground and whatever liquid dispersed was able to free them from the lug glue, which was no small feat, and Okuro only had another brief moment to react, using more of her feathers to lift herself and Mei away before the Class 1B students were upon them. The groups then shrunk rapidly as the three frontliners rose into the air. Mei cackled as she started fiddling with remotes, using her homemade jetpack to weave and dodge around the attacks like Siro's webs that were still trying to steal Izuku's flag. All Okuro had to do now was keep them afloat while Mei worked, giving the Purdy a perfect opportunity to check in on Izuku. Hey, are you okay up there? Izuku shook his head as if trying to clear it. Yeah, sorry for freezing up like that, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, we were stuck anyways, we couldn't have dodged even if we wanted to. Just, Don't be afraid to talk to anyone after this is all said and done, okay? Oko looked up to see Izuku smiling down at her. Thanks, Oko. It means a lot. Sorry to break up your little chat, but my fuel is already running low. I never got the chance to recharge after the obstacle course, so we're going to have to land this bird pretty soon, so be ready. The groups below were certainly keeping an eye on them, but Izuku and Oko were back in the game and prepared for whatever might come their way once they knew they couldn't stay in the air any longer. Just a few more clicks and Oko was sure that they would be able to survive and move on to the next rounds. Bakugo wasn't going to lose again. Getting fourth in the first round wasn't acceptable for someone like him. Maybe with the two humans participating, but to lose to that half and half Draget. Unacceptable. Unfortunately for Izuku, he would be Bakugo's main target. If he could just get that 10 million points, he would be set. And let the cavalry battle begin. Midnight's WP was all the signal Bakugo needed to start, but as the rider he was at the whim of his group. Kirishima was fast, but he had Bakugo riding on his shoulders while the other extras trailed behind and kept them covered from outward attacks. Izuku was smart to use Oko's ability to help with their maneuverability. Others with longer reaches made grabs for the 10 million points first, but that didn't make Bakugo's own attempt null compared to them. The Draget had to cough out an explosion when a 1B extra also went to grab the flag, but the sound tipped Izuku off at the approach they'd made from his blind spot and he was able to dodge at the last tick. The group was able to skitter away with their lightened load but paused after getting caught in a trap. Bakugo knew his grin was feral as he raced forward, fully intending on grabbing the points before the ones who set the trap could, but Kirishima paused, barely flinching when those behind them slammed into his back. Wait, something's not right? Bakugo looked closely and Kiri was right. Izuku wasn't one of those caught in the sticky mess, but he was frozen, staring dead straight at. Bakugo barely cared for the extras in his own class, but seeing another lug after what had happened probably wasn't good after what had happened so recently. Takeoff, the word was said hastily, but the support course extra was on it, freeing them from the trap and sending them into the sky without hesitation. Bakugo registered Siro's webs joining other attempts at grabbing the points before they were out of reach, but Kiri barked at him to back off. Let's leave Izuku alone right now. I didn't like that reaction he had, and a scared human can be dangerous if prodded too much. Bakugo was about to agree when he felt his flag being snatched from him. Whipping his head around to see who would dare to get that close to them, he saw that pompous Lamenden from Class 1B making a face at him as his group raced away. Kiri, we're switching targets. Kiri turned and saw the tail end of the interaction, including the haughty laugh the yellow-furred brat gave before turning his attention away. Gladly, Siro and Mna yelped and hung onto Kiri's gym uniform for dear life as the redhead charged at the Lamanden's group. The Oruti in their group made up the rear and tried to block, but her thorny hair was no match for Bakugo's fire and she backed off quickly, allowing Bakugo to grab not only his points back, but the other group's original flag as well. Noma whipped around quickly, but only had enough time to see Bakugo smirk maliciously as Kiri brought them to a new area of the arena. There was a bit of bickering from the group, but it seemed as if they agreed that this was their loss before picking off other groups in the area. Bakugo looked around to see much of the same. Whilst many of the groups were aiming for Izuku's points, others on the sidelines were targeting anyone distracted enough to let their guards down. He was almost proud when he saw Tashiai's group snatch the flag from the group with the only Class 1B Draget. He would have to applaud the boy for the magnificent scene they caused after realizing the absence, but in their defense, their group had 2 Dragets. There was no way their Mechtan allies would be able to rein in their indignation and reorganize after such a humiliating loss, especially with the Gen Ed Draget kicking up such a fuss. No, looking around, Bakugo's group was doing well. With his and Kiri's combined bounties as well as an extra flag, he was sure that they were in second place at the moment, and Shou was still distracted and waiting for Izuku's group to come back down. All Bakugo had to do was keep his points safe and they would be sure to move on to the next round. Oi Kiri. We're good on points, so steer us away from trouble. Pinky and Webs, you'd better do your job at keeping other extras off our backs. The other 2 protested at the nicknames, but he knew they would do a good job anyways. Just a few more clicks and they would be moving into the finals. The only reason that Izuku didn't flinch at the sound of Nemri's WHP was the fact that he saw her preparing to crack it, but he was surprised at just how fast the two smaller girls were able to run whilst carrying him. He knew in theory that Oko's feathers could hold a bunch of weight, but he'd never been on the receiving end of them before. Just as he suspected, other groups were on them immediately, trying to grab the flag he'd secured around his forehead. After having always been the target in games of tag and other similar games back on Earth, though he knew how to maneuver, and the girls were doing a great job at following his lead. He even felt proud at dodging Kiri and Bakugo's team since they were one of the biggest threats in this whole match, but his excitement petered out once they got stuck and Izuku looked up to see a Lugs group charging at them. It wasn't rational. Somewhere in the back of his mind Izuku knew that it wasn't Neta. They were much bigger and bright yellow, but panic wasn't always logical. He'd had so many nightmares since coming to space. Getting kidnapped on his first day at the Earth Station, USJ, and even his fight with the Gao had ensured that, but the ones that had always left him feeling grimy and panicked were the ones about the day his room had been defiled. Izuku wasn't sure when he'd mentally checked out. He could recall their code to fly being yelled and the feeling of shooting up into the sky, but it was Okoro calling out to him that really helped ground him. "Hey, are you okay up there?" Izuku shook his head a bit to clear it. "Yeah, sorry for freezing up like that, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, we were stuck anyways, we couldn't have dodged even if we wanted to. Just, don't be afraid to talk to anyone after this is all said and done, okay?" Izuku smiled down at her. "Thanks, Oko. It means a lot." It really did, and he would be sure to set up another appointment with Rio when this entire event was over. "Sorry to break up your little chat, but my fuel is already running low. I never got the chance to recharge after the obstacle course, so we're going to have to land this bird pretty soon, so be ready." Okay, Izuku was back in the game. He could already see that their escape had left the other groups scrambling for each other rather than using them as their main focus. While this would help since everyone was scattered, it would also mean that any groups desperate for points after having theirs stolen would beeline for his group in the off chance of grabbing a late game win once they landed. They couldn't stay in the air forever though, since hovering with Oko's feathers might be considered bending the no-flying rule a bit too far, and Mei's engine was already starting to smoke after being overused. "Okay, let's head down then. Try to land in an area away from most of the other groups." "Roger that." Izuku felt his stomach flip as they made a quick descent, but the landing was a success with minimal stumbling. That being said, the nearest group to them was the one with the Gen Ed Draget, who snarled and reached over to snatch away their points. Izuku almost felt bad when his group jumped back, causing the other boy to overbalance and fall to the ground, getting called out by Nemri for breaking formation. Izuku's group had to leave quickly since the hollering Draget attracted other groups their way, and it didn't take long for another heavy hitter to spot them. Bakugo wasn't going after them anymore, but maybe it would have been the better option since his explosive firepower would have been able to break through Showa's ice wall and the two groups might have distracted each other long enough for Izuku's group to slip away. Instead, Showa used his ice to corral Izuku's group into a small corner of the field. On one hand, the other groups were now blocked off. On the other hand, Izuku was now trapped with a well-balanced team of his classmates aiming to steal his points. No pressure. Oko, Mei, evasive maneuvers. Use the ice to your advantage as best as you can. I'll try to lean away from Showa as much as possible if they get too close. Izuku tried to be quiet so the other team wouldn't hear their admittedly lackluster plan, but it was the best they could do on such short notice. Thankfully, it was all the instruction that the girls really needed. Mei's shoes sprouted blades not unlike ice skates, and both were able to hop when they noticed that Showa was trying to freeze them in place, thankfully learning from the first time they'd gotten caught in a trap. Izuku was right and had to dodge when Ida propelled Showa's group forward in an attempt at Izuku's flag. With every dodge, Showa's group got closer and closer to grabbing the 10 million points. In a last-ditch effort, Izuku decided to change things up. There's only one click left. If we SWH to offense, they'll have to go on defense. Mei, do you have enough fuel in your boots to shoot us forward like an NTS? Sure do, but it's the last I have before my power supply runs dry. It'll have to do. Okoro, when I say so, hop onto some feathers to float while Mei brings us to Showa's group. Be ready to catch me if I lean too far. I'm going for his points. Got it? Ready. Izuku could see the exact moment that Shou switched from hunter to hunted. His eyes grew wide, and he instinctively made an aborted move to flee despite riding on his team members. Mei's rockets really packed a punch. Maybe not as much as Ida could, but definitely more than the lone boy could produce to carry Shou's full team of 4. Fleeing was out of the question, and Izuku also saw the exact moment that Shou switched from flight to fight. In a show of sparks that Izuku had never seen from the boy, fire sprouted from Shou's open maw. Izuku of course instinctively flinched back himself, but before either team could process anything that had just happened, the final bell rang signifying the end of the event, and the noise dampeners once again allowed the students to hear mixed commentary. And that's it for round 2 of this year's Class 1 Sports Festival. There will now be a 2-block break. There are plenty of culinary options in the stands for the mid-CYCL meal, and for those students who were caught out in the early rounds, don't worry, there's plenty of entertainment to be had. Show off at a myriad of booths that will be set up in the stadium shortly, but to see who moved on to the next rounds, just look up at the digital scoreboards. Izuku's head whipped up quickly at that. He really didn't have any reason to doubt after keeping his flag the entire match, but logic rarely played a part in JRK reactions. Izuku wasn't expecting it to be a pass/fail situation, but looking at the board showed that if a group had any points at all, they were moving on to the finals. After seeing several groups with no points, it made sense. Okuo was cheering at their win, and Izuku wanted to celebrate with her, but a chuff from his left grabbed his attention. Shou was standing there with an expression that Izuku couldn't read. Everyone was sufficiently distracted by the end of the match and the call for lunch, so no one seemed to notice when the dual-tone Draget led Izuku into one of the unused tunnel entrances nearby. Whatever Shou had to say seemed important. Shou's plan to stand back at the beginning of the match seemed strange to his group, but his reasoning for it was sound. At the start, nearly everyone would be aiming for Izuku's group, Bakugo's group included. This alone was enough of a deterrent, but Shou also predicted that the groups with weaker yet craftier members would take this opportunity to snatch away points from the heavy hitters while they were distracted with Izuku. Thus, in the early game, Shou's group played keep away with any groups that grew too close, but they weren't afraid to use sparks from Denki to ward off weaker opponents. Even if they didn't go for the main points, with their total score they would be able to make it into the next rounds without issue, but the sports festival was all about showing off one's talents. Shou was a Draget with a known lineage, Momo was also from a well-known upper-class family, and Ida was the next in line for his family's successful hero agency back on his home planet. The only outlier in their group was Denki, and even then he was a legacy child in his own right. Oh, sure. The boy kept it hidden, but both his mother and aunt were heroes, not that anyone but Shou probably knew that. Still, Shou had hand-picked his team members for their strengths and not their lineages. That just so happened to be a bonus in the grand scheme of things. It almost physically pained him to pretend to stand back for most of the match, but knowing that his father was probably furious while watching in the stands made it all worth it. He couldn't set aside his pride for too long, however, and after losing both first and second place in the first round, he had to make up for it in a big way. He was right to hold off in the early game. Several groups found themselves without points in the scramble, and Izuku had managed to get far enough away that no one in Shou's groups would have had any chance of catching them, but it was obvious that they couldn't stay in the air for the rest of the match. Eyeing the large clocks set up on the display monitors around the stadium, Shou made his move with just 3 clicks remaining. He had enough ice reserves to wall off all other groups before cornering his prey, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. Izuku was a human, and not just any human at that. No, this was personal. Shou had already lost to All Might's son once, but he would be the one to come out on top in the end. It was the destiny that had been paved for him after all. Pass after pass, Izuku just leaned away from Shou's reaching arms. Both groups danced around one another several times, but Ida wasn't destined for his family's legacy for nothing. Each attempt grew closer and closer, and it was inevitable that Shou would finally best Izuku in something. At least, that's what the plan was. Izuku's eyes grew steely determination seemingly out of nowhere. Izuku made eye contact and held it in the way that only a predatory species could. Shou paused, and when Izuku's group shot forward faster than any escape attempt they'd made so far, Shou felt like the cornered prey. He'd flinched back, but thankfully his team prevented him from falling off and losing them the whole match. Still, Izuku's group advanced. There was ice behind them, there was nowhere they could go, and in the last moments of the match, when Izuku was the one to reach out to try and take the flag fastened around Shou's throat, he instinctively fought back in the only way he thought would work. Humans had already proven to be resistant to colder temperatures, and if Izuku was on the ground with his own leverage, Shou was sure that he would have been able to punch holes in the thinner parts of his ice wall, but fire was something that most species avoided like the plague. The sparks on his tongue felt foreign, but breathing out a puff of fire to protect his face was instinctual and had the desired effect. Izuku pulled his hand away and their group ran by harmlessly as the final bell rang to signify the end of the match. His teammates let him down as present mix announcements rang around the arena. Of course their group passed on to the next rounds, but Shou was distracted. He'd sworn never to use that ability again, and yet in desperation he'd been forced to do so. Could an oath really mean so little in a fight that wasn't really life or death? Izuku didn't even know the gravity of what he'd just made Shou do. The boy just seemed bewildered that he'd gotten so far. There were no haughty victory poses to be seen, just humble humility from the human who'd won both the first and second rounds of the Class 1 sports festival. He must look like an attractive choice for the internships that would undoubtedly be coming up, and he probably wasn't aware of just how much scouting went on during this event either. Regardless, Shou felt that after his misstep he deserved to give Izuku an explanation. He really needed to properly lay out their rivalry. Bakko was right, he hadn't been giving the humans nearly as much respect as he should have been, too caught up in his own pedigree to really see the challenges that faced him. If Izuku was going to be a hurdle to surpass, the boy at least deserved to know why Shou would be aiming to beat him at every turn. Shou knew that the humans had more sensitive hearing than most sentients, so the chuff he gave caught Izuku's attention, and a quick motion of his head to a nearby hallway was all that was needed for Izuku to obediently follow. Shou was glad that he'd been taught to look at the body language of other species from a young age because he didn't want anyone around them or in the stands to see him use common sign to ask Izuku to follow him formally. Izuku was confused, that much was certain, but he wasn't expecting an attack. Foolish in Shou's opinion. If anyone had asked Shou to step away from a highly populated area after defeating everyone in a highly televised match, he wouldn't follow them, even if he believed that he could best them in a brawl. It wasn't arrogance that caused Izuku to follow though, and Shou had to remember that. Izuku just seemed to be naive like that, though it was admittedly considered an endearing trait by many. Once he was sure that there was no one around, Shou started. "We need to talk. We need to talk." Izuku instantly grew nervous, though he knew that that sentence probably held far more weight on Earth than it did here with Shou. Thankfully, Shou broke eye contact before really starting the conversation. Izuku respectfully averted his eyes as much as he could as well. "We both know that I know your secret, but I haven't given you the courtesy of sharing my own." "Secret? We both know that you're All Might's son." "What? I'm not. You don't have to say anything, that's not why I brought you here. Just listen if you would." Izuku was silent, if only because of how ridiculous that first statement was. He couldn't believe that Shou thought that he was All Might's kid. Did All Might even have any kids? He'd never spoken about them, but that didn't mean that it wasn't possible. Come to think of it, even on Earth his family history wasn't something openly broadcasted, so given his status in space, hiding anything that might be considered a weakness was a fairly smart move. He was certainly old enough to have a family of his own, but would he even have had time to settle down and fulfill that particular social need? Izuku looked up to see Shou staring at him, and he realized that while he was initially too stunned to speak, he'd started muttering as soon as his thoughts got snagged on that first errand idea. He could feel his cheeks warm in embarrassment, but at least whenever Izuku muttered it was always in his native tongue, though maybe having Shou hear some of his ramblings would have helped clear up this misunderstanding. It was clear from his expression that no matter what Izuku said, the Draget wouldn't believe him without proof. "I know it may come as a shock that I know, but having come from the family of the number 2 hero, I can assure you that I know how to keep these matters under wraps. Your secret is safe with me." "Okay, hypothetically speaking, let's say you're right. What's going on? Why'd you lead me over here?" I have to properly declare my rivalry to you. Even if you're the son of the #1 hero, I will surpass you, and I won't be using my fire to do so. Wait, rivals were important to Dragons, right? Izuku was about to respond confirming that he accepted until the second half of the statement caught up with him. Izuku did remember Shou refusing to use his fire during their midterms, and he was also pretty sure that Zashi would have docked them points if Izuku hadn't had another way of lighting fire, but why was that? Izuku didn't want to pry, but the question was out there before he could retract it. Why won't you use your fire? Shou's jaw clenched before he answered. That's something I wanted to tell you before declaring our rivalry. You deserve to know what you're going up against before accepting. I'm not just any Dragot. My father is the king of our planet, a monarchy held by the family with the strongest member. As the galactically recognized #2 hero, my father has earned his title. With this power, he has the resources to keep this position in the family. I am the result of years of genetic manipulation. My mother was the heir of the previous monarch. With my father's fire and my mother's ice, they had the ultimate genes to work with, though my father was anything but ethical whilst trying to create us. He had to buy my mother from the previous monarch after he rose to claim the throne, and while she was highly protective of her children as artificial as we were, she couldn't protect us from our father and it drove her mad. My siblings were all failures, none producing the true split of fire and ice that I was born with, but I was deemed perfect by my father. I am the ultimate culmination of my planet's legacy, and it is my destiny to surpass all might and become the #1 hero. It would have been inevitable given his age, but now that you're aiming for the same goal, my rise to power won't just be handed to me. Regardless, I cannot forgive my father for his part in the turmoil of our family. I was trained day and night to become the ultimate warrior with no time to have any companionship with my siblings. My father ruled over us with his fiery breath, and it cost us my brother's life and my mother's sanity. This is why I vowed to never use his flames, to never let others suffer in the same way that we did, but you were strong enough to cause me to break my vow, and I have no choice but to recognize you as a true rival. Izuku was stunned. That was a lot to unpack, and he knew that he wasn't equipped to deal with it, but he also knew that he really couldn't let this just continue as it was. Shou was clearly affected by his past, and while Izuku had only heard a brief snippet of a broad summary, it was enough to have alarm bells ringing in his head. Step 1 though was to help erase the association of Shou's fire with his father. I, Shou Toroki, declare you, Izuku Midoriya, to be my rival. Izuku knew what to say next, the rest would just have to follow. I, Izuku Midoriya, accept. Lunch had been a short affair, but now it was time to move into the final rounds and Izuku was nervous all over again. Sure, Shou's big reveal had kept his mind occupied for the most part, but as soon as the students were called to their designated areas in the stands to await their matches, Izuku started shaking with anxiety. He knew that he and Kiri had probably stood out like sore thumbs in the earlier rounds, but there was still at least some anonymity in the sea of other students. Here they would be put into sparring matches one-on-one, and everyone would be watching them. Oh no, his mom might see this. Izuku, if you would please follow me to the stadium entrance? One of the helper bots startled him out of his panic, but the feeling didn't really go away as he followed the AI unit. Alright, of course. The walk was fairly short and it felt like no time had passed at all before Zashi's present mic voice was blasting through the speakers announcing his arrival. And the moment you've all been waiting for, folks. We have none other than Izuku from Class 1A stepping out onto the field. I'm sure many of you picked him out of the crowd, not only as a member of the newly introduced intergalactic species, but also as the winner of both the first and second rounds of this Class 1 sports festival. Will he be able to keep this streak going and win it all? Let's find out now. Tashiai was already out on the field, having been introduced first, and Izuku fought not to hunch in on himself as the crowd roared in excitement. Tashiai seemed upset, but that was probably just his focused expression and Izuku's anxiety speaking. Nemri was the one leading the match and Izuku made sure to watch her so he wouldn't get so startled by the cracking of her WHP this time. And begin! Izuku immediately fell into a defensive position and focused on Tashiai, but rather than rushing at him for a fight, the other boy stood almost casually across the field. Hey, Izuku. Just curious, but what do humans do to prepare for things like this? Izuku was confused. You mean fights? Tashiai's face contorted into a smirk for his species, but quickly fell into a more surprised expression right after. What? Izuku suspected that the question wasn't really aimed at him anymore and that the first line of thought was more to bait him into distraction or something. Regardless, it hadn't worked, so Izuku thought that he should probably take the initiative here. Rushing forward, Izuku made sure to try and grapple Tashiai rather than hitting the other boy. Tashiai was in species that could fly, which meant that his bones were probably light and brittle. Tashiai jolted out of his stupor in time to dodge the first grab Izuku made for him, but Izuku was relentless, chasing after his opponent to try and use anything as leverage to throw him out of the ring. Tashiai obviously felt like he was backed into a corner and screeched loud enough to make Izuku's ears ring, but it wasn't harsher than some fire alarms he'd heard back home on Earth, so he ignored the sound and his newfound tinnitus. Tashiai made the mistake of pausing after his screech, expecting it to slow Izuku down even if only a little, and that gave Izuku the opportunity to grab a fistful of Tashiai's gym uniform and use his momentum to twist around and throw Tashiai out of bounds. The crowd went wild and Nemri cracked her WHP before Zashi's voice rang throughout the stadium. And the winner of the first round is Izuku. He did it. He'd actually won. It felt so quick, not unlike the boxing matches he'd shared with Kiri while they sparred in class. Izuku and Kiri still weren't really allowed to fight some of the more fragile species in class yet, but despite the lack of practice, Izuku felt like he'd done an okay job at not hurting his opponent. Still, he decided to jog over and check just in case. Tashiai swatted away the hand that Izuku held out to help him stand. "Save it, I don't need your pity." Tashiai stood and brushed himself off before heading back to the entrance he'd come from. Izuku felt really bad. Losing in the first round was bound to be really tough, and with so many others watching. Izuku couldn't even be mad at his reaction, it was probably humiliating to lose like that. Next time he'd try to let his opponent show off before winning if necessary, and he'd have to apologize to Tashiai later too when everything was over and done with. Tashiai couldn't believe his poor luck. In the very first round of the tournament he had to fight one of the Deathworlders. He supposed that Izuku was the lesser of the two evils, but he'd worked with the boy in the past and knew just how driven humans could be. It was inevitable that they would have had to fight if Tashiai wanted to make it into the later rounds of the tournament, but to be paired up against one of the more difficult members right off the bat was truly an unfortunate turn of events. It just wasn't fair. None of this was fair. But that was just the story of his life. Now Tashiai was walking back to the stands after his loss and frustrated beyond belief. He'd known that Izuku hadn't reacted much to his voice during their rescue training, but he had no idea that his hypnotic voice and sonic screech would have absolutely no effect on the boy. Maybe he'd subconsciously brushed aside the idea of Deathworlders because Izuku and Kiri just seemed like any other member of the class, aside from their freakish strength at times. I mean, they didn't even introduce them as Deathworlders. What were they thinking? Tashiai paused. I know that only us Hero Corps students are in the loop, but it just seems unfair. They get to just be out there on the field pretending to be normal without a care in the world. The secret's gonna get out as soon as the ban lifts on their species anyways, so why not just rip off the band-aid now? Tashiai couldn't help but listen in. He knew that voice. It was the Lamandin from Class 1B that had declared war on their class. The words were spoken with such vitriol that it jarred Tashiai out of his own self-deprecating thoughts. Did he sound like that, even if only to himself? The words seemed so cold and bitter actually spoken aloud to others. Izuku wasn't like that though. Izuku had proven time and time again that despite where he came from and what his strengths were, he'd never really gone out of his way to throw his weight around. Quite the opposite really. He'd even tried to check up on him after their match just now. Tashiai brushed him off because he was mad, but why was Tashiai really so upset? Zashi had helped him through this thought exercise before, so it was probably about time to revisit that old lesson. Tashiai wasn't mad at Izuku, or Kiri for that matter, so what was really bothering him? The only thing that came to mind was just how unfair it was that they got a free pass with everyone despite their history. Tashiai's species was painted in a bad light from day one, having developed alongside the Yamai on their home planet. The Yamai had managed to reach space travel first, and with the wars between their species, their government had the first say in what the universe had to hear about them. The Yamai weren't carnivores, so there was no probationary PRD to wait through, and it allowed rumors about the Kansit to spread far and wide before true damage control could be done, and by the time anyone tried it was too late. The Kansit were sneaky, able to listen in on conversations from long distances, and could easily tell the truth from lies once they knew what to listen out for. Their voices were harsh enough to stun you, and the males could use their hypnotic voices to brainwash anyone to do their bidding. It wasn't as if Yamai didn't have their own problems, with voices loud enough to deafen most other species, but no. They outnumbered the Kansit 5-1, and with how big their flocks got, they obviously needed a majority of the land on their planet to raise their families. Tashiai was very young during the end portions of the conflicts, but he still remembered having to leave his home because the Yamai sent forces to claim their territory. He remembered his dad staying back to try and help defend from the invaders and never seeing him again. He remembered the new areas not having enough food for everyone and his mom leaving with others to try and find more resources and also not returning. A lot of other kids also lost their families this way, but the Yamai did always try to boastfully place themselves in the light. No, orphans like him were taken to Yamai facilities. No one else could care for them anymore. There were too many children for the adults in their community to handle. The facilities weren't as bad as they could have been, but it was obvious that most of the caretakers had been fed propaganda and didn't like the kids, even if they were just innocent victims of war. Tashiai grew bitter, but it was warranted. It wasn't until he saw Zashi for the first time on intergalactic transmissions that he started to think that not all Yamai were bad. Zashi wore his present Mike personality with pride, and he used his hero status to promote true peace. To many Yamai, it didn't matter that an external investigation had been completed and their assaults on the Kansit were deemed unjustified, ending all wars on the planet under penalty of planetary isolation. The Kansit were still vile and lesser to the public, but activists like Zashi spread the word to millions just how wrong this opinion was. The Yamai finally had the space to expand their flocks after moving to other planets, and land wasn't an issue anymore. Also, with so many new alien species to meet, the differences between the Yamai and Kansit seemed insignificant by comparison, but stereotypes didn't just disappear overnight. That was why he was so mad at the humans. Everyone in the hero course at U8 knew that they were Death Worlders, and they still received a warmer welcome than any Kansit had ever received after leaving their home planet. The Lamandan was probably in a similar position. His species was seen in an even poorer light than the Kansit. Their home planet had been destroyed over 200 full rotations ago, so no matter where they went they would always be considered refugees. Their gift is also considered more villainous than most others, Tashiai's included. If they were thinking and saying the same things, then it reasoned that they were probably upset for the same reasons. Jealousy. They were jealous of the freedom that humans had when compared to how their cultures were handled. That also wasn't really fair though, and Tashiai knew that while he wasn't alone in this, he also wasn't right. Koka actually liked Izuku. Tashiai had resented her a bit for that, but she'd grown up with both her parents and had a better hand dealt to her in life. Her dad was a fairly famous musician back home, and as soon as the HPSC offered transport for Kansit to join the outer communities, they jumped at the chance to move away from the planet that had put them through so much. No, she grew up away from most of the discrimination and hate, only hearing about it secondhand from her parents. It helped that she was a girl and didn't have the hypnotic voice that males did, so others treated her better no matter where she went. Tashiai felt petty, but quick thundering steps startled him out of his thoughts. Tashiai. It was Izuku. Had he run from his designated exit point across the arena just to speak with him? Tashiai wasn't ready, he just started to mull over his own biases, and getting berated for his attitude was not on his list of priorities right now. I'm glad I caught up to you before we got back. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about our match. I didn't hurt you, right? I tried to be careful, but I wanted to make sure. I was really nervous about everything and wasn't thinking straight. I should have given you more of a chance to show off. Azawa said that this was our chance to show other heroes our abilities and I totally blew it for you. I'm sorry. Izuku bowed at the waist, probably something cultural from his home, but Tashiai was baffled. He was the one who should be apologizing. Hearing the Class 1B Lamandon gripe about Izuku's Death Worlder status through the hallway wall made Tashi realize that after the big reveal much later, most of the universe would turn their backs on humans. And after seeing just how good and determined Izuku and Kiri were, it was a shame that the same prejudices that he grew up with would be applied to them. Tashi wanted to be a hero to protect others from facing the same discrimination his species went through in the universe. And here he was putting his own biases first over something as petty as jealousy that someone dared to have better experiences than him. It wasn't as if Izuku hadn't been taken from his home purely because of his Death Worlder status or anything, probably to be forced to fight to the death in illegal fighting rings. No, Izuku's experiences post his rescue, of course, were exactly the kind of thing that Tashi was actively working towards. Hey, no strong feelings. I lost and that's that. There'll be other opportunities in the future. Sorry for snapping at you after our fight, that was rude of me. Izuku stood and beamed, making sure that his smile stayed close-lipped for Tashi's sake, and Tashi swore to do better. Let's walk and talk. I heard you mention a human genre of music to Koka the other day and I'm curious about it now. Izuku was happy that he and Tashi were able to reconcile after their match. And after that first fight, Izuku had a much better idea of what to expect for his future matches. That would be a while away though, now that everyone else would have to fight before the next round started. Izuku wished that he had his notebook on hand to write as he watched everything unfold. Mei was as eccentric during her match as she had been when helping him with the cavalry battle. Izuku almost felt bad at how she used Ida to show off her remaining inventions, even going so far as to hack into the stadium speakers to explain each and every one of her creations. Ida won when she finished and stepped out of bounds, but it sure didn't look like it felt like a win. The class president took it well enough, all things considered, after he returned to the stands. Bakugo and Okuo fought next, and that battle was a lot more interesting. Izuku noticed Okuo's plan right away, and it was super clever for her to use her feathers to float all of the debris that Bakugo created with his explosive power to use as projectiles once he was tired out. Unfortunately for her, Dragons were just built sturdier than Purdy were, and she was too tired to continue after her initial plan failed. She still put up a really good fight, and Izuku was sure to congratulate her when she returned to the stands. Bakugo was uncharacteristically quiet after his match, but Izuku thought that maybe it had something to do with the crowd booing him while he was doggedly going for Okuro during their fight, and left it alone. Shou and Shiro's match was by far the shortest of the bunch. Shiro did his best to try and trap Shou with his webs before flinging him out of bounds, but Shou was quick enough to catch himself using ice and quickly encased Shiro right after. The near glacier he created was also quite impressive, almost reaching the stands, but it did seem like overkill on a smaller species like the Senki were. Na and Momo were up next, and it was actually pretty even for the first portion. Momo didn't have access to any materials aside from the clay-like ground of the arena, and unfortunately for her, Na's acid was potent enough to melt through any weapons the Orudi created. Judging by the slightly yellow tint to the acid, Na had prepared by using earth lemons. The fight ended fairly abruptly once Momo was able to make an earthen staff, SWNG the weapon, around the incoming acid attacks and hitting Na in the gut strong enough to wind her, allowing the taller girl to kick the Neep out of bounds. Denki was the first of their class to fight against someone from Class 1B. Ida was also an Orudi, but she looked fairly different from most of the Orudi that Izuku had met before. Her slender barky body was the same, but rather than leaves she had long thorny vines for hair. They looked like a large thick blackberry bush cascading down to the start of her legs, but it was also her fighting style that caught Izuku by surprise. Momo was happy to explain when she noticed Izuku's confusion. IBA is an Orudi who can only manipulate organic material. It's strong to tell whether she can do so on a molecular level, but the ground isn't a viable resource for her. Instead, she's manipulating her vines to fight. She seems fairly adept with them, so she probably comes from an area low on resources back home. It's fairly unfortunate for Denki. Judging by IBA's bark texture, she most likely comes from an arid climate, and on our planet that means that she's probably hardier to elements like lightning. Momo was proven right quickly after. Denki sent out a charged attack, but Ibe shielded herself with her vines and came out seemingly unscathed. It was simple enough for her to capture the now weakened Thunky with her vines afterwards, and when Denki proved to be immobilized, Nemri called the match. Denki was dejected upon his return, but perked up when Izuku asked about Iba's vines. Apparently while there were thorns, Denki was unhurt due to the curved angle of the points. Ibe had been fairly careful with them but did warn him that any struggling would harm him. Izuku hoped to meet her in person and maybe asked to inspect her hair vines with her permission. The next match was between two Class 1B students. Izuku was eager to watch since he'd already seen most of his classmates spar before, but these two were new to him. Tetsu was a mini-Rix, but the coating on his outer shell looked metallic rather than stony like most of their classmates. Ta, on the other hand, was an Archeat. While Rio looked like a slender golden retriever, Ta was stockier and looked almost like a furry English bulldog, but was definitely healthier looking than the breeds back home. Ta was the one to rush in and start hand-to-hand first, but Tetsu's armored defense seemed to be too much for the other boy to penetrate. None of Ta's blows seemed to even make a dent in the metallic shell. Tetsu stood there, bracing himself as Ta tried to get enough leverage to push the large mass out of bounds. It took a few minutes, but Tetsu held on well, waiting for Ta to tire himself out before going on the offensive, and when he did it was over quickly with Tetsu pushing his classmate out of bounds like the other had attempted with him. Kirishima, if you would please follow me to the stadium entrance? Guess I'm up. Wish me luck, Izuku. Yup, break a leg, Kiri. Kiri cackled as he saw Izuku realize exactly how his classmates would take that phrase, having to turn around and do immediate damage control if the gasps behind him were any indication. No, wait, let me explain. Back on Earth we have theaters and plays, and the people who participate in them are called cast members, but we also use the same term for medical casts, so to wish someone luck we say they hope they injure themselves as a joke because we hope they make it into the cast. So, you didn't just ask Kiri to maim another student? Izuku's face heated up, he was so mortified. This was going to take a lot of reassurance, he could tell. He hoped that Kiri at least had better luck than him for his match. He made his bed and now he'd just have to lie in it. Noma was confident that he'd come out on top for his match. These humans were too new to space, and they were undoubtedly overconfident in their strength after being here just long enough to feel how much better they were than their current peers. Too bad for them that Noma had human DNA now and would be an equal match for them. Sure, he hadn't gotten any human DNA to try and work with until just very recently, but that shouldn't matter. He could already perform the transformation quickly and perfectly every time. He felt so small having to walk to the arena in his usual form, but it would only confuse everyone if he walked out as a human, even if their longer legs were really convenient for travel. The red-haired human smiled his way and didn't bother hiding his teeth. They should know how most others saw that action by now, so was it stupidity or an intimidation tactic? Well, Minoma was already out on the field, might as well get ready. He could hear the crowd's tone shift as his body morphed to match that of his opponent's, or, well, close enough to it. The source of his DNA had the genes for blue eyes and yellow hair, so that was that, but the crowd should be happy that they would easily be able to tell the two of them apart, even from a distance. So many species had a strong time differentiating between the members of other races just because many races didn't have the same diversity that species like Purdy had. Sure, he'd probably lose some crowd support by revealing that he had a special variant of transformation, but any hero worth their salt wouldn't care that Noma could manipulate his will to be something other than a direct copy of the DNA he received and see it as an asset and not a possible liability. Underground heroes especially would appreciate that he could become anyone and no one at all, perfect for infiltration missions. Human mannerisms followed the physical transformation, and Noma could feel his hands casually splay out as he addressed his opponent. Well, I'd say we're evenly matched now. Be prepared, because in this form we're equals and you won't be able to push me around like the other species you've fought before. The other's smirking smile, he could interpret it properly now, never wavered as the other boy made two fists, pounding them together. A personal tick. It was strong to tell if it was to psych himself up or to try and intimidate Noma. Looking forward to it? Noma could feel his eyes narrow at that. Was the other even taking this seriously? Midnight cracked her WHP and Noma refused to be the one taken off guard, rushing forward to hit the human with a closed fist like the ones his opponent bumped together. He was fast, but Noma was faster, able to clip him in the shoulder. His small victory was short-lived, however, as he hissed in pain. "Ow, what the boy across from him, Kirishima, as Present Mike had announced, winced in sympathy. "Dude, here, you make a fist like this. Keep your thumb to the side rather than tucking it in, or you could really mess it up." Noma could feel his face heat up. Oh stars, was he blushing. Curse other species, visible indications for embarrassment. Hopefully no one else would notice. Well, I obviously know that now, so don't mock me. Noma hated starting off the match like this, but he could still salvage things. Making a proper fist this time, he tried to go back in to get a few more hits, but Kirishima was expecting it now, and Noma wasn't fully used to this body quite yet. Fighting and casually walking around were two different things apparently, but he still had the strength to compete. He would not lose here. If he couldn't hit Kirishima, he would just have to try and wrestle the boy out of bounds. Grabbing was much easier given the number of digits and their opposable thumb, but Kirishima was fairly stable on his feet. Noma pushed as strong as he could, but by bracing his shoes in the dirt and leaning forward, Kirishima was able to use his weight to stay mostly grounded, impressive for a bipedal species. All of a sudden, Noma felt all of the effort of his pushing get turned against him, Kirishima having twisted around to allow gravity to do the rest. While Noma fell to the ground, Kiri used his superior weight to force him into the dirt, grabbing one of his arms and pinning it behind his back painfully. "Say, uncle." "What?" "Oh right, it's an Earth phrase. Just say you give up." "Why would I ugh?" Kirishima, in an indignant display of poor sportsmanship, pulled on Noma's arm, causing pain to ripple out from his shoulder. He couldn't even turn back into his usual form or he'd be crushed. "Noma, can you move?" Noma stayed quiet at Midnight's question. He refused to concede to this buffoon and his brute strength. He also couldn't really say anything when Midnight turned her mic on and announced the match to the crowd. Noma is unable to move, Kirishima is the winner. The crowd went wild and Present Mike took over the announcements. Kirishima got up from the ground and tried offering Noma a hand. "Hey, no strong feelings, yeah. You put up a good fight for someone who didn't grow up as a human." Noma stood on his own and bumped their shoulders as he walked back to his stadium entrance, turning back into a lamandin afterwards. "You were lucky this time. I'll be sure to beat you the next time we fight." He didn't turn back to see what expression Kirishima was wearing. He wouldn't be able to properly interpret it anyways. Izuku was ready to congratulate Kiri on his win when he got back to the stands, but all the other boy wanted was a high five after giving him a thumbs up. With the announcement of the next match, Izuku became thoroughly distracted. Thankfully, it didn't take much more convincing for his classmates to drop the subject of Earth sayings. Apparently Dragons had some similar phrases and Bakugo came to the rescue in his time of need. Right after rescuing Izuku, though, it was time for him to go back to the field. He was up against the steel mini-Ricks from Class 1B, Tetsu. Izuku was worried at first because he wasn't sure how Bakugo would manage to get his sturdy opponent out of bounds. As it turns out though, his worries were unfounded. Bakugo's explosive flames helped soften the metal coating of Tetsu's shield, and his claws were able to scratch decently into the shell. Tetsu switched from defensive maneuvers to evasive ones, but he wasn't very fast or precise in his movements. It was easy after that for Bakugo to steer Tetsu in the wrong direction to get a ring-out win. "Man, am I glad that we didn't have to fight Tetsu. Izuku was confused, but Kiri was still looking out towards the field. "I study minerals, remember? I can tell just from the way that it flexed under the heat of Bakugo's flames that the outer coating is made of the same materials used in the robots we fought in the entrance exam, and then again here during the obstacle course. Really? It looks surprisingly like steel. You think it's that flexible?" "Yup, and if either of us had fought him, I know we would have tried punching him. We would have made some pretty decent dents in, and I can't see us losing after that. But what do you think the universe would have thought after seeing a human do damage like that without the use of natural weapons like claws?" "Oh yeah, you're right about that." Izuku hadn't thought about it that way. He was gentle with Tashiai before because he genuinely didn't want to hurt the other boy, but their species would be outed eventually, and then what? Izuku and Kiri were truly the first look into their species. They already intimidated their hero course classmates with their sparring. What would a crowd of civilians see? Looking at Kiri's face, he knew the other boy was thinking the same thing. Did you want to make rules for our fight? Kiri looked at Izuku and smiled. I think I have a better idea. Really? What is it? Kiri looked behind Izuku, which had the boy instinctively turning around to see what was there, and it was obvious that most of the class was listening in on their conversation now. I won't ruin the surprise, so I'll tell you out on the field. Ida and Momo are about to start anyways. He was right, and Izuku was instantly transfixed. These fights were more than just spars, and everyone seemed to be giving it their all to put on a show for the universe. As far as combat ability, the class president and vice president were fairly equal, but in the end it came down to speed. Momo knew that she would be able to make a weapon to increase her range to attack Ida, but he also knew this and was ready to catch her off guard before she had a chance to gain the upper hand. The fight was over in a blink, and you'll miss it flash, the crowd roaring when Momo found herself out of bounds. The break between fights was longer than the actual fight itself, and the next round didn't fare much better. Similarly to his fight with Zero, Showa wasted no time in freezing Ibe into a block of ice, though he didn't make a glacier this time, which was a plus. The crowd still cheered, but Izuku could tell they were getting a bit antsy. Heroes and citizens alike had paid good money to see this event. Izuku hoped that Kiri had a good idea on how to keep them entertained, even if they wouldn't go all out in their mash. Izuku, if you would please follow me to the stadium entrance? Kirishima had already left with his helper bot since his stadium entrance was the further one this time, but even after his first match Izuku couldn't help the butterflies in his stomach at having to stand on display in front of such a large crowd. The cheers only helped fuel the buzz in his nerves as the crowd excitedly made their joy known at seeing the brand new species again. And here you have it, folks, the moment you've all been waiting for. They've dominated this festival so far, and it's finally time to see what they can really do. Let's give it up for humans Izuku and Kirishima. The crowd went wild, and Izuku prepared himself for anything. Looking up, Kirishima was standing firmly, one palm held out flat while his other hand was resting on top of it in a fist. So, how about a game of rock, paper, scissors? What? You heard me. We can't spar like normal, but our fight still has to be fair, so how about rock, paper, scissors? Izuku was dumbfounded. He thought he was prepared for anything but this. He couldn't help it. He tried to hold in the laughter, but once the giggles started they wouldn't stop, and he held his sides, just letting the incredulous reaction run its course. You can't be serious. The corners of his mouth were pulled up in a grin, a few chuckles still escaping him, but Kiri's posture never shifted. Nope, I'm serious. Your choice, one match or best of 3. All right, you're on. One match for the win. Nemri seemed confused, but didn't pry, just waiting for them to finish before announcing the start of the match. And begin. The stadium seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see something spectacular, but the two boys simply walked towards one another, each holding out one flat palm facing up. Without warning, they quickly pounded their hands with closed fists in tandem, chanting as they went. Rock, paper, scissors. Kiri fell to his knees as if in anguish, holding up a still closed fist while Izuku playfully smirked from above, holding out his flattened hand. Kirishima. Are you able to continue? Kiri looked towards a slightly concerned Nemri and pouted. I lost, you can call the match. Confused but satisfied, Nemri did just that. And Izuku is the winner. Izuku put his hands up in the air and waved slightly as the crowd cheered half-heartedly, many murmuring instead of participating in celebration of the win. Izuku held out a hand and helped Kirishima up, but the other boy was still dejected. No one ever plays paper first, it's always either scissors or rock. Why'd you pick paper? Izuku snorted. Kiri, you have mineral posters hanging in your room and a rock collection that you brought from the Earth Station collecting dust in your closet. If anyone would pick rock, it'd be you. Die my loss. Next year we'll go all out though. Deal. Kiri waved as he ran off to his exit, and Izuku walked towards his own at a more sedate pace. They were coming upon the finals quickly now, and he wasn't quite sure how to feel about things. On one hand, he was really proud of how far he'd come, but on the other, it just felt a little easy. Not that everything was a breeze, But Izuku was just some average kid from Earth. Sure, he'd worked strong to meet the basic fitness requirements for space travel, but for a preteen those guidelines weren't super strict. Kiri was more fit than him, so why? Oh, I'm so sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Izuku really needed to curb his habit of getting stuck in his own head, but then he realized just who he'd bumped into. There was a poster of the top 10 heroes in Kiri's room, and this was Endeavor, the number 2 hero and Shouo's father. The adult graduate was definitely taller than Izuku's classmates, probably just over 6 feet tall, and he was bulkier in build. Was that due to his age, or was it a genetic body type? The man was a deep crimson red with speckled orange highlights, almost as if his scales were made of fire themselves, but what really caught Izuku's eyes were his feathers. He knew from previous photos that the man had feathers, but he hadn't been sure before if they were part of his hero outfit or the real deal. Now he could see that these were 100% natural. He would have to ask Kiri later if this was also just something that dragons had once they matured fully. The feathers were mostly red, but did transition to the same orange as his scales and then into a shining pale yellow at the very tips, not unlike the off-white of a candle flame. They framed the sides of his face in a sort of mustache on his upper lips, and continued on his lower jaws, each feather facing down, not unlike a beard. They tapered into a point halfway down his midsection, but there were also some fairly large feathers arranged into a crest on top of his head, making him seem even taller than he initially appeared. The feathers grew shorter as they traveled down his spine, similarly to a horse's mane, but then there were even larger feathers framing the base of his tail, almost like a sturdy peacock fan. From the way that the feathers were placed, it seemed like both the head and tail crests would be able to spread out, and Izuku idly wondered if they were for intimidation. There you are. I was hoping to catch you. Shouo found himself back in the stadium halls quickly after Izuku's last match. He just had to know what technique he'd used to defeat Kirishima so thoroughly, it was too quick to truly see on the cameras or replays, but from Kiri's reactions the win had been quick and brutal. He knew that his rival wouldn't reveal his techniques in front of everyone, so it was up to Shouo to find him and ask in private before the next matches started. Loud laughing caught Shouo's attention though. Judging by the label on the open doorway, he was right next to the area where the teachers were spectating. That was Toyomitsu's laugh, one of the human TAs. The other laugh was All Might's classic laugh, and hearing the two side by side nearly confirmed on the spot Shouo's speculation of the number 1 hero being a human. Those two are a riot. Izuku was right to pick paper, Kiri's far too predictable sometimes. All Might was still laughing, but changed the subject much to Shouo's disappointment. If he could have learned about this secret human technique without asking then, he would have been able to defeat Izuku with it later on without the other boy knowing what was coming. Did you see my son out there though? If Shouo had external ears like others in their class they would have perked up at this. This was far better than his initial wish. This could be true confirmation of their heritage. He's done well, but I'll still have to have a talk with him later. A talk. Izuku was dominating the festival so far and was on course to win everything, but the talk didn't sound like it would be a congratulatory one. Was Izuku holding back that much? Oh, I'm so sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. That was Izuku's voice. It was coming from just around the next corner and Shouo didn't want to be caught eavesdropping on potentially sensitive information. With great reluctance, he tore himself away from the tempting doorway to speak with his initial target of discussion. The voice that responded to Izuku's exclamation made Shouo's blood run cold though. There you are. I was hoping to catch you. Izuku didn't respond, and Shouo was able to creep up quietly to peer around the corner and watch the interaction. His father's hulking form prevented Izuku from seeing him around the corner, thankfully. You're the human that will be facing my son. A worthy opponent indeed. I expect nothing but the best from another member of All Might species. He knew it. Shouo is my greatest creation, it's his destiny to rise to the top and surpass All Might, and any others that might try to take his place. Fight strong and give him something to surpass. How dare his father approach his opponent like this? Izuku was his rival. Before he could walk around and give his father a piece of his mind, Izuku spoke. I'm not All Might. Of course you're N, of course I'm not. And Shouo isn't you. He's not a thing to own, Children aren't the property of their parents. He's his own person, and if he becomes the next #1 hero, then it will have been his strong work and his choices that brought him there. Izuku. That was Kiri's voice. He must be coming back from his stadium entrance. Whoa, Endeavor's here. Cool, did you get an autograph? Showa watched his father huff before swiftly turning around the corner to hide in a nearby doorway. His father had stalked off at the sight of another being, probably wanting to speak with Izuku without any witnesses. What was up with that? It's nothing, let's head back to the stands. Wait, did you get an autograph? If you didn't, do you think that Showa could get me one? I don't think that's such a great idea. Yeah, you're probably right, I gotta put in the work if I want nice things. Seriously though, are you okay? You seem kinda tense. Just thinking about my next match is all. Oh yeah, you're up against Showa. Wait, is that why Endeavor was here? What did you guys even talk about? Oh, nothing, he was just walking back to the stands and we happened to cross paths. Alright if you're sure. Seriously though, was I really that predictable? Showa listened as the two's conversation grew quieter. He should have declared his rivalry much sooner. Izuku had just stood up to the #2 hero, a hero that was much larger and more experienced than himself. He defended his sworn rival against a stronger opponent and decided not to even broadcast his brave feat to others. He was keeping Showa's history a secret, and he hadn't even asked the other boy to do so. Izuku Midoriya, son of All Might, was truly a worthy rival. Perhaps Showa would think about standing up to All Might later on, just to repay the favor to Izuku. It seemed that fathers with power tended to have impossibly high standards for their progeny after all. Izuku stared at Showa from across the ring. Showa seemed to be deep in thought when the bots came to SRT them to their match entrances, so he didn't bother the other boy, but now it was time for their fight and Izuku really wanted to break through his barriers. It was terrible how his father treated him like a possession, but it also wasn't healthy that Showa was denying himself half of his gift out of spite. He knew how this would go though. Showa's strategy had been the same for all of his fights thus far. Begin. Izuku wasted no time, dodging to the right of the predicted immediate attack and rushed in on the offensive. Showa's ice was generally used as a tactic for long-range use, but if his fire was anything like Bakugo's, then it would be more likely to stay concentrated around his mouth. It made sense since the chemical compound in worms spread easily through the air, interacting with the atmosphere and spreading out using the ambient reaction within itself to fuel further atmospheric ice crystal creation, but the latent chemical reaction within Jalen's relied on the metabolism of the stored Jalen juice itself. Izuku would have to get close, hit strong, and avoid Showa's ice as best as he could. He was hoping that he'd be able to show Showa that his ice alone wouldn't be enough against every opponent. He had something special, and Izuku figured that tackling his self-hatred was a good enough starting place in fixing the mess that was Showa's psyche. As expected, Showa was relentless in trying to defend himself, creating more and more ice to block Izuku's path. The only problem was that Izuku was also pretty quick, and what ice he couldn't dodge he was able to kick his way through. Showa was forced to move backwards as Izuku gained ground. In a desperate bid to halt Izuku, Showa was able to predict one of his dodges and encase his feet in ice, securing him to the field. Both boys were panting now. You're getting slower, Showa. Showa didn't respond, letting out another ice attack against Izuku instead. With his feet encased, Izuku couldn't kick or dodge, but he was still able to brace himself from the attack. The ice exploded into slush, falling to the ground, and while his arms now hurt a bit, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And your ice is getting weaker? Showa again ignored Izuku, sending out several more ice balls, but they were nothing more than large, slightly compacted snowballs at this point. Izuku braced himself against them, testing his feet every few seconds to see if the ice had deteriorated enough to break away. Still, he didn't pause. Your ice won't work against me and you know it. With every attack you're losing your reserves, and don't think that I can't see you shivering from over there. Is your other half sensitive to the cold? Does using your power leave you at risk? You can end this. Humans aren't fire resistant and you'll be able to warm up if you would just let yourself fight to the fullest. Did my father pay you off or something? I refuse to use his power. Izuku's feet were finally ready to break free, and Izuku made sure to roar his response as loud as he could while he escaped the ice and rushed toward Shou. "It's your power." Shou's face went slack in surprise, and Izuku was sure that his words had some kind of impact because before he could get a hit in, Shou willingly opened his mouth and expelled a stream of fire. This was different than Bakugo's explosive flames, and he was forced to duck and roll away. Before he could get up, Nemri's WHP cracked. And Shou is the winner by ring out? Izuku looked to the ground and realized that he was so focused on Shou that he forgot how close they were to the side of the marked field. The crowd went wild, for real this time, and the two boys stared at each other in shock that it had ended so abruptly. Izuku quietly laughed at himself, smiling toward Shou. "Well, it's my loss. Why don't we meet halfway between our arena entrances and walk back to the class together?" Shou bobbed his head awkwardly, trying out the human gesture similarly to how he'd gotten Izuku's attention before the tournament began. The masculine voice yelling Shou's name in the crowd went ignored by both of them. Izuku walked farther than he thought he needed to, but it seemed like Shou waited by his entrance instead of walking to meet him halfway. "Apologies, I wanted more time to talk to you in private. Are you alright? You don't need to go to recovery, girl, do you?" "I'm fine. Just a few scrapes and maybe some bruises." Shou made a humming noise in acknowledgement. After a few more steps, he had to ask, Why would you go so far?" "Oh, well, I just really wanted to help you get over things." When Shou didn't reply after a few more steps, Izuku continued, "It's obvious that you've been suffering for a long time, but your dad's wrong. You weren't just created to surpass all might, you were born into this universe just like everyone else. And it's up to you to follow whatever path you choose to. If you still want to be a hero, great. If you still want to be the #1 hero, that's fine too, but you should do it because you want to and not because anyone else is forcing you to. I'm becoming a hero because I want to help people, and well, I just felt like you needed some help. I don't mean to overstep or anything, but just because the power was passed on to you doesn't mean that it's his power. It's yours, and you can use it however you want to. He doesn't have to control you, and by denying yourself that part of your gift, you're letting him win. You're letting him influence you every time you refuse to use it. You're thinking of him every time you actively only use your ice, even if he's not there to see it for himself. Everyone's giving it their all out there, and it's not fair to them if you make it to the top only using half your power. Imagine the lives you could save if you didn't hold yourself back. How many people might suffer because he convinced you that your abilities weren't your own? I don't know Endeavor, but I do know you, and I know that not once have I ever seen anyone force you to do anything you didn't want to." There was silence again for a while as they walked, and Izuku hoped that he didn't cross any boundaries with his little ramble, but the expression on Shou's face was contemplative. It wasn't until they were just outside the door to the Class 1A seating area that he finally responded. "Thank you, I'll take your advice to heart." And that was that. As soon as they returned to the stands, the class was upon them, talking all at once, commenting on their fight and fussing over Izuku's minor injuries. Shou wasn't alone now. Izuku could see the subtle shift in him, and he was happy that the other boy wouldn't close himself off to others as much as he had in the past. Time would hopefully heal all wounds. Shou pondered Izuku's words deeply after returning to the stands. The other boy seemed to know just how to dig himself under the skin and get to the meat of Shou's insecurities. As much as he hated to admit it, he was appreciative of it too. Dragons inherently loved to struggle against issues, and Shou had to admit that fighting against himself was a fascinating prospect. This fight would be different than anything else he'd ever faced before though. He idly watched Bakugo win against Ida, cleverly using the other boy's momentum against him to get a ring out, but he still struggled with his newly revealed shackles as he walked to the field for the final round. The cheering of the crowd didn't hold his interest in the slightest, but he could tell that his opponent was agitated. His snarl and violent tail whipping made that fairly evident. Still, no words were spoken until the match started. "Begin." As he'd done for all of his previous matches, Shou immediately sent out a large ice attack. He aimed to try and push Bakugo out of bounds, but the other boy's flames were too potent and he was able to tunnel through to the other side of the frozen wall in no time. Shou was able to dodge the swipe of claws aimed at his face, but not the bite aimed for his arm right after. Bakugo gripped tightly, his stare conveying everything he needed to without the need for words. He wanted Shou to use his fire against him. Ice would only seal the two together, and he'd bitten his red half which wasn't as resistant to the cold. Flames to the eyes were a sure way to prevent biting and they both knew it. He was going to, but then he could feel invisible chains clench around his heart. He couldn't do it. Enraged, Bakugo let go and aimed an explosive blow at point blank, but Shou was able to duck away quickly, kicking Bakugo similarly to how he'd seen Izuku do in sparring sessions with Kiri, gaining some extra ground afterwards. Bakugo spat the BLD from his mouth and squared his shoulders. Attack me like you mean it. I refuse to win against an opponent only using half their strength. Hearing that sparked the memory of Izuku's words, and his flames returned of their own volition. Bakugo sent out a joyful battle cry. Yes. Just like that. He didn't give Shou a chance to process that his flames were in use before charging. Before true contact could be made in the way that fire duels are meant to be fought, Shou's resolve crumbled. Everything holding him back flashed through his mind. His mother's anguish at not being strong enough against a fire user, the pain he and his siblings suffered whilst growing up, as well as the tragic loss of their eldest sibling. The form of a fire dragon rushing him whilst yelling at him to use his flames was too familiar a scenario, and so Shou lost the final round by ring out, taking Bakugo's explosive flames full force and sailing out of bounds. He woke up in the infirmary with mixed feelings. On one hand, it was a satisfying loss. It had been a long time since he'd been bested by someone so thoroughly. On the other hand, he knew that it was his fault that he lost and that Bakugo would be upset with his win. As predicted, the other dragon was waiting beside his bed to berate him. What was that? You were going to use your fire and then you just stopped. Why would you let your guard down at such a crucial moment? Bakugo wasted no time in yelling as soon as he noticed that Shou was awake. Shou had already decided his course of action however and ignored those questions. I apologize. I must admit that before the tournament I declared my rivalry to Izuku knowing that he wouldn't know that only one true rivalry can exist between warriors. I will formally retract my rivalry with him after the festival. I, Shou Toroki, declare you, Bakugo Kaki, to be my better. You recognized a worthy opponent while I turned away in ignorance. You have now also bested me in combat. I concede. Bakugo fell silent at that for several moments. I refuse. Shou was baffled, but stayed quiet at Bakugo's neutral tone. I offered Izuku a tooth because I was too cowardly to formally ask him. I hid behind tradition knowing that he might not know the meaning and I've lost the opportunity to challenge him already. I still concede. You recognized him first, it's still my loss. Kirishima is my rival. When Izuku accepted my tooth I knew he didn't know the meaning, so I challenged Kirishima right after. We're rivals now. I have no intentions of breaking off my current rivalry. Kirishima knows the significance and hasn't told Izuku to spare his feelings. If he knew he'd apologize for the gift he accepted and I don't want that. Thanks for never accepting my challenges, but we can focus on our own rivals from now on. Shou nodded and Bakugo nodded back. Congratulations on winning. I'll try not to hold back next time. Bakugo's tail swished as he stood and strode towards the exit. I'll hold you to that. Bakugo had learned way more than he ever needed to know about Shou today, but it was really his own fault. It all started when he noticed the dual-toned dragon leading Izuku away from the crowd after the second round of the festival. Bakugo had only wanted to make sure that he wouldn't try anything funny, but instead ended up standing around the corner of the hallway entrance overhearing the tragic tale of the young prince. He thought that the boy had lived a life of luxury being the powerful son of their planet's current monarch, but his own upbringing felt a lot more stable in comparison now. That wasn't to say that he was just some bumpkin that lived on the city outskirts, far from it, but he also wasn't considered super high on the social hierarchy either. His parents were well known for their claw-crafted jewelry, and they sometimes expanded into the fashion industry a bit as well, but they had initially started out with humble origins. His parents met at a crafting class and worked well together, using their flames to shape the precious metals from their planet and eventually expanded into crafting accessories cherished by those actually living in the higher classes. They were considered new money, whatever that meant, but he was fairly sure he'd seen AMA wearing one or two of their crafts in the dorms before, Not that he ever flaunted his brand title. That was his parents' accomplishment to boast, not his. Hearing Shou talk about how callously he and his siblings were created, and then how Endeavor's treatment of them drove his mother mad was shocking. Everyone knew not to mess with Dragit mothers. They were a different breed when protecting their children, yet it made sense that the king would have been strong enough to force her into esping. Their training must have been brutal for her to fight so strong for them. He would ignore Shou's ridiculous claims of All Might being Izuku's parent. He hadn't been there with Izuku in that cell as the boy struggled to communicate with anyone. From Izuku's ignorance about everything in space, it was obvious that he had come straight from their planet, and no child of All Might would be that clueless about the universe, especially not one as driven to learn about space as Izuku was. He did get caught up on the declaration of rivalry though. Sure, he'd offered Izuku a tooth before, but their rivalry wasn't official. In fact, he hoped that the other boy wouldn't know about Dragit customs revolving around rivalries at the time. Izuku saw his tooth as a gift and nothing more, and Bakugo had made peace with that. He'd already plucked 2 teeth in preparation for that fact actually. Izuku was who he'd initially wanted to declare with, but there was just something about Kirishima that caused Bakugo to gravitate his way. Kiri was charismatic, not that Izuku wasn't, it was just different. Bakugo respected Izuku's survival instincts, having seen them firsthand, but he just wasn't the right fit to be Bakugo's rival. Bakugo felt more compelled to protect him than to surpass him, but Kiri was someone who didn't need protection. Still, Bakugo owed Izuku, so until he paid off his debt he would always put Izuku first. It's why he also followed Shou when he noticed the boy leaving the stands after Izuku and Kiri's match later on. He stayed back as far as he could, so he didn't catch whatever Shou heard from the teacher's stands, but he did hear Izuku's voice down the hall before Shou scampered over to peer around the corner. While Shou was distracted, he darted to the nearest doorway, a restroom, judging by the smell of the nearby sanitation dispenser. He was just able to hear Izuku's conversation, even if he'd missed the first part while trying to get closer, but it wasn't as if they were trying to speak quietly. Bakugo had watched enough news to know his own monarch's voice, and his heart was pounding at being so close. Shou isn't you. He's not a thing to own. Children aren't the property of their parents. He's his own person, and if he becomes the next #1 hero, then it will have been his strong work and his choices that brought him there. Izuku was actually standing up to the #2 hero. Bakugo was so stunned that he almost didn't have enough time to conceal himself deeper in the bathroom when Shou came running over to hide as well. He watched as Shou stared at Izuku like he hung the stars in the sky, and he knew that Izuku and Shou were meant to be rivals. Shou actually respected Izuku now, and for good reason. Humans were so strange, hardly ever standing up for themselves but then turning around to face certain death to protect others. After returning to the stands and watching as Izuku was able to break through Shou's barriers and force him to use his flames, Bakugo knew that those two would drive each other to become stronger and stronger. He felt a twinge of jealousy at being left behind. Kiri was a great rival, he knew that for a fact, but Izuku and Shou hadn't even been rivals for one solar sea, and they were already pushing each other to be better. It wasn't fair. He was the one who met Izuku first, and he was the one to try and try again to make Shou his rival, but the boy always refused. He might have let his frustration show when fighting Shou. He could see it, he'd almost driven him to use his fire for once, and he really wanted to prove whose flames were stronger, but when the smoke cleared it was considered his win and Shou was carted off to the infirmary. Was he not good enough for Shou's flames? He waited in the infirmary to rip Shou a new one, but the first thing out of his maw was an apology and it stopped him short. Shou apologized and offered to retract his rivalry with Izuku, but that just felt wrong. Izuku wasn't his rival, and it would be a great loss to both of them if they broke off their newly established connection. He refused and left as soon as he could. It didn't feel right having Shou call him superior after everything they'd gone through, and until he could beat the prince in battle with his full power, he refused to accept those empty words. Once Shou was awake, Recovery Girl had a better time getting him healed enough for the award ceremony. Unfortunately, his father was waiting for him just outside the infirmary. Shou huffed since the last time he spoke to his father, he'd clearly asked for the man to stay out of his way. As per usual, the #2 hero didn't bat an eye at this defiance and blatantly ignored his wishes. I see that you're finally ready to set aside your childish rebellion. Your flames are powerful, but unrefined. If you train with me, I can help you rise to the top, to surpass everyone, even myself. Together, we can seal the Todoroki name in intergalactic history. Showa walked past his father, cutting off his grand speech. I haven't set aside anything. You should know that my resolve is stronger than that. It's just, in the moment I forgot all about you. He didn't allow his father to respond, walking resolutely into the designated student area. Izuku and Bakugo were already there, waiting near the podiums that would rise into the stadium once they were ready. Showa, are you alright? I've never seen you get hurt enough to need the infirmary before. Does anything still hurt? Showa should have expected this. He'd seen how Izuku acted around his chosen pack before. I'm fine. I take it you won your match against Ida to secure third place. Bakugo snorted. He didn't even know that he had to fight the Entiyas until we got word that he left early. A family emergency of some kind came up and he forfeited. Humans apparently sometimes count both runner-ups as third place. That would place two individuals in the same category though. Yeah, doesn't make sense to me either, but the class president left so Izuku received it by default. Showa turned to Izuku again, bowing his head slightly. If the field wasn't so small, I have no doubt that you would have bested me. I'm sorry you've been forced to place so lowly in this competition. What? No, third place is great. Better than I imagined I'd ever get, honest. Bakugo huffed. He's right, I've seen what humans can do. If you and Kiri hadn't had to fight each other, then both of you would be up there in first and second place, and Showa and I would have had to fight for third, but you took Kiri out before the finals and then received a disgraceful ring out by tournament rules. Back home, a fight would only have ended once a true victor was decided, not by simple technicalities. Well, spatial awareness is something that a hero should have, so you two shouldn't think of it that way. I lost, fair and square, so take pride in your accomplishments. I know I'm proud to just be going up there. Boys, you need to get on your podiums. Sorry, Midnight. Showa turned Izuku's words over in his head and agreed. There was more to winning than just brute strength. He would wear the title of second place with pride this year and focus more on his strategy building in the future. The lights outside were bright as the floor ascended and the crowd went wild once they fully appeared. All Might then made an appearance, jumping over using his suit's jet boots to land on their podium. I am here with the medals, and indeed in his hands were 3 circular medals on lanyards. In commemoration of my addition to the U8's teaching staff, this festival's medals are modeled after those from my home planet. A simple yet effective design. Showa doubted that the crowd could hear his booming voice over their excitement at his appearance, but that was why there were speakers and subtitles displayed in common setup around the stadium. Izuku, congratulations on winning third place. You've made a fine representative for your species and you should be proud. Thank you, All Might. All Might placed the medal around Izuku's neck before moving on to Showa. Showa, congratulations on getting second place. I could tell that you truly gave it your all out there. I hope to see more of that drive in the future. Thank you, All Might. Showa bowed his head to allow All Might to place the medal around his neck before the hero turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, congratulations on getting first place. You displayed your determination clearly in every round of this year's festival and this victory is well earned. Bakugo allowed All Might to place the medal around his neck but huffed. Giving it my all means nothing when others who were better than me fell behind. This win is null until I have the chance to beat them again personally. Fret not, young man, for luck is also a playing factor in the universe. Your strive to better yourself even when placing so highly is commendable, but even so, stand tall. Today you've shown the universe that you deserve to stand here with the best. All Might didn't wait for his words to sink in before addressing the crowd though. And there you have it, these are today's winners, but that isn't to discount anyone else who competed today. Today's students are the seeds that will sprout into tomorrow's heroes. Now let's chant together to encourage them. Thanks for the strong work. Showa wasn't sure whether or not All Might purposefully led the crowd to chant his signature catchphrase while he himself said something completely different, but at the very least Izuku seemed to freely laugh at the crowd giving him grief for it afterwards. He would postpone his talk with the #1 hero then. For now. Tamura didn't want to watch the sports festival, but Sensei insisted, stating that those participating may someday become obstacles for him. While it made sense logically, Tamura doubted that any of the hero brats would truly be able to match up to his expectations. When the Class 1 festival started, however, he was reminded of the 2 new students he'd met at USJ. He didn't think that the HPSC would allow them to compete considering their species wasn't yet cleared of their probation PRD, but it might have had something to do with their live-streamed attack. It would have been a bit difficult to hide an entirely new species after they'd been so involved in such a large-scale attack on a famous target. This was their debut then, and they didn't disappoint. It was easy to spot them in the crowd of other students, even in the earliest stage of the competition, and it was no small feat that out of the hundreds of other competitors they seemed to easily make it into the final rounds. Unfortunately, there still wasn't a lot that Tamura could learn from watching them. In the early stages, they were tested on their speed, agility, strength, and problem-solving skills, but he'd already seen that during their attack. Similarly, their teamwork in Round 2 of the festival only mirrored the battle strategy they displayed at USJ. The other students were also no challenge to them, and their one-on-one fight with each other revealed no secrets either. All Tamura could figure out was that they weren't inherently fireproof given the green one's dodge in his final fight, but by the rules of the tournament he was disqualified and the fight ended abruptly before things could really pick up. Breaking out of Dragit's ice. Neat, but a simple feat when comparing everything to All Might's accomplishments. They were obviously holding back too, which was frustrating. He now knew that All Might was a human thanks to the doctor's meeting, but their homeworld was still under tight scrutiny due to their probation. It didn't matter that Garaki himself was a human, or that they had the support of a high-ranking human under the alias of Redestro with a secret liberation army made up of victims from the first Earth invasion, as well as those who hated alien society in general. It would mean nothing until they could actually leave their planetary system to provide real tangible aid to their cause, but as it was, they were just talking big talk with Sensei over untraceable voice calls and delivering the occasional package to ever-changing coordinates under the noses of their own government. An army of All Might strength warriors sounded like a glorious fantasy, but it would remain a fairy tale until the probation was officially lifted. Tamura was however excited for the supposed gift headed their way. He loved playing with new toys. Her vitals are spiking, Lord Zizigi. Unless they're spiking at least twice as much as they did with the Golden Galtrix from Class 3, I don't want to hear about it. None of these results have been high enough to warrant our time and energy. Sir, the readings are displaying at least 14 times the activity. Sasaki looked up from his paperwork to verify for himself. There were a few minor spikes from members of the Class 1 Hero Corps students, which was to be expected given her time spent with them, but the grunt was right. There was an individual that was sparking a true connection reading. Sasaki scowled when he saw who exactly it was, but he also wasn't surprised. The green-furred Terran Deathworld. He'd read the report of it attacking his guards to protect her, so it made sense. There really was no other options, unfortunately. He would have to review the logged camera footage that had survived the ship that was lost during their initial raid. The reports and emergency transmissions sent by their trapped crew members before they were arrested wouldn't be enough to know exactly what they would need in the coming cycles. He had a lot of work to do. It was invigorating taking his first victim after landing in Hosu. He was aiming for another hero after catching up on recent news, but he really had no choice after being discovered mid-hunt. Ingenium wasn't on his hit list, but anyone who challenged him would have to defeat him or face the consequences. He did admit that it was admirable of him to try and stop his future attacks, however. He hadn't had the chance to expel any of his toxins on the long ride, so his first dart was far too potent, but he believed that the Entias would survive. He would, however, be taking a trophy. He would spare the man's life, but the only true hero that Stain acknowledged was All Might. Everyone else was a fake, and it was his duty to purge them. Carving away the hero's main thrusters would ensure that he would live life as a normal citizen from now on, whenever he woke up, that is. 1 victim down, 2 more to go. Aizawa was happy to finally return to class without his ridiculous bandages. He now sported a small scar underneath one of his eyes that would have been more discreet if there was fur growing over to hide it, but as it was just a small crescent shape now adorning his face. He would brush it off if anyone asked, but his orbital socket had been badly damaged, and the duration of his paralyzing glare had been shortened. Zashi fretted over him constantly, but Aizawa knew that getting hurt was just part of the job sometimes. He would still strive to do his best while working, and today's class was something fairly special. Everyone of course sat in their seats perfectly still and silent upon his arrival, but he still saw the relief in their expressions at truly seeing his face for the first time since Yusei. He tried not to let it show how touched he was at their concern. It's good to see you all. Today we have a very important hero subject to discuss. Be aware this will heavily affect your futures. He was happy that his face betrayed only neutrality as he allowed his students to squirm for a few moments. Today you will be choosing your prospective hero names. Immediately most of the class stood and cheered, but the yellow flash of his eyes and his tails whipping violently settled them immediately. I know this is very exciting for some of you, but first we'll need to review the pro draft picks from this year's sports festival. As we discussed previously, the sports festival is an event used by the pros to scout for students they think have potential. It's a way for them to promote who they believe will be ready to join the workforce in the 2 or 3 full rotations it will take for everyone to graduate. This interest can wane as time passes, and these offers can be revoked at any time arbitrarily, so it's up to you to work strong and keep their interest. Usually there's a more even distribution of these offers, but due to events surrounding this year's Hero Corps students there was a shift of interest. Izuku and Kirishima, you have special offers vetted by U8 due to your probationary status. Please stay after class so we can discuss this further. Everyone else is on this infographic. Aizawa pulled up the display showing a disproportionate amount of votes for those that made it into the final rounds, but that isn't to say that anyone in the class was left behind. He would hold back from informing them that Class 1B wasn't so lucky, only a few of their students receiving any offers due to the live-streamed attack on Class 1A. Bako and Shouo received many votes, as would be expected of the Dragons that made it into first and second place, as well as taking Shouo's heritage into account. But the graph easily showed how their presence in the forefront of the streamed footage affected their placements. Anyone who showed up on the footage showed an astronomical increase in interest. Okuro, for example, as a Purdy, even given how far she came in the final rounds, would not have been as popular if she hadn't been shown running and carrying Aizawa to safety after Tsu and Izuku reached the main staircase. He had no doubt that both Izuku and Kirishima would have had most of the heroes in the draft program reaching out to them if UA hadn't explicitly printed in the contracts that the two were off limits and receiving internships directly from UA as their sponsors. Still, the offers they both had to sort through were fairly interesting in their own rights, but he wouldn't spoil those little surprises. Chatter began as he passed out everyone's personal sponsor lists. Some had sheets, others had packets, but in the end it would be up to them to choose heroes that would help them further their skills. This in and of itself was a test, because sometimes a hero of higher rank wasn't always the best pick. He would allow them to discuss before midnight arrived to help them with their hero names. He really was no good at picking names himself and didn't care most of the time. Zashi had suggested Eraserhead as a joke when they were both in school, and he didn't care enough to think of choosing anything else at the time. The only reason he was able to name their pets anything ridiculous was because Zashi wasn't fluent in the underground hero code, mistakenly trusting Aizawa's word when he told him the meaning of their names. If he ever found out that their precious little Fatalis was named Fatty, he would never hear the end of it. At least he didn't have to lie about Azire, the little thing had earned its title. He idly hoped that Izuku and Kirishima were better suited to picking names. They would be the first human heroes after All Might after all. He could feel his tails swish languidly as he anticipated the chaos to come. He would of course pretend to sleep when Nemri took over, but even he was excited to hear what everyone picked out. Izuku was happy that Aizawa was all healed up now. He'd been really worried about the LYX since the attack, but it seemed that classes would be back to normal now. It was such a relief given all the excitement of the last few weeks. He was also happy for all of his classmates that had been given offers from other heroes, though he was really curious about what he and Kiri would be doing after class since they were exempt. Kiri was really insightful when others asked him about some of their offers due to being a bit of a hero fanboy, but Izuku surprised himself with how knowledgeable he was on the topic as well. He knew that he'd really gone on a binging spree, learning everything he could once Kiri showed him how to use the intergalactic web, but he didn't think that the information would actually come in handy like this. It was only when things started to die down a bit that Aizawa spoke again. Alright, you can finalize your decisions later. Make sure you give this some thought. Your experiences now will help shape your futures. Speaking of futures, make sure that you don't choose your hero names frivolously, or else you'll regret it. Nemri slammed open the door and exuberantly finished Aizawa's sentence. She strutted in confidently and took Aizawa's place at the podium while Aizawa stepped aside and started zipping himself up in his iconic yellow sleeping bag. Nemri paid him no mind, addressing the class instead. The names you pick today might be what you get stuck with for the rest of your careers, so be sure to take them seriously. There are plenty of heroes out there who would like to change their names, but it would be impractical given what merchandise contracts they have and also taking the public's opinion of them into account. Aizawa addressed the class one last time before turning around and laying down to face the wall. She's right. Names are a powerful tool in telling the world what kind of individual you are. How do you think you want to represent yourself in the future and what values do you hold close? Your image is at stake. Midnight is here to help you out. This isn't really my specialty. I trust you all to pick names that reflect your characters. Chatter picked up immediately and their communication pads automatically opened to one of the notes apps at Midnight's command. Izuku hadn't given his name too much thought yet, too caught up in everything that had happened since he arrived at Yuye. Everyone else started writing immediately though, even Kiri. A few still had to think a bit before drawing their names thankfully so he wasn't alone. The settings for the app were actually fairly accommodating for this task. It had prompts asking whether someone wanted their name to be pronounced in their native language, common, or even a special section for those who wanted their name to have a specific meaning that would translate throughout languages. This seemed to be a common theme as well given most of their teachers' names. It was fascinating to learn when Kiri had first pointed it out. Most merchandise like posters usually had a hero's name printed in common, but when translators were used, Izuku could hear the true meanings behind them. It was specifically due to heroes like Present Mike, Midnight, and Recovery Girl that Izuku learned those vocabulary words so quickly, because he'd heard their names spoken in common more often than hearing them in translated conversations. Heroes like Ingenium though went the phonetic route, their names sounding the same no matter where you went or who you asked, usually using either the default common translation or the words native to their home planet. In general conversation, Izuku noticed that everyone mostly just automatically used the common version of the names of heroes when talking to others, but he'd heard that when on a planet, especially a hero's home planet, their native or natively translated names were way more common to hear. Izuku decided that he wanted his name to be phonetically set to something from Earth, but he was stuck on whether or not to use Japanese or English. Heck, he still didn't know what word he wanted to use. Yagi had gone with a meaning name and he'd heard some pretty weird native translations of the words All Mights said in the halls as he walked by students of varying races. He wasn't trying to say that other languages weren't valid, but he really didn't want his name to sound like some of the squelching or clicking noises he'd heard muttered the man's way either. Anyways, that's why I'm going with Red Riot. Izuku tuned back into the class after hearing Kiri's confident statement. He was hanging out with his usual group of friends, a group Kiri himself had called the Tsubaku squads in private. Izuku had lightly teased him for adding the U, but they both knew that they tended to pronounce Bakugo's name slightly wrong due to their native language anyways. They tried their best, but even with tons of practice learning English in their formative years, it was really strong not to just add in extra vowel sounds sometimes. Izuku felt like his own friend group was too busy with their tasks for him to bother them at the moment, and Kiri would be a better person to ask for this particular task anyways, so he turned his way. Hey Kiri, mind giving me some advice? Nemri had been looking forward to this class for a while now. The Class 1 students were always so cute at this stage of their tenure at UA, and their names were usually equally adorable. It was also no surprise to her that the first one to step up and present his name was a Draget. Ame was certainly one to flaunt everything he had, so this would be good. I cannot stop twinkling. Nemri had to hold her laugh in, even if the rest of the class was doing poorly at it themselves. She swore she heard someone mutter about that being a sentence and not a name, but she would try to work around that too. Too long, you said your name in common. Is this a common name or a meaning name? Meaning. No matter what language you use, my scales will never stop sparkling. Okay, then take out the possessive noun and paraphrase so that it works for more simplistic dialects. May settled with the names Can't Stop Twinkling, and Nemri decided that it was the best she was going to get. It seemed like no one wanted to go right after AMA's display, but True came to the rescue, only her clothes and communication pad visible as she walked to the front. I'm also going with a meaning name. Please call me Mirage. Wonderful. Approved. Does anyone else who's ready have a meaning name they'd like to share? Calmed down by True's normal hero name, a few others stepped forward, Taco leading the charge. Dark Shadow. Ominous but practical. Approved. Denki followed quickly, holding his communication pad over his head so everyone could see. Charge Bolt. Simple and to the point. Approved. She may have been a little shy, but Koka also rose up to the front holding up her communication pad. Sonic Wave. That plays into the abilities of your support equipment, right? Very clever. Approved. Anyone else? There was silence for a few moments before Nemri moved on. Okay, is anyone with a phonetic name ready? Mizo stood facing the class. Tentacle. Ooh, sounds fancy. Is that a word from your home planet? No, it's a translation for what my limbs are called in a language from Earth. Well, that was new. Nemri had noticed that several students congregated around Kirishima and Izuku during their discussion time, but she didn't realize that they were asking about each other's languages. It wasn't unheard of for someone to use another species' language for phonetic translations, but it wasn't very common either. I liked the way it sounded. A few of us also used human words for the inspiration of our names. Okuro happily stood, rushing to the front while holding up her name for everyone to see. Yeah, like my name. Uravity. It's a combination of the first letter of my family name and the human word for gravity. Hesitantly, Koda also stood, holding his pad out in front of him. Me too. Anima is a human word. He sat quickly again, but Momo gathered everyone's attention shortly after. We settled on the name Creati for me. I like the way it sounds. We as a group wanted to commemorate our newest peers, not only in class but also in the galactic community, by incorporating pieces of their heritage into our identities. Ah, that was actually really sweet, and the names sounded good to boot. All approved. I saw a few others in your little group earlier. Are there more names from human languages for us to hear? Citrus. It's the kind or fruit that are like Yangines from Earth. I've tried all of the ones shipped to the UA Cafeteria, but I couldn't pick a favorite, so I want to be named after the fruit's family. Meaningful, we love that. Approved. Sue stepped forward after, much more sedate than Na was before her. Froggy. There are creatures that are similar to my species on Earth, and this is one way that Earth children address them. A cute name for children to latch onto, great for the identity of someone wanting to become a rescue hero. Approved. Tashiai went next, and Nemri found it adorable how he was obviously doing his best to keep all emotions out of his tone despite being nervous. It reminded her of when Azawa presented his own name to the class when they were still students. Siren. They're a creature of legend on Earth known for using their voices to hypnotize others. A folklore name, always underappreciated. Approved. Rakido went next, but the name on his board made little sense phonetically. Pronounced Knuckle. It takes the Earth name for salt in the periodic table, and adding the silent K in the front makes it a play on words for the human word for knuckle. You'll have to add the phonetic pronunciation in common somewhere next to the name itself, but it's clever. We'll talk about your options after class, but I like it. Approved. Nemri was surprised that it took him so long to come forward, but Bakgo proudly held up his communication pad for everyone to see. Dynamite. One word for bombs that they have on Earth is dynamite. This one is spelled different to have the second half of All Might's name hidden in its native pronunciation. Cleverer. This is exactly the kind of thinking that goes into a well-thought-out name. Approved. Bakgo preened at the praise while sitting back down. Mashiai went up next, but had a little piece to say first. My name isn't phonetic, it's meaning, but it's still based off of a part of Earth culture I found myself enjoying. Black Belt. Humans have many forms of martial arts on their planet, but karate was one that I liked a lot, especially after using Kirishima's access to their home media. They use belt colors to signify rank, and I would like to someday train with MSTR and officially receive one myself, but the highest regarded belt color is black. I hope to gain enough skill to live up to that name. A name to live up to. I wish you all the luck. Approved. Zero took his chance to stand after Mashiai left the front and nervously held up his screen. My name is also a meaning name. Silken miles. Miles are a kind of measurement on Earth that are even longer than kilometers, and the silk part is referring to my adhesive threads. Nemri ignored the chuckle cough that Kirishima loudly made, hiding the name Miles Morales under his breath. It was a clever name despite whatever pop culture was hidden within, but she had a sneaking suspicion it had something to do with the Earth comics depicting a red and blue-clad hero that used an ability similar to his species. It'll have to be half phonetic to keep the Miles part in, but otherwise it's good. Approved. Anyone else? Kiri smiled and called over from his seat. Izuku and I wanted to go last if possible, but that's everyone who had names from Earth culture. All right, that leaves Tanaya and Sho. Are either of you ready? Shoo silently walked up to the front, holding up his communication pad which only had his name written on it. I don't have a good name yet, I'm still trying to find out what kind of hero I'm going to be. For now, just address me as you normally do. Alright, going with your real name is risky if you want to conceal your identity in the future, but also a great choice if you plan to change it to something else later. Tanaya, are you ready? Nemri was worried. She was able to watch everyone's screens in real time, albeit in a very small format, on her own communication pad while they were working, and she paid extra attention to Tanaya's. She was a good friend of his brother and she knew that he had already spoken to Tanaya about using his hero name in case he wasn't able to continue with his career. He hadn't yet woken up after Stain's attack, but doctors were confident that it wasn't a lethal dose, just extremely potent, as if Stain hadn't been able to use his gift in at least 1 or 2 lunar rotations. It was fairly obvious that he would no longer be able to continue his hero work. It was terrible that his main thrusters were gouged out the way they were, but he had a strong network of friends and colleagues that would be there for his recovery once he finally did wake up. Nemri also knew how much Tanaya looked up to his brother. His communication pad was blank for a while, then briefly had the name Ingenium written down, but when it was erased and he decided to follow in his classmates' footsteps. She didn't want the class to know that she had watched their little sessions though, as much as she wanted to praise some of them for their doodles as the art teacher, and so she would feign ignorance to this unseen internal plight. I would also like more time to consider my options. Please continue to call me Tanaya until I can find a suitable name. Alright, approved. Kirishima, Izuku, are either of you ready to go? Kirishima merrily made his way up to the front, his handwriting as bold as his personality. I'm going the meaning route, please call me Red Riot. Is that a homage to the hero Crimson Riot from one of the earlier generations? Yep. He was such a manly hero and I hope to embody his hero style in my own work. You know, choosing a legacy name can put a lot of pressure on someone. Are you sure this is what you want? Absolutely, I'm ready for the challenge. I like your passion. Approved. Izuku. Nemri didn't expect Izuku to go last. He seemed fairly social within his usual friend group, but she'd seen the effort he put into everything. She didn't understand the word he wrote down, so it was probably something from Earth. He was a smart bean, so she was excited to hear the meaning behind it. He seemed nervous but hit it better than others, though that may also be due to the fact that no one had a full grasp on human body language quite yet. My name is phonetic from Earth. It's actually not from my native language but another more commonly spoken one back home. It has 2 meanings in that language and I think both apply well, and I'm not quite there yet, but I would like to be someday. Sage is what we call someone with great wisdom. If someone has great knowledge in one or several subjects, then we might call them a sage, but it takes dedication to be thought of that way. It's also the name of a common herb. Like a lot of planets with similar solar bodies to our sun, most plants on Earth are green. My hair is also green for those who may not have the color receptors to see it, and so I was always compared to plants while growing up. Sage is an herb used in a lot of cooking back home, but it also has spiritual meanings. It's often burned in cleansing or purification rituals. It also symbolizes wisdom and removing negativity from spaces. I hope to be a hero known for inspiring hope by chasing away evil. I want to help not just by fighting villains, but by tackling the root causes of villainy like poverty and other injustices. I want to learn as much as I can here at UA and even more after graduating so that I can fill the shoes this name will give me. Kirishima also thought it would be funny and insisted that I chose a plant name, and this was really the best option I could think of. Nemri heard Azawa snort during his fake nap at that last part, but it was a pretty good speech nonetheless. Alright, I like it. You all did very well today, so for the rest of class please continue to look over your hero mentor lists. Remember, just because a hero has a high rank doesn't mean they'll always be a good fit for you. Keep that in mind when you make your final decisions. Feel free to discuss with your peers until the mid-CYCL meal. They of course needed no further prompting, immediately discussing their names rather than the given assignment, but she didn't blame them. She would tease Azawa about his little ear flicks as he tried to hear them all better later. Azawa would be lying if he said he wasn't excited for the end of class. Of course the students were still talking about their names even after the mid-CYCL meal break, but he wouldn't begrudge them this. Even if he wasn't as invested as his peers were back when he was still a student himself, it was still an exciting time. Izuku and Kirishima still had a surprise of their own though. Once everyone was done for the day and headed back to the dorms, it was time for their special guest to appear. Thank you too for staying behind. I won't keep you for long, but as you know you were not available for non-UA representative teaching opportunities. Because you are not able to join the hero drafts at this time, we have instead prepared mentors for you to choose from. Your lists are much shorter than your peers and we apologize for that, but due to the probationary status of your home system and the lack of human knowledge amongst the rest of the intergalactic community, this was the best solution we could come up with at the time. Both boys took the one-page list and scanned the names available. Thanks, Azawa. You don't have to worry about us though, even having something like this is enough. Ah, there it was, the reason why Izuku was his favorite student. It truly wasn't fair that this was what the two had to undergo given the opportunities their peers were given to grow, but his kit was always so understanding anyways. Kirishima seemed to notice something on the page though, and Azawa barely hid his tail flick while noticing his expression. Oh wait, there's just no way. The words were an odd whisper, but they still immediately caught Izuku's attention. What's wrong? Kirishima had a wide grin on his face. This name here, it could only be one person. Toyo, who'd been waiting patiently outside the door, took this opportunity to walk in. Correctamundo. Kira, you know me so well. While you kids were busy with the sports festival, Nizu was working with the commission on getting me privately tested for a hero license. It's amazing what a recommendation from the #1 hero will get you. I'm proud to say that I passed with flying colors, so you're now looking at the newest human hero, Fatgum. Kiri started cackling right after. You did not. You underestimate me, Kiri. Toyo tooted as he pulled out his hero ID. The man was wearing a yellow jumpsuit with white and orange decals and a black mask over his eyes, but it was undeniably Toyo and the name printed boldly listed his hero name as Fatgum. I won't have the same kind of debut as All Might, but we've sent in an application to give me an exemption to the probation for hero work. You two have already been approved though, so congratulations. Izuku and Kirishima were obviously delighted by this fact, but Azawa was probably even more proud of the outcome. With the applications approved, this meant that Izuku and Kiri would be able to truly experience the same things as their peers soon. They wouldn't need to stay confined to UA or their home system, nor would they need UH guardians to SCRT them when the students had their internship programs later on. Wait, so you're one of the heroes that are allowed to teach us. I'm in, where do I sign? Toyo chuckled. Hold your horses, Kiri. Choosing me has a caveat. I'm not allowed to leave UA for my internship. They allowed me to be an option because I'm human and would know best how to mentor human students, but I'm still new to being a hero myself, so maybe you should weigh your other options first. There's no guarantee that my application for pardoning my probation will go through by the time these Class 1 drafts finish, so choose wisely. Kiri pouted, but Izuku seemed to understand and accept the answer without complaint. Azawa was glad that Toyo probably wasn't the best choice as it was. He was a wonderful colleague and he still owed the man a great debt for his actions back when he and his students were held captive, but the boys were too close with him. Kiri especially was already his protege in other ways, and there wouldn't be the same kind of growth that choosing someone new and expanding his horizons would provide. A lot of the teachers on campus were listed there, but their hours for hero work were limited to before and after school. Azawa almost hoped that he himself would be chosen because he did have a lot to offer outside of the classroom. The only problem was that he was an underground hero and mostly did his work during lunar cycles. I see a few names from Yagi's crew here, but why isn't he listed? I forgot you met them a while back. Unfortunately, it would cause too much of a stir if Yagi mentored either of you, given his hero rank, but a few of his crewmates were interested in his stead. They're a group that's also worked closely with humans, so Youth A was able to approve them as escorts with the HPSC. The list you guys have may be small, but there are still some great options to go with. You should head back to the dorms before the others start getting worried though. You'll have more time to think when you aren't tired from being in class all day. Thanks, Toyo. Congrats on getting your hero license, that's really cool. Toyo laughed again, but Kiri pulled Izuku away before he could keep the conversation going. Azawa was confused until Toyo flashed a knowing smile his way. Kiri knows he's going to ask about my hero name and he doesn't want Izuku knowing about it. But what does your name mean? Oh, it's just an inside joke. I've known Kiri for a long time. I've been a friend of his mom's since before they got married after all. The little tot loved candy, but we couldn't just give him sugar all the time, so I started carrying gum on me once he was old enough that choking wasn't as big of a threat. I usually had the small minty ones on me, but one day I decided to order the larger ones meant for kids with the classic bubblegum flavor. He was instantly hooked, of course, but all I had with me most of the time were the tiny gums. Until I started ordering the larger gums in bulk, he would throw little tantrums. He said he didn't want the skinny gums, he wanted the fat gums, and then proceeded to yell, "Fat gum," at me every time we passed in the hallways. I teach adolescents at the station, so it very quickly became my nickname, and even all these years later people at the station still call me Fat Gum. He's really embarrassed about it whenever we actually talk about it, since I still tease him sometimes. Azawa couldn't talk about other people's hero names considering his own hero name was a joke suggestion made by Zashi when he didn't care enough to think of something himself, but naming oneself after a silly nickname seemed almost wrong in some way. It wasn't logical, it didn't pertain to any of his qualities in the slightest, but it wasn't his decision, so he would just let it lie. Will you tell Izuku if he asks? I'll think about it. I want it because it would be funny, but I also kind of want to see Kiri sweat a little before I get his reaction when I just say it up front. I had to deal with middle schoolers teasing me for years, I'm entitled to a little vindication years later. Azawa took note, humans held grudges. Showa was surprisingly the first one in their class to notice the online maelstrom that had been unleashed once the sports festival concluded. From a young age he'd perused online spaces. It was a kind of escape for him. His elder brother had shown him how to access the intergalactic web before leaving to pursue higher education off-planet, probably as a final slight against their father who insisted on keeping Showa as sheltered as possible, but he couldn't have been more grateful. Showa learned so much when sneaking time to use one of the many communication pads around their home, and Endeavor barely noticed that the password belonging to someone who no longer lived there was still being used on a daily basis. He wouldn't make an account or post anything, of course. He didn't want anyone catching wind of his identity and exposing his little secret, but he found his spaces nonetheless. The quiet observers of the universe posted their theories regardless of public scorn. No matter what the naysayers responded with, their statements stayed proudly posted, and Showa could respect that. He had his own theories to ponder after all, but that's not what this was all about. This new theory floating around was a dangerous one, and rather than staying in just one or two forum spaces, this one had already spread significantly. Showa imagined that UA was aware and attempting to combat the rapid spread of this classified information, which is why the official media hadn't posted anything on it yet, but the truth would eventually get out at this rate. There had always been discourse over All Might's true race, many theories clamoring over one another for views, but now a new race had been revealed to the universe. Izuku and Kirishima's performance in the festival had been phenomenal, but that just made it more compelling as evidence that their race and all mights were connected. This could be dangerous for Izuku, especially if his family tree was revealed to the general public. He was still a student after all, one in a very publicly known position. It was already precarious enough having All Might teaching at UA. The main reason for the uptick, however, was footage from the USJ attack. During the fight near the end, All Might's hero suit was damaged. Just one hand was exposed at the very end, but it gave the tiniest of clues. The drone footage was shaky due to the intense fighting, and it was almost impossible to see through the dust and debris before it and the villains left, but for a brief moment it was captured. It was the barest hint of color, only a handful of pixels wide at best, and you had to zoom in to see it, which altered the quality quite a bit, but the pale peachy pink was undeniably similar to Izuku and Kirishima's complexion. There were no defining features that could be made out because of the quality, which was at least one blessing. All Might could have feathers or fur or scales for what anyone knew, but it was still brushing far too close to the truth for Showa's liking. It might seem harmless for the general public to speculate about All Might's race, but it would be bad if villains found out and tried to exploit this. Humans did have weaknesses despite all their great feats. Showa knew that intimately now that he'd fought his rival one-on-one. Fire seemed to be something they avoided, which made sense. Their bare skin had nothing to protect it from direct contact. Thinking back to rescue training, it was clear that Izuku was only able to pass with Tashiai due to his hero costume taking the brunt of the damage. Was that why All Might wore such a protective suit? No, this wasn't the time to dwell on more theories. He had to protect his rival, and as much as he hated to think about it, his rival's father. He still needed to gather more data about their relationship before he could fully scorn the man, but it was teetering close to the edge right now. He couldn't deny the man's strength though, and they needed him to keep all his aces to himself. It's why he found himself heading to the principal's office after classes. Principal Nizu. Hello, Sho. You said you had something of the utmost importance to discuss. Sho almost nodded, having picked up more human body language traits than he initially believed, before indicating his confirmation in the proper common way. I believe that we may have a problem regarding keeping the secret of All Might's identity. He handed over his communication device with all of his main tabs open. Nizu scrolled through them quickly. Yes, we have been tackling the issue as much as we can currently, but you do have a point. Thank you for coming to us with your concerns. I take it you know the truth then. I'm more observant than most give me credit for, but I know how to keep a high-class secret. And your other classmates? Still unaware as far as I know. All right then. We'll continue to attempt to gain control of the situation before it gets out of hand, but you again have my thanks for the concern. Showa took the reply for what it was and left. Principal Nizu was always good at speaking to students in whatever way made most sense for their species when necessary, and Showa appreciated that the man didn't mince his words or draw things out. He was still worried, of course, but there was nothing else he could do now. Whatever happened though, he would just be sure to try and protect his rival as best as he could. He did wonder who exactly would notice such a tiny impact frame though. Through all his digging, all he could find was that the original poster had some kind of obsession with hands. The universe was a strange place indeed. Hey Izu. Kirishima almost felt bad for pointing it out, but he'd noticed it back in the classroom. Their lists were different. It was a slight thing, he barely caught it himself, but their names were written at the tops and Azawa had taken care to pass them each to the right person. The lists were also numbered and Kiri noticed that he had one more mentor to choose from than Izuku did. He was extremely curious to know who would want one of them but not the other, especially since Kiri knew that he was the rowdier of the duo. Yeah, Kiri. Mind if I take a look at your list? Oh sure. Kiri had obviously also piqued Izuku's interest at the request. Scanning the list of commonly alphabetized names, he quickly found the extra. But why would Night Eye want him? The confusion must have shown on his face. What is it? Well, Night Eye wants to mentor me. Night Eye. Mrei. His name is on my sheet but not yours, and I'm not sure why. Kiri wasn't dumb. He saw the look of hurt flash across Izuku's face before he could fully hide it. That might actually make sense then. Izuku had met with Mrei way more than Kiri ever had, And due to Eri having to break her bond to be with her new family under his instruction, it would understandably have been a sore spot for him. You know what, forget I said anything, he probably just didn't want to remind you of things, yeah? Apologies for the interruption, however may I have a moment of your time, Kirishima? As they turned the corner, the man in question was there, as if waiting for this meeting. I foresaw that you would have questions and wanted to quell any doubts before your decision was made. Izuku shrunk in on himself just a bit before leaving for the dorms, quietly muttering a brief apology as he went. He would really need to check in with him after this. Okay then. I guess my first question is why you picked me. Of the two human students, I think that Izuku actually fits your hero image better. I did not see Izuku in my future endeavors. I have however seen you. You will be involved in a high-stakes mission in the near future under my lead. I will admit that it can be difficult to see humans in my future vision at times, but this at least is set in stone. All decisions made before this mission are irrelevant, but I have also seen a friendship blossom between you and my protege. For the best possible teamwork to unfold, I have decided that being proactive is in everyone's best interest. Kiri did have to admit, he'd had several daydreams in the past regarding a hero calling him to action. He'd always imagined it would be someone like Crimson Riot picking him out of a crowd and saying that he had potential, even if he knew it was impossible since the man had retired ages ago, but it was just supposed to be a silly fantasy. Now here was a hero telling him that he was fated to work on a big mission, guaranteeing that he would be working alongside pros as an equal. It was a strong opportunity to pass up, but it still felt off given Izuku's reaction. I'll consider it, but thanks for clarifying things. Of course. And just like that, the man walked off. He probably saw that Kiri didn't really have any more questions at the moment, but he still had a lot to think about. He hated to have to ask, but Izuku was again more acquainted with the man. He was definitely on the fence though. Izuku seemed to be waiting for him in the common room. Sorry about that, I think I just get a little anxious whenever I see Mrei. Really? Is he that intimidating? No. He's really been nothing but professional every time we've had to meet, it's just a sore spot is all. That made sense. Kiri imagined that if someone had to split him up with someone he cared about, it would cause some pretty strong feelings, even if the person was really nice about everything. That was at least a little reassuring. I think you should go for it. What? If Nitai's who you want to mentor with, then I think you should go for it. Not that I'm telling you to pick him, of course. I just mean, don't let my feelings stop you from doing anything. Kiri thought about it. Truly the only other teacher he wanted to intern with was Cementos, and that was purely because he thought mini-rigs were super cool, but this was an opportunity he would be kinda dumb to overlook. If a Deathfly sprite took interest in you, it was probably in your best interest to follow. Alright, I'll think about it, but it's not like we have to come to a decision tonight. Let's go figure out what to make for dinner instead, I'm starved. Kiri wondered if Toyo would have an opinion on things. Izuku didn't see Mrei often, but whenever he did his anxiety spiked. He knew logically that it wasn't the man's fault that things turned out the way they did, and he knew that there were reasons behind every decision that was made when handling Eri's case, but he couldn't help it. Mrei's neutral gaze just felt so disdainful whenever it fell upon him, even if Mrei seemed to look at everything that way. Izuku forced himself to believe that he was just misinterpreting things since he was still new to space. Eri's soft and happy expressions were just the joy that every child should have shining through and not an accurate measure of what adults of her species were like, but it still didn't make him feel any less like a bug under a microscope when under Mrei's scrutiny. He shouldn't be so HRD on him though. Izuku had to break the bond so that Eri would be safe before meeting her new family. Eri couldn't have stayed at UA, and Izuku was still a kid himself. The adults knew what they were doing, and Mrei was the expert on Deathfly sprites here. It hurt and felt wrong on a fundamental level, but it was what had to happen, and being upset at Mrei wouldn't change anything. He did his best to reassure Kiri that he could pick any hero he wanted, but Izuku was secretly glad that Mrei wasn't on his own list. Maybe he was a tiny bit hurt, but he knew that the hero could probably feel his emotions whenever they were close and decided that Izuku wouldn't have wanted him as a mentor anyways. That had to be it. What adult would have a vendetta against a 13-year-old after all? No, Izuku decided that he would focus on picking a hero that made sense for him to follow. He'd already worked with and analyzed all the teachers at UA, and he was willing to pick one of them if that's what had to happen, but he was just a tad jealous that his classmates were each able to venture. Yagi's crew seemed like the best bet to expand his horizons. They knew a lot about humans after working with Yagi after all, so they were definitely a safe bet. Mrei was out since he'd omitted his name from Izuku's list, and Mesa was technically a detective and not a hero, so he also wasn't included. With Yagi also unable to mentor them, that left Ainin and Sohiko. Izuku didn't really know too much about them, but he did know that Ainin specialized in rescue work and was probably still recovering after USJ. They were also a Galtrix, and while that was super cool, Izuku feared that if he chose them that he would spend most of his time asking questions and wasting precious training time. Sohiko seemed like the best choice if he was set on not picking one of his teachers. Sure, the man was a bit old, but he was still an active hero. That and he was an NTES, which Izuku was already familiar with after asking Ida a ton of questions when he first arrived at UA. They didn't have any extra abilities aside from their thrusters as far as Izuku was aware, which meant that no matter what Izuku would be training physically. Even if all they did was stay at UA and use the training rooms, so Hiko had worked with Yagi for a while so he knew what exercises humans could probably do. Izuku wasn't dumb, he knew that All Might was middle-aged, but he was still fit and so Hiko undoubtedly knew what Yagi did to keep in shape. Honestly, even just hearing stories of their adventures might be enough to warrant choosing him. Izuku could mentally analyze all details of any tale while doing his physical routine. It was one thing thinking about Sohiko and another to actually choose him though. Izuku wasn't the only one who had to make a decision either, so asking any of his classmates would only be a distraction. It was up to Izuku to do his own research. If anyone would know if he would be a good choice it would be Yagi, so Izuku resolved to visit the #1 hero over the weekend. Hey, Izuku. Izuku looked up to see Okuro cheerily approaching him. Thanks for the tips earlier, I think I know who I want to mentor with. What happened with you and Kiri after class? Oh, well we have a smaller list than everyone else, but UE made accommodations for us to mentor just like you guys. We just have to choose from heroes that already have experience with humans for safety reasons, so a lot of our teachers are on there. That makes sense, it's nice that they're looking out for you but it also seems like it might be a bit frustrating. It's fine. By the time we're all Class 2 students, we should be able to do whatever everyone else is doing. That's great. The girls are all hanging out in Momo's room right now. Some of us are a bit nervous, so we're having a little pamper session and we wanted to invite you since you've helped us all out so much. Sue just got some more of that clay mud mask from her home planet you said makes your skin feel soft, and Na really wants you to comb her wool since you made it feel super soft that last time you helped her out. She promised to return the favor with your hair after, of course. Izuku smiled and relaxed a bit. That sounds really nice. I'll bring some snacks for everyone. You're the best. I'll go tell everyone you're coming, thanks Aizu. Okuro was quick to fly off before Izuku could thank her for inviting him. He felt warm inside though. No matter how the hero drafts went, Izuku knew that he would have his friends to come back to. In the grand scheme of things, how bad could the first-year mentoring program really be? All Might wasn't at his dorm when Izuku finally had the chance to seek him out, but thankfully another teacher knew where he usually went on days without classes. It made sense that he would go to his old ship. Sure, the dorms at UA were nice, but his home for the last several years was within walking distance. Izuku was just a tad jealous, wishing he could visit his room back on Earth just as easily. Walking down the halls he couldn't help but get excited. He'd been to Yagi's ship several times by now, but it was still so cool. He was supposed to be coming over strictly for business, but maybe he would be able to ask to visit their garden again. It was one of his favorite spaces on the craft after all. Izuku also felt that the doorbell on the ship entrance was a little silly. It reminded him of the Ring camera his mom had gotten after there were some reports of theft in their neighborhood years ago. He only had to wait a few moments after ringing before the door opened. Hello, Izuku. What brings you here? I'm in Mesa. Is Yagi here? He's in the kitchen, come on in. Izuku felt that he really should make the time to visit more. Ainin had been a good TA for their classes so far, just like Toyo and Yagi, and Mesa was always kind whenever Izuku asked him questions about his home, species, and line of work. So Hiko was the only one Izuku didn't see too often since the man always seemed to be busy with something, and well, Mrei was still a touchy subject. Izuku, it's nice to see you, my boy. Come and sit, I just started some toast to go with the Yangine marmalade I asked Lunch Rush to make last week. You should try it, it really is a treat. That sounds amazing. Izuku momentarily forgot himself, but managed to rein it in, coughing slightly and lowering the pitch of his voice to sound more serious. I mean, thanks for the offer, but I came here on business. Oh. Yagi's words took on a slightly playful tone. Does that mean you don't want a slice of toast? Oh. Ahem. We can eat and talk. Yagi chuckled and turned to Mesa. Thanks for bringing him here, old friend. Mind if we have the room? Izuku felt his cheeks warm. He'd already forgotten that they weren't alone. Of course. Okay, not the best start, but things could still be salvaged. He'd probably have some residual embarrassment the next few times he saw Mesa, but he was used to teasing from Toyo, so it should be fine. He really shouldn't have let Kiri influence him so much. Thankfully the toast popped up right after and Yagi started working with it, preventing an awkward silence. Soon enough, there were 2 plates of toast sitting on the table. Now was as good a time to start as any. So, this is about the draft program? I see. Have you chosen who you'll mentor with yet? I have an idea, but I wanted your opinion first. Alright, how can I help? Oh, but do try the toast, it's best fresh so the bread is still warm and firm before the fruit sinks in too much. Izuku was eager to try the toast as he gathered his thoughts, but oh man was that first bite distracting. It was nice and sweet, but had just a tad of twang to it and that indescribable flavor of Yangine processed with sugar. It wasn't long after that both of their snacks were gone, but Izuku had his resolve back. I was thinking about asking Gran Torino to mentor me, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't something that he was just asked by you 8 to volunteer for. I think that I could learn a lot from him, but I wanted to know your thoughts first since you know him better than I do. I won't go easy on you if you pick me, but I'm gonna tell you right now that I don't do anything I don't want to, whippersnapper. Izuku whipped around to see Hiko standing in the kitchen doorway, cleaning one of his antennae. I'll have you know that if you choose me that by the time you get back, your classmates won't know what hit them. Izuku turned to Yagi, who was trying not to make eye contact, a little sweat starting to form on his forehead. When he glanced over and saw Izuku looking his way, he cleared his throat. Yes, I can vouch. So Hiko was in charge of a lot of the training our crew went through. You'll definitely have your hands full if you pick him. That's all Izuku needed to hear. That's great. I'm looking forward to it, thanks for taking me on. He was too happy to notice the tense atmosphere before he bowed to his new teacher and left to finish his hero draft forms. Yagi silently prayed for the boy, hoping that his old drill sergeant wouldn't traumatize him too badly. Izuku didn't see Mrei often, but whenever he did his anxiety spiked. He knew logically that it wasn't the man's fault that things turned out the way they did, and he knew that there were reasons behind every decision that was made when handling Aries' case, but he couldn't help it. Mrei's neutral gaze just felt so disdainful whenever it fell upon him, even if Mrei seemed to look at everything that way. Izuku forced himself to believe that he was just misinterpreting things since he was still new to space. Aries' soft and happy expressions were just the joy that every child should have shining through and not an accurate measure of what adults of her species were like, but it still didn't make him feel any less like a bug under a microscope when under Mrei's scrutiny. He shouldn't be so HRD on him though. Izuku had to break the bond so that Eri would be safe before meeting her new family. Eri couldn't have stayed at UA, and Izuku was still a kid himself. The adults knew what they were doing and Mrei was the expert on deathfly sprites here. It hurt and felt wrong on a fundamental level, but it was what had to happen and being upset at Mrei wouldn't change anything. He did his best to reassure Kiri that he could pick any hero he wanted, but Izuku was secretly glad that Mrei wasn't on his own list. Maybe he was a tiny bit hurt, but he knew that the hero could probably feel his emotions whenever they were close and decided that Izuku wouldn't have wanted him as a mentor anyways. That had to be it. What adult would have a vendetta against a 13-year-old after all? No, Izuku decided that he would focus on picking a hero that made sense for him to follow. He'd already worked with and analyzed all the teachers at UA, and he was willing to pick one of them if that's what had to happen, but he was just a tad jealous that his classmates were each able to venture out. Yagi's crew seemed like the best bet to expand his horizons. They knew a lot about humans after working with Yagi after all, so they were definitely a safe bet. Mrei was out since he'd omitted his name from Izuku's list, and Mesa was technically a detective and not a hero, so he also wasn't included. With Yagi also unable to mentor them, that left Ainin and Sohiko. Izuku didn't really know too much about them, but he did know that Ainin specialized in rescue work and was probably still recovering after USJ. They were also a Galtrix, and while that was super cool, Izuku feared that if he chose them that he would spend most of his time asking questions and wasting precious training time. Sohiko seemed like the best choice if he was set on not picking one of his teachers. Sure, the man was a bit old, but he was still an active hero. That and he was an NTES, which Izuku was already familiar with after asking Ida a ton of questions when he first arrived at UA. They didn't have any extra abilities aside from their thrusters as far as Izuku was aware, which meant that no matter what Izuku would be training physically. Even if all they did was stay at UA and use the training rooms, so Hiko had worked with Yagi for a while so he knew what exercises humans could probably do. Izuku wasn't dumb, he knew that All Might was middle-aged, but he was still fit and so Hiko undoubtedly knew what Yagi did to keep in shape. Honestly, even just hearing stories of their adventures might be enough to warrant choosing him. Izuku could mentally analyze all details of any tale while doing his physical routine. It was one thing thinking about Sohiko and another to actually choose him though. Izuku wasn't the only one who had to make a decision either, so asking any of his classmates would only be a distraction. It was up to Izuku to do his own research. If anyone would know if he would be a good choice it would be Yagi, so Izuku resolved to visit the #1 hero over the weekend. Hey, Izuku. Izuku looked up to see Okuro cheerily approaching him. Thanks for the tips earlier, I think I know who I want to mentor with. What happened with you and Kiri after class? Oh, well we have a smaller list than everyone else, but UA made accommodations for us to mentor just like you guys. We just have to choose from heroes that already have experience with humans for safety reasons, so a lot of our teachers are on there. That makes sense, it's nice that they're looking out for you but it also seems like it might be a bit frustrating. It's fine. By the time we're all Class 2 students we should be able to do whatever everyone else is doing. That's great. The girls are all hanging out in Momo's room right now. Some of us are a bit nervous so we're having a little pamper session and we wanted to invite you since you've helped us all out so much. Sue just got some more of that clay mud mask from her home planet you said makes your skin feel soft, and not really wants you to comb her wool since you made it feel super soft that last time you helped her out. She promised to return the favor with your hair after of course. Izuku smiled and relaxed a bit. That sounds really nice. I'll bring some snacks for everyone. You're the best. I'll go tell everyone you're coming, thanks Aizu. Okuro was quick to fly off before Izuku could thank her for inviting him. He felt warm inside though. No matter how the hero drafts went, Izuku knew that he would have his friends to come back to. In the grand scheme of things, how bad could the first-year mentoring program really be? All Might wasn't at his dorm when Izuku finally had the chance to seek him out, but thankfully another teacher knew where he usually went on days without classes. It made sense that he would go to his old ship. Sure, the dorms at UA were nice, but his home for the last several years was within walking distance. Izuku was just a tad jealous, wishing he could visit his room back on Earth just as easily. Walking down the halls he couldn't help but get excited. He'd been to Yagi's ship several times by now, but it was still so cool. He was supposed to be coming over strictly for business, but maybe he would be able to ask to visit their garden again. It was one of his favorite spaces on the craft after all. Izuku also felt that the doorbell on the ship entrance was a little silly. It reminded him of the Ring camera his mom had gotten after there were some reports of theft in their neighborhood years ago. He only had to wait a few moments after ringing before the door opened. Hello, Izuku. What brings you here? Hi, in Mesa. Is Yagi here? He's in the kitchen, come on in. Izuku felt that he really should make the time to visit more. Ainin had been a good TA for their classes so far, just like Toyo and Yagi, and Mesa was always kind whenever Izuku asked him questions about his home, species, and line of work. So Hiko was the only one Izuku didn't see too often since the man always seemed to be busy with. something and well, Mrei was still a touchy subject. Izuku, it's nice to see you, my boy. Come and sit, I just started some toast to go with the Yangine marmalade I asked Lunch Rush to make last week. You should try it, it really is a treat. That sounds amazing. Izuku momentarily forgot himself, but managed to rein it in, coughing slightly and lowering the pitch of his voice to sound more serious. I mean, thanks for the offer, but I came here on business. Oh. Yagi's words took on a slightly playful tone. Does that mean you don't want a slice of toast? No. Ahem. We can eat and talk. Yagi chuckled and turned to Mesa. Thanks for bringing him here, old friend. Mind if we have the room? Izuku felt his cheeks warm. He'd already forgotten that they weren't alone. Of course. Okay, not the best start, but things could still be salvaged. He'd probably have some residual embarrassment the next few times he saw Mesa, but he was used to teasing from Toyo, so it should be fine. He really shouldn't have let Kiri influence him so much. Thankfully, the toast popped up right after and Yagi started working with it, preventing an awkward silence. Soon enough, there were 2 plates of toast sitting on the table. Now was as good a time to start as any. So, this is about the draft program? I see. Have you chosen who you'll mentor with yet? I have an idea, but I wanted your opinion first. Alright, how can I help? Oh, but do try the toast, it's best fresh so the bread is still warm and firm before the fruit sinks in too much. Izuku was eager to try the toast as he gathered his thoughts, but oh man was that first bite distracting. It was nice and sweet, but had just a tad of twang to it and that indescribable flavor of Yangine processed with sugar. It wasn't long after that both of their snacks were gone, but Izuku had his resolve back. I was thinking about asking Gran Torino to mentor me, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't something that he was just asked by UH to volunteer for. I think that I could learn a lot from him, but I wanted to know your thoughts first since you know him better than I do. I won't go easy on you if you pick me, but I'm gonna tell you right now that I don't do anything I don't want to, whippersnapper. Izuku whipped around to see Sohiko standing in the kitchen doorway, cleaning one of his antennae. I'll have you know that if you choose me that by the time you get back, your classmates won't know what hit them. Izuku turned to Yagi who was trying not to make eye contact, a little sweat starting to form on his forehead. When he glanced over and saw Izuku looking his way, he cleared his throat. Yes, I can vouch. Sohiko was in charge of a lot of the training our crew went through. You'll definitely have your hands full if you pick him. That's all Izuku needed to hear. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for taking me on. He was too happy to notice the tense atmosphere before he bowed to his new teacher and left to finish his hero draft forms. Yagi silently prayed for the boy, hoping that his old drill sergeant wouldn't traumatize him too badly. The UH ship port was bustling with activity. Izuku was mesmerized by all the different ships coming and going as students met with the hero mentors they would be studying with for the next lunar rotation. Izuku wasn't sure if he would be leaving with Sohiko, but they'd all come over as a class to keep things organized. UA was a large station, but even they couldn't accept every ship that was arriving all at once, so the teachers were constantly in communication with the heroes waiting outside and those that were intaking students and their luggage to ensure that there were no mishaps with the airlock doors. Because of this, the large room was filled with constant chatter. Izuku held himself back from approaching several pro-heroes, though he itched to get their signatures in his notebook. He would definitely ask in the class group chat for those autographs, but he would wait a day so everyone could get settled in properly first. He hoped that his classmates would humor his childish request and was thankful that even in space they had an autograph equivalent. Yo, Izuku. You see your mentor anywhere? Not yet. I don't even know if we're going anywhere, honestly. My application was approved so I know we'll meet up, but he could be waiting for all of this to end before picking me up and just taking me to one of the gyms here at UH for training. Oof, well I wish you luck then. Mrei is taking us to his agency building in the star system near the HPSC headquarters. Something about checking in on his interns since he's been away. Miro is pretty excited about it. Izuku was happy for them. He remembered meeting Miro a few times in passing, but the class 3 students always seemed to be busy with some kind of work, so finding time together was never really a priority for either of them. He seemed like a good role model at least, and really Izuku was happy that there would be someone there to be with Kiri if things fell through with Murray as an individual. "Hey, Kirishima. We're ready for you over here." Izuku looked over to see Miro gesturing widely from Nitai's personal ship. It was a fairly small model, but it had to be considering it was usually docked within All Might's main ship. It would be a little cramped with the three of them inside, but it would serve its purpose. "Well, that's me. Seriously, good luck. You too, stay safe out there." Kiri held his hand up for a high five and Izuku slapped it firmly before his red-headed friend ran off to meet with his mentor. Then one by one the class dwindled. Izuku had been sitting patiently on one of the benches in the room before a firm hand pushed his back, forcing him to stumble out of his seat. "Up and at 'em, whippersnapper, our ride's here." When had Hiko even arrived? It didn't matter, Izuku was determined to prove his worth, so he recovered from the surprise and stood up straight. "Yes, sir." Hiko looked him up and down before walking over to the strangely long ship that had just pulled into the space. "You might just have what it takes to keep up with me, kid. Come on, this is a shuttle to Hosu." "Hosu? My home planet. We're heading to my colony city for training. We're not the only ones heading planet-side there either." Izuku looked back and noticed several other students getting their belongings ready to board. Nearly all of them were insectoid species, but not all, and Izuku was relieved to see that he wasn't the only one from their class heading for the doors either. There were a few from Class 1B, but they seemed pretty tightly knit and Izuku felt that they didn't want to be bothered at the moment with introductions. Ida was joining them, which made sense since Hosu was where his family was also based, and surprisingly Shou was also walking towards the shuttle. Izuku felt like he was getting on the bus-modeled ship that brought his human peers to the Earth station all those months ago. The seating arrangement was more open here though, so Izuku made himself comfortable. Hiko took one of the single seats as soon as they boarded and seemed to instantly fall asleep, so Izuku figured that he could sit with his friends for the ride. Ida's mentor was already present, along with whoever was mentoring the Class 1B students, so really it was an easy choice to just sit next to Shou, who sat alone. The Dragets seemed indifferent to the seating arrangement, but Izuku had started recognizing some of their tells and knew that Shou was somewhat pleased by where Izuku decided to seat himself. "Izuku." "Hey Shou, it's nice to see you here. Is your mentor from Hosu?" "No." "Well, what brings you here then?" "My father." "Your dad? What does he have to do with your mentorship?" Izuku was a bit worried after hearing that Endeavor was somehow involved. He hadn't had the chance to really talk to Shou after the sports festival since the mentorship program was introduced right after and they had to focus on that. He really shouldn't have let something like Shou's situation fall to the wayside. If Endeavor had forced Shou to do something he didn't want to, then Izuku would feel devastated for not doing more to help. "I'm interning with my father." Izuku's mind went blank. "Did he force you to choose him?" Izuku's tone was serious. He had Azawa's communication pad contact info on him and he wasn't afraid to make a call. Azawa was a teacher and a hero. If anyone could help Shou, then it would be him. "No." Izuku relaxed a bit and waited patiently for Shou to gather his thoughts. "After the sports festival I decided to better myself. You made me use my fire, and when I did I wasn't thinking about my father's opinions. It was freeing. Afterwards, the shackles of my self-repression returned and I couldn't fight to the fullest. I decided that I needed more practice with my fire if I'm to use it, and my father is the number 2 hero for a reason. I may not like it, but he is a valuable resource that I can't just squander, so I'll use him until I've learned all that I can and then forge my own path." He agreed to intern me and had Hosu in his sights because the hero killer stain is still on the loose there. Izuku paused at that. He remembered reading that name in the news. He couldn't help but turn to Ida sitting a few seats away with his mentor. No, there's no way that Ida chose Hosu for any reason other than being close to home. His current expression just had to be focus, and that glazed look in his eyes was just his imagination. Izuku turned back to Shou, but he couldn't help but feel a pit starting to form in his stomach. After a bit more pestering, Izuku begrudgingly accepted that Shou willingly chose his father as a mentor and that the experiences he would have during the draft program would teach him a lot about his fire. They did exchange internship addresses though, so they could meet outside of their learning hours if needed, just in case. Ida also gave the address for Pro Hero Manual's agency when asked, but he wasn't in the mood to chat with his peers. Izuku settled for sending him a private message instead. Hey Ida. I noticed that you seemed a bit tense lately. I know that you're going through a lot right now, so know that you can message or visit me whenever you need to. Don't worry about waking me up, I'll always make time for my friends. You're not alone, I promise. Izuku set the message to send later on in the day since it would be awkward to send it while they were both in the same place and he didn't want to cause a scene in front of Shou, Ida's mentor, or any of the other passengers. Soon enough Hosu was within sight and Izuku eagerly stared out the window as they approached. The planet was overwhelmingly brown, and he initially thought that it was mostly land-based, but there were actually a few oceans breaking up things, they were just also brown in color. How fascinating! The closer they got to the capital city, the more Izuku could make out the different tones. The buildings were a deep clay tone, dark with a hint of red, while the roads were nearly black but still discernibly brown. The trees and other plants were lighter shades, similar to milk tea. When they finally landed and stepped out, it was even more apparent. Even the sky itself was brown, and truly the biggest pops of color aside from the various billboards advertising goods in the city were the residents themselves. Eniya's were a striking blue color, though there were surprisingly few of them in comparison to the other fast-moving species. The way that everyone quickly shuffled to their destinations reminded Izuku of what he'd heard of New York City back home, bustling activity, but somehow everyone knew how to easily avoid one another in their rush. He was suddenly grabbed by the shirt and yanked back to the shuttle station after stepping forward to get a better look. Mind the lines, whippersnapper? So Hiko pointed to the ground and there indeed were clear lines painted on the walkways. Most were written in the planet's native script, but one lane that was wide and seemed nearly untraveled was labeled clearly in common. Foreigners. Shou patted Izuku's shoulder lightly before turning away. It was nice talking to you, Izuku, but I have instructions to meet my father at a nearby agency. We'll be in touch. The Class 1B students also left and Ida bade a brief farewell before following Manuel away. After that it was just Hiko and Izuku. Izuku couldn't read the look on his mentor's face, but he hoped the man wasn't too mad that he'd almost accidentally walked into heavy foot traffic. Follow me. Izuku was thankful for the order and dutifully grabbed their bags as Hiko slowly led the way. He stayed on the labeled foreigner's path and Izuku was pretty grateful for the lanes considering how quickly everyone else was moving in their respective areas. Izuku wasn't too worried when Hiko stopped walking because no one else was around them on their path, but then he turned towards the chaotic activity just beside them. Alright kiddo. What you're gonna want to do is raise your limbs and confidently walk forward. Watch me and repeat. Izuku's mouth went dry as he watched Hiko raise all of his limbs to the sky, even his antennae, before turning towards the wall of fast-moving bodies and just walking right through. He wouldn't say that the others parted like the Red Sea to accommodate him, more like they rounded him like an obstacle, and if Izuku wasn't taller than most of them he might even have lost sight of Hiko through the mass. What are you waiting for? Come on, get a move on. Izuku could feel the sweat on his forehead as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Well, he didn't want to keep his mentor waiting. Gaining his composure, Izuku raised his arms straight into the air before stepping forward. He could feel the rush of air as everyone whooshed right past him, but he refused to stop. Hiko said to walk confidently. As evenly paced as he could with his shaky legs, Izuku successfully made it across to the other side of the busy road. He sagged in relief once he knew it was over. Not bad. Yagi caused a roadblock his first time crossing. Earned himself a hefty fine for it too. Take this lesson to heart. Just because you'll someday have a shiny hero's license doesn't mean that you can break local or intergalactic laws unless actively performing your heroic duties, so be sure to brush up on the rules no matter where you go. Enough of that though, it's time for our first meal here. Izuku would be sure to note down Hiko's words when they got to wherever they were staying since it was good advice, but he was also still feeling jittery, especially after hearing that he could have caused a big fuss whilst crossing the path and Hiko would have just let it happen. He was starting to get a feel for what his time working under Hiko would be like, and he just hoped that he wouldn't screw up too badly. 2 specials for here, please, and hold the danga for my companion here. Is that Gran? Come in right up, it's good to have a loyal customer back in the area. So Hiko grunted and made his way through the small restaurant and out the exit on the other side, taking a seat at one of the tables there. Izuku joined him and took in the view. It was strong to describe honestly. Izuku had always loved the beach growing up, and seeing the ocean always perked up his mood, but it was different here. Everything was there. Water. Shoreline. There was even a walking path not labeled like the ones on the main road for others to walk on casually to take in the view at their own pace, but the street was desolate, and despite the activity just on the other side of the restaurant, only Izuku and Sohiko were here to watch the brown waves crash onto the beach. It's a sorry sight. Izuku tore his gaze away from the horizon and turned back to Sohiko. Instead of elaborating, the old man just sighed and turned towards the restaurant staff already approaching with their food. I'll explain tomorrow, Sani. For now, eat up. We're gonna have a long day ahead of us. Izuku wasn't sure exactly what he expected the special to be, but it wasn't what was served. Izuku certainly hoped that it tasted better than it looked, but he swore that despite the melancholy after seeing the beach that Sohiko now had a ghost of a smile whilst watching his reaction to the meal. It was probably just his imagination though. Izuku stared at his plate for a good minute, trying to keep his face pleasantly neutral. Sohiko had already started eating, and that almost made things worse because it showed Izuku exactly what was waiting for him once he gathered the courage to tackle his meal, because lying on his plate was a steaming grub about the size of a large roasted turkey. It was off-white with fat bulging segments and a dark brown, almost black head. The thing didn't have any legs currently, but it was clear that whatever legs it did have had been forcefully ripped away before it was prepared. Izuku remembered trying some of Tsu and True's native dishes in the lunchroom before, but this was different. Tsu's favorite grubs were fried in the natural oils found on their home planet, and True's were dried and more of a garnish for her salad-like meals. This was all grub, no side dishes to be seen, and rather than the crunchy golden brown crust one might see from most cooking methods, this had either been steamed, boiled, or some other method of preparation that allowed the skin to keep its soft, squishy, elastic form. Izuku had hoped that maybe, just maybe, the grub was similar to any other animal on the inside. However, Sohiko's gusto proved that this species was just similar to grubs back home as well, that is to say, gooey and slimy. The utensil provided was like a very large spoon with strangely sharp edges, but it was clear that this was optimal for what lay before him. What's the holdup? It took you whippersnappers the whole early CYCL to pack, then we had to wait until after the mid-CYCL meal to start loading up and heading out. Hosu was the last ship to leave UA, so we already had a late start and I haven't been home in a while, so there's nothing waiting for us in the pantry. I'm treating you now, so get a move on. We need to head over and unpack before dark. So Hiko was right, it was also rude of Izuku to just stare at the food that was prepared by the restaurant owners. Eating a warm grub was probably better than eating a cold one too, right? Izuku hesitantly used his spoon to cut into the top of the grub, holding back any gags as he watched the goopy innards fill the bowl of his utensil. Much like the planet, the innards were brown, but there was a distinct green hue that made it look extra unappealing. It didn't smell bad, thankfully. It didn't really smell like much at all if he was being honest. It just looked like a steaming pile of... Nope, not going to go there. Izuku screwed his eyes shut and held his breath as he quickly put the spoon in his mouth before he could chicken out again. It wasn't good. But it also wasn't bad, if that made sense. It was just very bland. So Hiko made a little humph noise before nodding Izuku's way. I see you're quicker than Yagi in many respects. I can get behind that. Here, this should help it go down easier. After rummaging around in one of his pockets, so Hiko handed Izuku a salt shaker. Hopeful that it would actually help, Izuku scooped another spoonful and shook some salt on top. Pointedly looking away from the main grub, he tried the bite. Yup, still slimy, but if he pretended that it wasn't a ham-sized bag of skin filled with loose bug guts, then it wasn't that bad. It was just mushy, watery, bland mashed potatoes and gravy. Just leftovers, he could deal with that. Nope, not looking at the head, just scooping out the filling. Packaged instant mashed potatoes and reduced sodium gravy mix, just like his dad used to like when celebrating the American holiday Thanksgiving. So Hiko wasn't kidding when he said he lived nearby. His apartment was on the bottom floor of one of the large buildings just a block or two away from the restaurant, which was convenient for someone who kept complaining about his joints. The buildings were massive, but what made them more impressive was the fact that they all looked to be made of clay, or at least something similar in material. The large towers weren't like buildings back home, they were more rounded at the base and asymmetrical. That isn't to say that any of them were leaning, more that they weren't built like the concrete rectangles Izuku was more used to. They tapered slightly near the top, but aside from this they had the basic features of any other structure. Doors. Windows. Also check. They just all seemed to be carved out of skyscraper-sized termite mounds. The interiors were a different story though. Sure, the furniture was a little weird, but the rooms were sealed by actual walls, and if it weren't for the slightly rounded shapes they would look similar to homes back on Earth. They were still obviously made of a natural clay, but it was similar enough to the plaster walls back home that the difference was negligible. While the outside were somewhat jagged and uneven in shape, the interior walls were nice and smooth, similar in color and texture to white chicken eggs. Here's your room, whippersnapper. Get some rest because once tomorrow starts so do we. So Hiko didn't linger, disappearing behind the automatic doors of his own room after finishing up the most basic of tours. The front entrance opened up into a main living area with a kitchen off to the side, but apart from that there were just two small rooms, a bathroom, and a storage area slightly bigger than an average closet. Izuku didn't mind, he'd had smaller accommodations before. Surprisingly though, the closet area was stocked with a few futons. Maybe it wasn't super out of the ordinary given that Hiko worked with Yagi, but there were several stuffed in the small space. They were also all from Earth if the tags were anything to go by. Izuku was curious at just how long Hiko had worked with Yagi to have accommodations for humans just casually gathering dust in his home. Before he could really ponder things though his communication pad pinged. Hello, Izuku. I appreciate the concern, however you do not have to worry for my well-being. Please focus on your mentorship program at this. I promise to contact you if I need anything in the future. The message to Ida must have finally been automatically sent. Hopefully it didn't interrupt anything. Alright, I trust you. I mean it, you can contact me for anything. Good luck with your mentorship. The message was seen shortly after Izuku sent it, but Ida stopped responding afterwards. Izuku promised to leave his classmate alone. He knew how difficult family matters could be, regardless of what species you were. Instead he got his things ready for the upcoming training he knew was in store. Each hero student was given a case with their hero outfit to carry. They weren't allowed to wear them in public unless their mentor gave them permission, but Hiko had already said that if they were training or patrolling that they would be suited up. After the training at USJ, Izuku had submitted some alterations to his suit. He astutely avoided thinking of the other event that caused him to hand-pick some more mods to his original design. Like all hero costumes, his suit was required to be space-compatible. All Might still had his classic astronaut design, but Izuku didn't think that he could wear a tinted helmet all day long. As one of the first of humans allowed to freely show his face to the intergalactic community, Izuku would enjoy the freedom this provided for his suit design. He still kept a detachable mask to help filter out toxins and debris while out in the field, and he also had a hood that he could put on and take off, but aside from that his outfit was mostly modeled after an efficient jumpsuit without covering much of his human physique. He'd confirmed that his utility belt was both comfortable and secure when he tried on the suit for the first time after its upgrade. May had insisted on helping with his suit after they paired up at the sports festival, and she definitely did a great job. She was super excited to add her flexibility regarding working with newly introduced species to her resume. Izuku had just been happy to have another person to talk to that knew anything about engineering. Kiri was smart, but he stuck mainly to the sciences. Izuku itched to get back into robotics, but with everything that had happened there really hadn't been any time to put into that particular hobby. It was a shame, but May had graciously opened the doors to her personal workshop for him to visit anytime. He smiled remembering his time spent with her while admiring the fabric of his suit between his fingers. It was soft but strong. May assured that it would be able to withstand several hits before tearing, a standard since unexpected fights in space weren't unheard of. He still had a strong time believing that his flexible hood had a retractable glass panel that clicked into his mask when sensing significant atmospheric changes. He'd actually nearly jumped out of his skin the first time May activated it, since he wasn't expecting the mask he'd previously been holding to magnetically attach itself to his face before the clear shield slammed shut in front of his eyes. Thankfully his gloves were already on, since he didn't trust the early prototypes to properly capture his fingers without Power Loader taking a look at them first. Still, he was excited to get started. After confirming that all parts of his suit were present and ready to go, Izuku put his case away and settled into his futon. He wasn't sure exactly what training with Sohiko would be like, but he would work strong to keep up. This was a hero that worked alongside Yagi, someone known for his strength throughout the universe. He was sure that things would be tough, but that's exactly what he'd signed up for. No matter what, he would give it his all. Just like the day before, the view from the beach showed brown waters and beige skies. The waves lapped lazily onto shore in what would have been perfect conditions for kids to play in, that is, if the beach wasn't absolutely littered with discarded exoskeletons. It had been strong to truly see from their spot at the restaurant, but rather than sand, most of the ground was made up of the molted shells of the city's inhabitants. That wasn't all though. Lining the edge of the water were grubs, using the waves to come onto shore to munch on the exoskeletons before riding back into the water. Yep, just as I thought. Izuku looked over to Sohiko. No, he was Gran Torino when in costume. You see those mounds out there in the surf? Izuku strained his eyes to see where Gran was looking, and sure enough it seemed like the water was washing over some short walls several meters out from the main shore. Those are supposed to be grates to protect the smaller wildlife from predators, but rains cause runoff from the city buildings to flow into the water. The silt builds up near the metal grates and adheres over time due to the natural adhesive used in our construction practices. After several full rotations, that's years for you humans, the walls build high enough to block the waves from properly reaching the shore. The critters you see here rely on the waves to bring them forward and back, and the tides also help pull our discarded shells into the waves where they can break down more naturally. This beach is so small that the city doesn't care about it, focusing more on areas of the city that actually get used, but it's still a dumping ground for the locals. Without strong waves, nothing will be able to reach far enough to break down these exoskeletons, and the only thing pushing the pile forward is the weight of more drop-offs. The little things are starving because of it, desperate to nibble on the nearest morsels, but the darn things are too big for them. If the waves were as strong as they used to be, the constant tugging of the water would help break them into pieces for the little guys to enjoy, but as it stands, the sad flavorless grubs are all that'll be pulled from these waters until something's done to bring back balance. That's where you come in. Izuku felt sympathy for the beach, having known similar abandoned areas back home, but that last sentence gave him pause. Wait, what? Yep. You've bulked up since you were rescued, but you're still a scrawny kid. Every day we're gonna come out here and you're gonna trudge out and get rid of the muck that's clogged up the protective grate. Izuku looked out into the water and back to Gran. Well, I gave you your assignment, what's the holdup? Izuku didn't have to be told twice. The water was fairly shallow, barely coming over his waist, but while the temperature was nice, the color left much to be desired. It smelled fine, so Izuku hoped it was just the dirt and silt he was wading through. One would think that brown water would seem murky, but to his surprise, Izuku could actually see his shoes on the bottom, easily avoiding all the small white grubs swimming below the surface. He'd thought that they'd had feet before, but as it turns out they were fins instead. He wasn't sure how he felt about this recent development. After reaching the grate, it was clear what the problem was. There was definitely a thick layer of fine silky mud caking the bars. Izuku would need to have May add some kind of retractable shovel to his tool belt. It would be great for rescuing those covered in debris, but also for situations like this. As it was, Izuku was forced to use his hands to scrape away at the bars. The mud fell away in clumps, but it felt like nearly no progress at all considering how far up the pile had built around the grate. It seemed like an impossible task until Izuku felt something. Initially, he thought it was some curious creature taking a quick toothless nibble at his hand, but after reaching back to shovel away more mud, he realized he could feel suction. It was weak, but it was there. The silt settled fairly quickly, and written in both common and whatever the native language was a label. Environmental siphon, the holes were small, easily covered by debris like the odd leaf or twig, but the silt was fine enough that once it was cleared away the mud easily slipped through the bars. Izuku had already spent at least an hour bending over to try and toss mud away from the gate. That this was both a relief to find but also slightly infuriating. Judging by the laughter he could hear from shore, this was a planned part of the exercise. I see you've found the drains. Go ahead and clear away 10 of those before we break away for lunch. Gran was lounging on a pile of exoskeletons when Izuku looked back his way. 10 drains? He could do that. He'd be absolutely drenched in sweat, but it would get done way before lunch. Just like the school motto, Izuku would be sure to work plus ultra to get this done. So Hiko was pleasantly surprised by Izuku. Unlike Yagi, the kid actually took to directions well. It also didn't take him nearly as long to find the drainage pipes. There was constant flow from one side of the city to the other to help supply the main construction zones with fresh silt. These grates were organized extremely efficiently, allowing for the protection of the grubs and larvae that made these shores their home whilst also helping to fill the mud stores used to rebuild structures after rains. Some in the intergalactic community found their method strange, but most species on Hosu were sensitive to the raw binding agents used in other common construction practices. Several poor workers found their joints had permanently fused before it was decided that insectoid species just couldn't work in construction outside of Hosu. The weather was mild enough here that the most that had to be done was slapping on a new layer of mud every now and again for better stability. It was a simple yet effective method that had served everyone well over countless generations. Most of the drains were kept clear so that dams like this one didn't build up and so that fresh silt could get to the holding tanks unobstructed, but unfortunately little back alleys like this were neglected in favor of the more metropolitan areas. The residents suffered for it too. The grubs didn't get enough calcium from everyone's shells since they piled up away from where they could properly reach, which also made them less palatable and reduced the amount of calcium going back into the community. Those that could afford to eat at restaurants in other parts of the city did so, but those that couldn't were forced to resort to places like Gran's favorite hole-in-the-wall establishment. These poor people just want to make a living, but the resources they have at their disposal are dirt quality, and this put the children and elderly at risk too. Without proper amounts of calcium, exoskeletons grow weaker with every molt, and this can cause a plethora of other ailments. So Hiko's getting old. He'd grown up in this neighborhood and used to help clear the drains in his youth, but he was no spring chicken anymore. He'd shrunken with age and what would have been waiting before would come up to his neck nowadays. He still visited his home every now and again and used his hero license to bully the city into fixing all of the abandoned areas when he could, but they always did a lackluster job, and it wouldn't be fair to prioritize his own neighborhood over the others. That being said, he couldn't make Izuku work on all of those other areas either, so the tiny corner of the universe that he called home would get just a little TLC in the meantime. Izuku was a strong worker. So Hiko was definitely having fun teasing the little SQR, but even after getting prodded here and there he didn't shirk his work. He could see the little ripples on the surface of the water where the drains were cleared away and allowed for proper drainage. Good job out there. As a thank you for your strong work, I have some pre-packaged human snacks for you. Opening the cooler they'd brought over for lunch revealed several packs of Lunchables. Initially Gran was only going to offer one as a joke, but he felt that Izuku had suffered enough for the day. I wasn't sure what flavors you liked, so I ordered several in bulk. The fridge back at the apartment will be stocked too, so you'll always have access to these. I would get produce, but I'm no chef and it can be strong to get plants through the planetary border. If you have any requests let me know, but I knew for sure that these could get through. We'll be stopping by that restaurant for dinner after training every day, just so you know. Our little way of giving back to the community. Yes, sir. Oh, he liked this kid. Be sure to eat up. I'll go over the second part of training once you're ready to go. And depending on how well he took to things, then maybe he wouldn't prefer slinging mud for hours like Yagi did. You ready to start, whippersnapper? Izuku nodded his head, ready for anything. All right then. While you were out playing in the mud, I gathered a few exoskeletons for us to use. You have potential. Anyone with eyes saw that during the sports festival, but while you showed restraint when fighting your fellow students, it was clear that you were still nervous about hurting them. This training will teach you the restraint you so obviously want to learn. Izuku hadn't been expecting this. He thought that training would be geared more towards getting stronger, but he wasn't opposed to the idea that Gran was now presenting him. He was scared of hurting everyone, especially after he and Kiri had been given the green light to start lightly sparring with the others. Aizawa did his best to set their partners so that they could work their way down on the toughness scale, and it was training for their opponents having to fight those out of their league in strength as well, but even with Recovery Girl on site it was a constant worry of his. I line the inside of these shells with some silt and they're dry enough now to work with. Your goal will be to hit these dummies strong enough to push them away without cracking the shells. These targets each represent the strength you'll need to use when fighting different species. I've lined them up in order from the most to least frail. Where do you want to start? Could I start in the middle? Alright, then you'll be starting with the Entia's shells. I've seen the roster for your class and I know you have an Entia's classmate. Have you sparred yet? Yes, sir. Good, then you know that our shells are about as thick as a walnut. We're not quite as brittle, but it's a good comparison. On the scale of 1 to 5, Entias are a 3. At the end of your training here I'll be assigning each species a number based on how squishy they are to you humans. Learn it and use it well. I'll be blunt, you humans are brutes. Your strength far outpaces the vast majority of those in the intergalactic community. There's a reason the probation for your species was as long as could be. As the first generation of known human heroes, you'll need to be sure to not get charged with using excessive force. Now, these dummies are lined with enough dried silt to mimic the real deal, so do your best. Print had brought several metal bars with their lunch cooler and now Izuku knew what they were for. They assembled similarly to how tent poles were fitted, and with a little maneuvering the selected exoskeletons were placed over the metal frames like makeshift mannequins. Ida was fast so it was always strong to hit him, but Izuku had gotten a few blows in before. The first few had dented his shell a bit so Izuku had learned to back off. In theory he'd already done this before. Okay, just breathe. Just give a quick jab, nothing else to it. 3. Izuku struck out and hit his target, but after wobbling a bit it stayed in the same position. Alright, Sonny, that was a good first try. This exercise is a balancing act. It's good that you're being conscious of your opponent, but if you don't fight seriously then someone might get the upper hand on you. It's important to know your own strength, but it's just as important to end your fights as quickly and efficiently as possible. I'll be lenient with you today since it's your first time with these targets, but starting tomorrow there'll be penalties for cracking these shells. Use today to figure out those strong limits. Izuku could do that. Gran had lined up several of each dummy and Izuku had the green light to test his strength. His next hit was harder, just enough to push the mannequin back an inch or two without denting it. Gran nodded. Better, but you're gonna need to put more force in if you're gonna subdue villains. It'll also take more than just a few hits to get your muscle memory up to speed. Keep practicing. Izuku did. He'd found his rhythm and Gran had really done a good job in mimicking the weight and feel of a full-bodied Entias. Izuku could question it later when he wasn't practicing his boxing moves. Eventually, after so many consecutive hits, the dried-out shell cracked, the dummy falling apart and leaving only the wire frame behind. Alright, that was a good start. Do you want to go up or down in strength? Izuku figured that it would be harder to be more delicate after training on the higher levels so his choice was easy. Down. Gran approved. All right, whippersnapper. Target number 2 is coming from a Reich. I've read the mission report for your rescue so I know you've fought them before. Let me know now if you're not comfortable using these dummies as practice. Izuku stayed silent. All right then. I'm not gonna lie, brat. Fighting your enemy was a bold move. You never know what's in another sentient's BLD, whether it be natural toxins or personal diseases. Don't do it again unless you have no other means of defending yourself. Izuku remembered wiping the purple BLD from his lips and shuddered. Yes, sir. Gran stared his way for several more moments before continuing. I mean it. It's not just what can harm you, but what can harm others. Human saliva is highly corrosive to most organic tissue, and it houses tons of bacteria. You stopped yourself from biting all the way through when you realized how strong your jaws were, but that grunt still had to have his arm amputated afterwards. Izuku felt his heart drop, but Gran abruptly pointed his way and barked in his general direction. Don't you get all mopey about that. That grunt was professionally healed and fitted with a prosthetic once he was in HPSC custody. Afterwards he was charged with several felonies, including the illegal and immoral acquisition of deathfly sprite feathers for trade on the black market and for other undisclosed purposes. There were numerous other charges under his belt, but your ability to defend yourself and others is protected absolutely under intergalactic law. You had every right to do worse, and yet you still held back when you realized your own strength. Count that as a win and use this experience as a lesson. Don't. But others. Yes, sir, he wouldn't, unless he was in the most dire of situations. Izuku would keep his teeth away from villains. Alright, I'm sure I've gotten my point across. Back to training. Reich shells are about as strong as pistachio shells. They're almost as brittle as them as well, which'll make this next task more difficult than your last. Consider Reich shells a 2 on our scale and pull your attacks back as necessary. Izuku already struggled with fighting Ida. This was a lot harder than it seemed. As protection for their nuts, pistachio shells seemed fairly sturdy. You wouldn't really be able to crush one with your fingers, for example, but when such a thin barrier was spread out across a larger sheet, this would get difficult very quickly. Ready to take his shot, Izuku stepped forward and hit the training dummy. It fell back, but a large crack formed across the area. The dried silk behind the shell helped pad things a bit, but not by much, unfortunately. And that right there would be considered the use of excessive force. You have a few more tries before we're out of dummies, but it wasn't shattered, so that's something. Izuku felt a little disheartened, but he knew that he could get this. His first try wasn't a total failure. One by one Gran lined up Izuku's targets. And one by one Izuku dented or cracked their shells. After the final target was unsuccessfully pushed back, Gran grunted in slight disapproval. It's still your first day, so I can't be too harsh. We'll have all month to practice this, but you should know that this will apply to many other species. Another species that I would consider a 2 on our little scale are Purdy. I know you have several of those in your class, so this should strike closer to home. Most flying sentients have brittle hollow bones that can break easily if force is applied to the wrong areas. Tomorrow I want you to imagine the force you'd use when fighting against your more fragile classmates. Izuku imagined hitting Okuro strong enough to send her to Recovery Girl and felt sick. Alright, I can see that I gave you a lot to ponder, but we still need to get this practice in. Up or down, Sonny? Izuku felt intimidated going down again, especially after his recent failure, but he had to do this. This was why he was here training. Gran was taking his time to teach Izuku the skills he would need to be the best hero he could. The least he could do was try his best. Down. Once again, Gran approved. Alright, listen up. This here is the lowest on our scale, and this will be your biggest obstacle. Most would hardly dare to even call these exoskeletons due to how fragile they are, but what they lack in form they make up for in elasticity. These are the molted remains of Rumolin skins, and the closest thing to describe these in Earth terms are peanut shells. Izuku sucked in a shaky breath through his nose. It made sense. Rumolins like Mesa were very moth-like. The fact that they even molted at all was fascinating to him, but that's not why he was here right now. If their discarded skins were similar to peanut shells, then he had his work cut out for him. This would be like trying to punch a wet paper bag and expecting it not to immediately burst under the force. Was Mesa really that fragile? Was that why he was a detective and not a hero? Well, Gran's inquiry snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. He couldn't distract himself from this. He had to face it head-on. It was only his first year in the hero course, and Izuku was sure that this wouldn't be the hardest task that would be assigned to him in training. Izuku was as gentle as feasibly possible, but there was still a fairly significant dent in the Rumolin skin where he punched the torso area. Well, you're smart, whippersnapper. I'll let you continue trying, but remember to think outside the box. Brute force isn't always the answer. Gran immediately distracted himself with his communication pad, but Izuku was left reeling at that. What exactly was Gran implying? The task was simple: land a blow strong enough to push his enemy back without hurting the shell. The whole point was to use force. I don't hear practicing. Keep at it, I'll make more dummies tomorrow while you're out clearing drains. Izuku could hear the distinct music of Candy Crush coming from his direction, but he knew that this was what he'd signed up for. Izuku was a bit frustrated, but at this point he realized that Gran might just be messing with him on purpose. He wanted to think the best of the man, but his little ways of getting under Izuku's skin were getting pretty brazen. Still, Izuku didn't want to be left alone with just his thoughts. How do you know how soft peanut shells are? Yagi's allergic to peanuts. How'd you know about their shells? Yagi wasn't the only human I've ever worked with, you know. Really? I was part of the original crew that made first contact with your planet, Sonny. This caught Izuku's attention. I've served with every single human that's ever gone beyond your home system. At least, until you two whippersnappers and your fancy teacher from the main station got out here. So you worked with my dad then? Your dad? Gran put away his game and looked Izuku up and down. Curly hair and freckles. You're Hisashi's kid. So you did know him? That I did. I'm surprised I didn't see it sooner, but your features are all so different from one another it's strong to spot the similarities sometimes. Izuku couldn't say anything. He hadn't been sure whether or not Gran was related to Ida's family at all, and he still really didn't know. He didn't plan on asking either, so he was glad that he'd brought this up now. So, you learned about peanuts from them? The quarantined area had a specific enclosed pod specifically for peanut butter because your father loved the stuff. He got one of our other crew members hooked on it, which forced us to double our sanitization supplies since our ship was small and we all worked together. She really preferred unsalted shelled nuts, but I will admit that when they were in the pantry I also had some to myself from time to time. A lot of our crew loved nuts from Earth, and their shells are varied enough that I can use them as examples in our strength exercises today. They're very rich in fats and flavor. Once the quarantine ends on your species, I expect your exports to boom exponentially. The products that Death Worlds can produce are very high in quality. You should be proud of your home, but this isn't the time to yap about this. Stop distracting yourself and put some effort in. You're already miles ahead of Yagi when I put him through this same training, so just use your head and you'll keep up with things. Wait, Gran trained Yagi? Izuku thought that they'd just trained together as colleagues. Izuku looked at the dummies that were still lined up and waiting for him in a new light. Yagi had done this exact exercise before, back when he was still training to be a hero. This training had carried him to the #1 position in the known universe. Izuku wasn't sure how long Yagi had been able to practice this, but Izuku did know that he only had about a month to do the same. If Gran believed that he was already doing better on his first day of training, then Izuku would need to keep up the pace. So Hiko was an invaluable resource, and Izuku would be sure to use his time wisely. Izuku panted as he took a break after damaging every single Rumolan skin Gran had set up for him. He wasn't able to get even a single hit in that didn't tear or dent the outer skins, and that didn't bode well for tomorrow when he knew there would be penalties. Alright, whippersnapper, I see we'll have some things to work on in the near future. I can see that you're doing your best and respect that you went with what you believed would be the more difficult selections first. It shows foresight, but now we're in the big leagues. These last two sets of dummies have more silt in them to mimic the respective body weights of their counterparts. So what'll it be? Shell number 4 or shell number 5? 4. Izuku was getting tired after working so strong. Wading in the mud was really coming back to him now that he knew they were almost done for the day. Alright, these exoskeletons belong to Mechton. You may have seen them around as there are a few in Class 1B. They're fairly analogous to ants back on Earth, just sentient-sized. Anyways, this city is primarily populated by Mechton. It's the planet's capital, so there are also all manner of native and emigrated species, but originally this area was built and maintained by the Mechton. We still use their organized walkways and structure techniques to this day. They're the most numerous of the insectoid species by far, and despite their size they really pack a punch. Here we have their body sheds. All Mechton bodies are about the same, but it's their heads that differ. Their bodies will be used as our dummies for shell hardness 4. We'll get to their head sheds for 5 later. Izuku looked at his target and didn't really think too much of it. It was the body of an ant a little over a meter tall, although he did have to admit that it wasn't as tall without the headpiece attached. Their shells are about as tough as macadamia shells. If you've never had to crack a macadamia nut, maybe imagine chestnuts instead. They're at least harder to crack than walnuts, so give it a shot and adjust your strength as needed. Hey, Izuku could do this. This would be significantly easier than dealing with the last task, but just in case he would still try to tone down his blow to one he would deal Ida. His fists were starting to hurt a bit from all the practice, and his arms had already gotten a lot of action in the water, but he would deal with his noodle limbs later. Pulling his fist back, he let loose his punch. It was near perfect. The dummy was a bit heavier than an Entia's, so it wobbled instead of moving back, but he had it by the second blow. It was such a relief after failing so much with the last few shells that Izuku felt himself getting into it. Energy that had previously been sapped from his form returned, if only for a short while, and only after pushing the dummy around a bit did Gran interrupt him. "Alright, save your energy, whippersnapper. I see that 4 is your comfort level. We'll remember that for later, but I'm not surprised. Dragons are a 4 on our scale, and I've heard how close you are to those in your class. Now, you're going to succeed with 5 no matter what, but because of that there's a caveat. There may come a time where you'll have to fight someone bigger than you. Someone stronger than you in nearly every way, or at least on the surface that's what it'll seem. Your goal for the end of training will be to surpass level 5, to break your previous limits and know how to crack a tough nut, so to speak. Yes, you'll need to keep your strength in check as a hero employed by the intergalactic community, but you should also take your own safety into consideration. Maybe your opponent is a wall of debris from a building collapse. Maybe you'll get stranded on an uninhabited planet and will need to protect yourself from the wildlife. Whatever the case, there are beings stronger than humans, despite what many may believe, and the goal of my training is to give you the tools you'll need to survive. Now, do you think you're ready to take on the challenge? Yes, sir. Good, now let me explain. These are Mechtan heads, but not all Mechstans are built the same. Each colony has specific tasks for the different members that are born, and one's task is generally set at BRTH based on the structure of their head. The hierarchy is similar to most Earth ant colonies, with a queen residing at the top. Some workers will spend their days working on the grand city infrastructure, repairing any buildings that break down in the elements or expanding as necessary. Some work in sanitation, removing waste and keeping things tidy. The group we'll be using are those used in protection, the warrior class if you will. Their heads are by far the biggest and toughest in any colony, though the warrior class has several subgroups as well. Regardless, your goal will be to crack at least one of these exoskeletons before the end of your training here on Hosu. The closest analogy I could think of from Earth would be coconuts. Wait, what? Izuku couldn't help but interrupt after that. I know, coconuts technically aren't nuts? Wait, no, that wasn't the point. Gran expected Izuku to get strong enough to punch through a coconut in 1 month. Gran seemed to sigh at Izuku's expression. Look, if you'll allow me to finish, we can get started. As I was saying, the closest analogy to their strength is a coconut from Earth. Specifically an older coconut like what most Earth films depict in most films. Older coconuts don't have the same thick protective coating that the younger produce have. I will say that while some Mechtan heads are as tough as the real deal, most are slightly weaker than what you might find in a regular supermarket. You'll just have to give it your all, but take a practice swing first to see where you stand. When I feel like you've done enough, we'll finish for the day and head out for dinner. Izuku looked at the variety of Mechtan heads available for him to practice with. The fact that there was only one of each subtype prepared for practice showed how strong Gran thought they were, which did not bode well for Izuku's hands. Realizing that stalling wouldn't get him anywhere, Izuku stepped up to the first head and took a swing at it. This. Ow, 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 ow. Izuku shook his hand violently. He was prepared for it to be strong, but he wasn't expecting the slightly sandpapery texture. Checking his knuckles, he saw that the skin was a bit raw, but thankfully nothing had scraped past the first layer. Note to self, punch it head on, don't try grazing the side to test things out. Always inspect your opponent, whippersnapper. Mini-Ricks are mostly categorized as 5s, though it depends on their outer shell. Some of their shells aren't pleasant to the touch. You'll have to fight unpleasant opponents sometimes, so here's your opportunity to show your resourcefulness. I'll be over here if you need me. Resourcefulness. That word stuck out to Izuku for a moment. He did have resources at his disposal, didn't he? He'd been using his bare fists for his earlier tasks since he wasn't sure whether or not the gloves to his suit were waterproof, but now was a great opportunity to test them out for combat purposes. Picking them up from where he'd tossed them in the sand earlier, Izuku put them on and tried again. Yup, the head was still just as tough, but at least he wouldn't wear his hands raw now. That probably wouldn't have been very sanitary whenever he continued working in the water to clear drains again. Gran was a tricky one. Sure, right now he looked the part of the lazy mentor, playing Candy Crush off to the side, but Izuku was trying to read in between the lines now. Had he already missed anything while he was frustrated earlier? He didn't know, but he was sure that Gran would try to subtly drive him in the right direction. For now, he focused on trying out each of the heads, which were more difficult than the others since they were mounted on top of the Mechtan body models from before. Not only did this make them heavier, but where they were placed made them top-heavy and awkward to hit. After a while Gran closed his game. Alright, it's about that time. Help me pack up the bars. Izuku knew that he wouldn't have been able to get it on the first day, but it was still disheartening. So far he'd only been able to successfully conquer 2 out of the 5 categories. Maybe it was just because he'd already had experience fighting classmates that fit those strength categories, but it still left him feeling like there was so much left to accomplish. I know you're tired, but look on the bright side. We get to have dinner at our new favorite restaurant before heading back to my place. Isn't that nice? Izuku had almost forgotten about that. Well, things could always be worse. Thanks for treating me. Anytime, SQR. Izuku would be sure to write a list of the foods he wanted ordered as soon as they got back to the apartment. As it was, he was just too tired to complain. Izuku felt even worse on day 2 than he did on day 1. Calling his arms noodles would be a disservice to overcooked pasta. He hadn't realized how sore he would be the day after his first training session. Still, Izuku had things to do and places to be. So Hiko eyed his limp limbs briefly before plating up breakfast. All right, whippersnapper. Here's a Hosu special. Eat up and thank me later. Thankfully the meal wasn't more bugs, but Izuku wasn't sure that he'd ever had salad for breakfast before either. He was thankful that he'd eaten breakfast back at UA before leaving for this trip. He should have savored those final meals more. I see that look in your eyes. Don't you worry, I've ordered your little shopping list. Starting tomorrow you'll have more than just Lunchables to enjoy. Thanks for including the brand and color of miso paste you wanted, it made my life easier. I remember a lot of other humans having that soup with their meals before. It has a little too much sodium for my taste, so I never really paid any attention to the specifics, but I do know that a few were particular about what they ordered for themselves. Izuku would take it. If Sohiko could order rice and miso paste, then he would be happy. A little more chipper, Izuku started eating his meal. Interestingly, it was a flavor that Izuku was having a strong time describing. It was definitely a salad, but rather than dressing there was a fine powder on top. The powder was fairly savory, but still mild somehow. It wasn't bad though, and it was certainly better than nothing. Alright, whenever you're ready, get suited up so we can head out. Izuku wasted no time. The sooner they got moving the sooner they would get back home to rest up some more. Izuku knew that the extra time that was skipped at the end of his first day of training was for whatever penalties Sohiko had in store for him, so it was better to just bite the bullet and work as efficiently as he could while he still had the energy. It wasn't until they were actually at the beach that he realized he'd just carried the lunch cooler over without breaking a sweat. Now in hero costume, Gran patted his back, chuckling once he knew Izuku noticed his lack of fatigue. Breakfast had a very special mineral blend native to Hosu in it. Our planet may be brown, but brown is the base of life for most of the universe. No matter where you go, the ground nearly always has the same function. Soil fuels life whether others want to acknowledge this or not. Plants, animals, and sentient beings. They can be whatever color they wish, but it always comes back to the source. Some may mock our appealing brown planet, but we take pride in our home and its resources. You don't have to worry about any side effects, it's all natural. After our little walk this morning, the soreness in your muscles should have disappeared. You're in charge of your own motivation, but at least now you should have the energy to back it up. Now go clear out about 20 drains. Spread them out like you did yesterday. The better you clear them, the better they'll be able to SCK up the nearby silt and make your job easier tomorrow. Izuku didn't have to be told twice. Still trying to be on the careful side, he left his gloves in the sand before wading out to the grate, but he would be sure to put them back on before working with the exoskeletons later. The silt was smooth on his fingers and actually quite satisfying to watch disappear into the artificial current once the drains were cleared away. Gran was right too. Overnight, the areas around the drains Izuku had already cleared looked nice, the surrounding silt having been sucked in. These pipes must have been neglected for a long time to build up as much silt as they had. Sure, with a handful of drains cleared away, the suction in the pipes was slightly stronger, but once everything was clear it would equalize the flow. It would take months, if not years, for runoff sediment to build up to this point again. Izuku was starting to understand just how important these resources were to Gran and his people. It was amazing how quickly the silt was able to firm up and keep its form when dried outside of the water. If Izuku had molds for sand castles, he might have worked on those in his free time, but he didn't exactly think that Sohiko's planet had beachside views before leaving for this trip, so he had packed accordingly at the time. That recovery powder was some good stuff though. Sure, there was still a whisper of soreness as he worked, but for the most part Izuku could focus on his task without the distraction of painful jello limbs. Gran had probably only used it so that Izuku would be safer while working in the water, but it was appreciative nonetheless. Izuku would have to ask him what that stuff was called though. Kiri would love it after his more intense workouts. Izuku stared at what remained of today's training dummies. His results were fairly similar to the day before, but he was anxious as Gran still hadn't said what the penalties would be for damaging his opponents. Alright, listen up. I prepared 5 dummies for each category. Congrats, you managed to finish Shell Scale 4 with no mishaps. Unfortunately you however did damage 1 Entia's shell and all of the category 1 and 2 shells. I want 5 push-ups for Shell Scale 3, 25 squats for Shell Scale 2, and 25 sit-ups for Shell Scale 1. 5 reps for each broken dummy. It's understandable that you couldn't break through Shell Scale 5 today, but I have no doubts you'll get there eventually. If you break Shell Scale 4 in the future you'll owe me 5 pull-ups for each damaged dummy. When you're done with those reps give me 11 laps around the beach, 1 for each dummy regardless of type. If you can break Shell Scale 5 in the future then you'll be able to skip laps. Now go. Izuku didn't have to be told twice. He started with the push-ups since that's what Gran started with. While he did those and then moved on to squats, Gran rearranged some of the fitted metal bars. It was clear once they were fixed together that it was a way to help Izuku with his sit-ups since Gran wasn't heavy enough to help him out. His first day there he probably would have had some apprehension about getting alien dirt in his hair, but after shoveling the mud around he found that as soon as the stuff got wet it washed away pretty easily. He was a little surprised though. He thought that the penalties would have been worse. He jolted when Gran piped up from his seat, seemingly reading Izuku's mind. Don't get too comfortable, whippersnapper. After this week, every penalty will earn you 10 reps, and 15 for the week after. If you thought you were sore this morning you'd better learn quick or else you'll be in for a world of aches and pains. It's sink or swim, now finish up and get running, I'm getting hungry. Izuku finished his last reps before sprinting off to get his laps done. The beach was fairly long, but thankfully not too wide. One lap was probably a little over a kilometer, but the shape made it strong to tell. Gran's words rang in his head though. Next week, if he failed to save even one dummy from one of the scales, he would have to do 50 reps, and if he still couldn't get it he would be forced to do 75 the week after. He wasn't complaining about having to do 25 reps now, but it was still a lot, especially after working out all morning in the water, and then in combination with the other exercises he had to complete. This was his daily routine now, and even though it was just day 2 it was already sinking in that this really wasn't going to be a cakewalk. He was panting by the time he finished his laps and Gran had thankfully already packed everything away while he was busy. Don't expect to hear it from me often, but you're doing good, kid. I like that you don't give any lip. You'll have the weekends off to rest, so feel free to call up your little friends that are here on the planet to hang out. Just don't expect to host any parties at my place. Now pick that up so we can go, they're expecting us soon and I want my grub to be warm when we get there. Yes, sir. Izuku's legs wobbled as he was told, but now he had a goal to work towards. The weeks might be 8 days out here in space, but the weekends were 3 days long. Ida still hadn't really contacted him after their awkward conversation before, but Shouo was surprisingly avid in online spaces and was trying, unsuccessfully, to learn how to use emojis to spice up his messages. He seemed determined to learn after seeing some of the messages Izuku had shared with Mna in the class group chat, and Izuku was happy to be his test dummy and provide constructive criticism while he learned in private. Maybe meeting up would give him an opportunity to explain things more thoroughly in person. "You're muttering, Kit." "Sorry." "It's fine, but you'll need to learn to curb that habit. Leaking battle strategies in real time is a surefire way to get hurt or worse." "Yes, sir." Gran's demeanor shifted once they walked into the restaurant. Sure, the grubs weren't super appetizing, but Gran seemed to like them and they put him in a better mood. Izuku idly wondered if Shouo might like them too, imagining what they might do over the weekend. Maybe they wouldn't be too bad with some hot sauce. He'd have to order some to try it out. Stain was losing his touch, though he supposed that after as many lunar rotations as he spent being fed poor amounts of emergency rations in a high-stress environment, it was inevitable. He tried to pace himself, he really did, but there were just too many false narratives being shoved down everyone's throats. It was sickening. His actions gave the public pause, put that initial hesitation to blindly trust so-called heroes in place, and allowed everyone to wake up to the reality that those who hold themselves so high and mighty aren't closer to being gods than anyone else. All Might was a shining example of an exemption to the rule. Stain knew the statistics. In his time since reaching the top of the hero charts, All Might had made sure to keep his public destruction to a minimum and never grievously injured his opponents despite absolutely having the power to do so. He worked tirelessly, always on the scene longer than the minimum required blocks established by the HPSC, and he made sure to visit many planets, working in some of their worst areas with little publicity. It was easy enough to find the articles locally written on his exploits if one looked strong enough through the intergalactic web, and there were far more for All Might in these often forgotten strips of the slums than there were big public displays in the more popular areas of grand cities. Other heroes flocked to these sites to hopefully take down villains in broad daylight within view of the ever-present media, but All Might was different. Vanity was one societal problem, but greed was even worse. Many heroes lived lavish lifestyles, earning high incomes from their mandated HPSC salaries paid for by intergalactic taxes, donations graciously sent from their adoring fans, and also sticking their greedy fingers into the mass production of junk products modeled after themselves to get others to just buy. It was sickening, but Stain knew that all proceeds raised by All Might's merchandise went to charities and communities that needed them. This wasn't a widely broadcasted fact as he was quiet with these actions, but to Stain even that was admirable. Here was an individual who risked his life daily for the betterment of society, who didn't leave any individuals behind and used his strength for the good of the universe. He was generous and never flaunted his good deeds, encouraging others to also act selflessly for the betterment of the universe. All Might was a pillar to live up to, a selfless being who shied away from his fame and only hoped to help those around him. He could still remember the day he met the man in person like it was yesterday. He'd been left behind by his broodmates, his face scarred after a Benzerver bit away a chunk where his nose had been. His siblings were too focused on their own battles, the instinctive rage and power coursing through them for their trials, to notice his struggles, but that didn't change the fact that they ran off, charging after their targets and leaving him alone to die to his wounds. He had felt like nothing more than a stain on his planet, a failure who couldn't even live long enough to earn a name beyond the one he'd chosen for himself as a mere tadpole. Then they came. All Might, still young in his career, and his crew. He visited their planet during their most dangerous season, and his companions helped those who were left behind by the tribes and written off as casualties. Stains was one of the more populous areas, so they stayed for many cycles, providing aid as the great battles raged on. Then afterwards, All Might and his comrades put an end to their planetary practices. With new technology, population control changed the need for their great annual battles. All Might ensured that the planet had everything it needed to continue without such brutality. Shipments of fertilizer would replace what the planet lost in covering biomass, and his was the last generation to fight. Many fought against the change, mostly older generations who had to fight and were boastful that they had lived to tell their tales, But the diplomacy between their planet's leaders and those in the intergalactic community was stronger than those naysayers. Stain was not welcomed back into his familial pond. His scars showed that he would have died without the extra help, and his BLD was supposed to have nurtured the planet. He was left without a home, and this was the reality for countless others who had been saved by obvious grievous injuries, but he had something that they didn't. He had a dream. Stain decided that he wanted to save others, to help them feel relief after hardships. His life was a gift, and he reflected on the day of his near death very fondly, but even after somehow managing to work his way into hero programs to learn, it wasn't enough. His peers, they were all disgusting. All they wanted material gain and public recognition. He left the programs shortly after, returning to the site that started it all. He asked the universe for a sign, and the universe delivered. As he stumbled the once battleground, he came upon the camp that was used by the outsiders. He remembered the setting well, and they had cleaned up after themselves to respect the land, but as he walked by, the solar body of his home was at the perfect angle to reveal glinting metal in a nearby bush. A knife. Stain was sure that they had called this particular bladed tool a knife. This one had belonged to All Might himself if he remembered the colored hilts correctly. He remembered its many uses well, the other five-fingered sentients in suits each using them around their temporary lodging area, but for one to be left behind accidentally was a huge sign to the young Fogget. This was still the territory of large groups of his brethren, and yet he was the one to find this relic of greater times. The blade was heavy, and still sharp despite its time outdoors, but it felt only natural to wield it. Even to this day the blade was a trusted companion, never leaving his side and serving as a reminder of his resolve. He had asked the universe for a sign, and he had been given a powerful weapon. It was his duty to purge the world of the unjust, and he would reveal the corruption of society one hero at a time. He had already taken 2 heroes from Hosu. One was planned, calculated, and the other was an unfortunate turn of events from someone almost worthy sticking his carapace where it didn't belong, but he still had to take a third before he left for greener pastures. He would be done quicker if he didn't have to keep dodging the annoying pests trying to garner his attention too. Once he was more well-rested, he might just take them up on their offer for a meeting, if only to get them off of his back. Time would tell. Showa was happy to leave his father's side for even a few blocks if given the chance, so Izuku's invitation to hang out during their rest days was very welcome. What was even more welcome was Ida refusing to meet, citing training even when training was not required. Showa doubted that the Ntiyas would take up any of Izuku's offers throughout their stay on Hosu if he was being honest, but he would let Izuku decide whether or not he would continue reaching out. Showa was excited to see his rival again. He had indeed made the decision to train with endeavor to master his fire, but that didn't mean that he enjoyed training with his father. No, he was hoping that Izuku might be up for some light sparring after they ate. Showa would of course not use his gift in public, and they would both be sure to keep things slow to avoid having any issues with local law enforcement, but it would still be nice to just move around freely with a youth around his age. Showa, you made it? Izuku already had a table picked out, but it didn't truly matter since they were the only ones in the tiny restaurant. Showa was surprised that this was where Izuku wanted to meet. Granted, he and his father were living and working in the nicer areas of the city, but it was borderline abandoned here. Sure, the main road was packed with others trying to get places, but the casual walkways were fairly bare, and it was obvious that the buildings here weren't touched up on often. Hello, Izuku. How has your training been going? Could be better. How about yours? It was obvious that Izuku was disappointed in himself, and to be frank, Showa also wasn't truly enjoying his internship either. Same. May I propose a light sparring match after our meal? Perhaps if working with our superiors isn't helping us, then working alongside our peers might be better. Izuku's glum mood lightened up. That sounds great. Maybe Ida will actually join us next time if we tell him we're training together too. That wasn't Showa's intention, but he would take it if Izuku's face lit up like that at just the mere thought. He did suppose that as a pack-bonding species that would have to mean that humans were highly social. Something he had already subconsciously picked up on but would have to tuck away and ponder more in depth later. Sometimes he cursed the fact that he was brought up to ignore anything not important to himself or his future. After as long as they had worked together at UA, Shou should know more about his new rival than he did. He realized with a start that he also didn't truly know what gift humans had. He had been so focused on their brute strength to ponder what they had on top of it. With all might at the top, surely there was more than what was already apparent. Izuku was happy enough to chatter on about how he felt about Hosu with a little prodding, and Shou could admire how quickly and thoroughly his rival's brain worked. Izuku was very insightful. Their food arrived shortly after, and Shou noted that Izuku's did not have the usual danga garnishes on top. Instead, the human pulled out a bottle of red liquid and splashed it on top of his grub before digging in. Shou kept his as is before taking a bite, and he fought strong not to recoil. It was so bland. More than that, the texture was off in a way. He was aware that this small shop on the outskirts of the city would be different than the high-class restaurants his father insisted on eating at every siwaisel, but this was ridiculous. Izuku stopped talking with some concern. Shou, is everything all right? It's nothing. Let's finish up soon so we can spar. Shou may have a few social abnormalities, but even he knew that it was rude to comment poorly on a meal if the cooks were nearby. He idly hoped that they didn't know his mannerisms while he ate. Izuku seemed to see through his struggle though and smiled lightly as he handed over the red bottle from earlier. Here, this is hot sauce from Earth. It's made from peppers. It's not as spicy as a Jalen, but it does help add some flavor. Shou was fairly quick to grab the sauce after. Why didn't the sauce pour faster? Izuku snickered slightly at his haste but did help him with his meal. It was better. The sauce was definitely something that Shou would ask Izuku for more of later on when they returned to UA, but not even capsaicin could save the food unfortunately. Hopefully Izuku knew of a nearby area where Shou could work off and forget his meal. Izuku felt a little bad about his choice of lunch, but to be fair he didn't know any other restaurants in the area. He'd hoped that Shou would enjoy the grubs, but alas, it seemed as if he too was at least a little repulsed by them. At least Izuku had the foresight to order hot sauce when Gran offered for him to get some items to supplement the pantry. Sparring sounded like a good pastime for their weekend meetups though, and he was excited to propose the idea to Ida the next time he invited his classmates out. Shou had wanted to spar, and while the prevalent sand was slightly more coarse than on Earth due to the general lack of waves lapping further up the shore, the beach was still the best area that Izuku could think of for this task. Shou seemed to approve at least, so that was a relief. The area was devoid of spectators as usual, so Izuku wouldn't be scared of letting loose and scaring anyone either. He was so ready for this. I'm sure you remember, but just in case, be aware that the intergalactic law states that universal gifts can't be used outside of personal homes or on private property without XPLCT permission. I will refrain from using my fire and ice. Are there any human disadvantages I should know about before we begin? Izuku thought for a moment. Well, I might need a few minutes to digest a bit so I don't give myself cramps after we just finished lunch, but aside from that I should be all good. Shou would have looked neutral if his tail didn't swish languidly, indicating some emotion Izuku couldn't quite place. You wish to fight without me knowing your handicaps. I can assure you that as official rivals I would never dare to exploit any weaknesses freely confessed. It would be dishonorable to our bonded vows, and I would never accept such a disgraceful victory. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, it's been a while since I asked Toyo all about space, but I remember him telling me about universal gifts. Humans. We don't have any. Shou seemed to blue screen momentarily. What? Yeah, I was kind of bummed out when I first heard too. Apparently the reason that most of the universe has gifts is due to an extra lobe in your brains that humans just don't have. Take Okuo's gift for example. She's a purdy, which means she has wings, that's a given, but their special ability is to psychically manipulate their feathers away from their bodies. Of course her specialty is using them to carry really heavy things, but that's besides the point. If Azawa were to use his paralyzing glare to temporarily erase her gift, then her feathers would fall from the air, but she'd still be able to use her wings to fly away from him. We've even seen this during training before. Humans are like purdy that can't control their feathers, or like dragons without fire or ice, or even elwex without their paralyzing glare. We don't have anything extra, we're just naturally strong. I'm excited to test out my training so far though. Gran's helping me control my strength output, And now that I know where you rank amongst the others in our class, I can really test my control in a real spar. Shoho seemed surprised by Izuku's revelations, but that was the closest that Izuku could get to reading his body language. Apparently, even by Dragit standards, Shoho was fairly closed off. Bakugo commented that Izuku was the one who'd been able to get him to react the most since arriving at Yuei. He did, however, perk up at the mention of their planned spar, and Izuku rolled with it. He'd made a ritualistic bond with Shoho, and it would be cruel to not give anything less than 100% to maintaining their customs. Shoho thankfully refrained from using his teeth or claws during their matches, citing the fact that Recovery Girl wouldn't be able to heal their injuries out here. Izuku meanwhile also pulled his punches more than he had before. He tried using just as much force as was needed to push Shoho back like Gran had him do against the dummies, and Shell Scale 4 was his comfort level, so he did fine. But with Shoho coming at him, it was difficult to control his power output with the quick changes in velocity while they were moving. In the end, Izuku was satisfied with their little workout and Shoho decided to call it a tie, though he did grumble a bit about Izuku holding back more than usual. It was, of course, warranted given Shoho's handicaps and without any supervising adult heroes to give permission to bypass the restrictive intergalactic laws, but it still seemed like a sore spot, even after Izuku commented on him having to hold back as well. Still, the conversation took a more unexpected turn before they parted ways. "Hey, Izuku. Why did you pick that restaurant?" "Oh, I don't really know where else we can go. It's Hiko's favorite and he hasn't let us eat anywhere else yet. The owners are kind enough and he gave me the hot sauce to use, so I don't really have much to complain about. Sorry if it wasn't the best for you though." It was usually strong to read Shoho, but that look on his face earlier was very clearly disgust. "Please allow me to treat you during our next mandated break, PRD." The sentence was stated gravely and Izuku got the sense that it wasn't a request like it sounded. He would have agreed regardless, but he hoped that Shoho wouldn't take it too seriously. Honestly, he was just happy to have been able to hang out at all. For now though, they had to get back to thinking about training. "You're getting faster at shoveling, whippersnapper." Izuku squeezed some water from his hero suit after waiting back from his morning task. "Thanks, but I can't take all the credit. There's less silt buildup by the grates now that the suction's gotten stronger and swept away all the nearby debris." I suppose it's about time we start easing our way into phase 2 of training then. The dummies still need time to dry and lunch isn't for a while yet, so how about we do some light sparring? Actual combat training. Yes, please. Gran's smile seemed to take on a mischievous tone which did not bode well for Izuku. "Alright, you're already miles ahead of where Yagi was at this point in your training. You have potential, that's for sure. I nearly had to beat restraint into that brute, but I can tell that you'll need a more refined approach. Your goal will be to block as many of my hits as you can. I'm an old frail man after all, I don't trust you to take wild swings in my direction quite yet." Gran made his voice purposely feeble for that last part, but Izuku didn't trust it. Regardless, he was ready for this next stage. If he could have the time he spent working in the water, then whatever Gran had to throw at him here would be worth it. His back ached after repeatedly bending over to grasp at enough loose mud to clear away the drains every morning, and their second week on Hosu was nearly coming to a close already. "Yes, sir. All right then. I'll drop this stone here and once it hits the sand we'll start." Izuku nodded, but even though he was prepared for it, Gran was still able to zoom quickly enough that he got in a gut punch before flitting away to a safe distance. It was so fast that Izuku was barely able to see it. He'd fought Ida before, but this was decidedly different. The way that they moved for one was definitely not the same. Ida's main thrusters were on his knees while Gran's were on his ankles, but even that slight difference in position changed their fighting styles. He almost got distracted imagining what Ingenium would have been like in battle with his elbow thrusters before Gran rushed in for another hit. Izuku was able to see that he was aiming for his side and blocked, but Gran didn't seem perturbed, rushing in several more times in quick succession. Izuku tried to block, but a few hits got through his defenses. Gran was faster than Ida. He wasn't sure if it was due to experience or their difference in mass since Gran was fairly small compared to his classmate, but it left him unprepared. It was also difficult to block all of Gran's attacks since the man never hit him in the same way twice. Sometimes he would come in with a punch, others with a flying kick, and once or twice the man headbutt him in the back. Izuku wasn't sure how long that spar went on, but in the end Gran used his limbs to push Izuku to the ground, sitting on top of him as he decided to just lay there in a heap. Alright, that was a good workout. Feel free to take a break before lunch. I hope you learned something during our little spat. Izuku was tempted to just mentally grumble to himself as Gran walked over to his favorite chair, but the word learned stuck with him. So far, Gran had used the word sparingly. He'd found that Gran was usually a bit more cryptic with any training that wasn't absolutely straightforward. It was just a tad annoying, but Izuku did see the benefits of making sure that a hero could read between the lines and come to conclusions without being handed the answers. This was really bothering him though, so he decided after some thought to just outright ask, "Hey Gran, what exactly was I supposed to learn from our spar?" Well, you've already got some good speed and reflexes, but those can always use some tweaking to hone. Battle sense is something you can only gain through experience, but really the point was to show you how many ways this old geezer can toss you around. Do with that information what you will. Blunt as always, but there was definitely something there. Something he just wasn't getting. Alright, if you're well enough to think, then let's have an early lunch so we can finish up your afternoon training sooner. I'd like to get home in time to watch my programs. Someone's a slowpoke after training and I keep missing the intro. Those dummies should be dry enough to work with once we're done eating. Izuku didn't argue. He'd grown fond of his borrowed bedding material at the house, and going to sleep was now one of his favorite things after training. Maybe Shou would be able to help him figure out what he was missing this weekend. Izuku couldn't help but stare at everything around him. The buildings in the nicer part of town were much more put together than what he'd grown used to. They weren't geometrically squared like back home, but they were definitely more sculpted and well taken care of. The exterior walls were textured to look more like freshly popped popcorn, if popcorn was bigger than his head, that is. The more dilapidated areas reminded Izuku of giant termite mounds, but everything here had a smooth and even texture. "It's just around this corner, be ready to raise your arms." Shou's words snapped him out of his admiration for the architecture. He couldn't afford to get distracted while they were on the main road. Thankfully, after using it to walk from Gran's apartment whilst holding all of their belongings, he was more used to the hustle and bustle, though it was decidedly more crowded in this part of the city. Alright, here it is. Izuku stepped closer to the building once they left the main road, since even the more casual walkways were fairly crowded here, but Shou's underwhelming introduction didn't give the restaurant justice. It was brown and popcorn textured just like all the other buildings on the block, but there was decidedly more life on it. For one, there were plants growing around the entrance. They were large tropical-looking plants, the most prominent ones looking almost like monsteras, though they too were brown. The lighter shades complemented the building's darker tones and set the stage for the egg cream interiors once they stepped inside. A Mechtan receptionist waited at the front to check them in. "Reservation. Toroki?" "Yes, of course. Right this way." Izuku stared at the ornately styled walls. There were no plants inside, but wherever the walls weren't smooth, out there were raised carvings of them, catching the light of the artificial lamps and sparse windows to cast equally stylized shadows. They were led to an area with higher ceilings than most of the floor, and Izuku realized that this area was probably for sentients other than the native insectoid residents. He imagined that Endeavor might have had to duck a few times to get here, but even with his crest raised he would be able to comfortably enjoy his meal in this area. "Your meals will be out shortly." The server that had come out to seat them scurried away just as quickly as she'd originally arrived. Shou said that he ate here every day with his dad. Izuku didn't want to ask how much a fancy place like this might cost, but Shou assured that it would be covered on his father's card. Thankfully, when a reservation is made they have the option to pre-order meals, and Izuku made sure to ask for no danga root if a recipe called for it. After looking around and seeing several people ordering grubs like they had at the small restaurant, he regretted leaving his hot sauce back at Sohiko's place. "So, you said you needed some help with figuring out your training?" Izuku nodded, focusing on that rather than the dread of having to eat bland grubs even here at a fancy restaurant. His one hope was that Shou ordered something else, since he also seemed to dislike them before. "Yeah, Gran can be a bit cryptic at times, and lately I feel like there's a lesson that I'm supposed to be picking up on." Okay, explain everything to me and we can start from there. And Izuku did. He explained everything that Gran had made him do in the last 2 weeks. He was desperate to figure this out before the end of their trip here. He tried to remember everything that Gran had said that could be misconstrued to seem innocuous, and by the time he finished their meals were being served. Izuku did his best to keep a neutral face as a large grub was served to his dismay. Shou ignored his meal for the moment to give his full attention to Izuku. I have a theory. Izuku was all ears. Perhaps you should be attacking each dummy differently. I know that it's your and Kiri's personal preference due to the general anatomy of your species, but did Gran ever say that you had to punch the dummies? From my understanding of the assignment, you just have to deliver an attack that causes it to move back without damaging the shell. I'm no expert, but I remember watching you fight some of our other classmates during sparring sessions. I don't remember you ever closing your fist before hitting anyone more fragile than the class president. The puzzle pieces finally clicked together then. Shou was right. Gran had never mentioned punching his opponents. He was just mirroring what All Might did in all of the hero clips he'd ever seen of the man since he knew that All Might worked with Gran closely. Shou, you're a genius. The Draget tried to hide the little smirk, but Izuku saw it anyway. In Izuku's opinion, the gloating was well earned. Why hadn't he thought about that sooner? Not every villain should be fought the same way, especially given their strength differences. Sure, All Might's signature fighting style included punches, but most of the time his teammates handled villains that really couldn't take a human punch. Oh, how he wished he had his notebook. Shou began eating and Izuku was distracted enough that he barely noticed himself copying the action until the first bite was in his mouth. It's so flavorful. Izuku could feel his eyebrows rising high enough to hide behind his bangs. The texture was better too, firmer and more connected than the loose slop of the tiny shop on the outskirts of town. What was it? It was definitely meaty, but it was reminding him of something. Shrimp maybe. No, that wasn't quite it, but it also wasn't as rich as crab or lobster. It was similar though, which made sense given that a lot of crustaceans were closely related to insects back home. These are what they're supposed to taste like. They're healthy, unlike the ones at that other place you took me to. Also, you should probably eat before theorizing about the species, they'll get cold otherwise. Shou took another bite of his meal while Izuku's cheeks warmed. He wasn't sure yet how he felt about now defaulting to muttering in common. On one hand, exclusively using the language to help how immersed he was anywhere was great for school. On the other hand, now everyone could understand what he was always going on about. He'd live. At least it was just Shou who'd heard him this time. Izuku was a bit nervous. Today was his first day back after his talk with Shou over the weekend and he hoped that this was the solution to the problem that Gran wasn't directly telling him. He'd started with the Mechtan bodies since Shell Scale 4 was his comfort level, but then he moved down to his first Entia's shell for the day. Shell Scale 3 wasn't too bad if he was being careful, but Gran proved how fast a fight could get and Izuku didn't always have the opportunity to be careful. Closed fists were probably a no-go, but he could use his flat palms more effectively. With how sturdy the shells were with the interior padding, a firmer touch should be fine so long as the surface area of the blow wasn't too small. After giving a firm palm move he looked towards Gran for guidance. Gran only gave a nod in response and Izuku took that as his sign to continue. Alright, that's enough of that. Move on to the next scale. Izuku did as instructed and moved down to the Reich exoskeleton. Their shells were fairly thin, but they were still shells at the end of the day. If he spread out his fingers and toned back the force behind his shoves, he should have no trouble pushing the dummy back. Reich weren't as fast as Entia's, so there was less room for error if he ever faced one again in the future. Izuku winced as the shell cracked ever so slightly on his first try, but after that he had it down. He would need practice, a lot of practice, but now he actually stood a fighting chance of actually finishing this particular training task before the end of his stay on Hosu. Okay, I see what you have going on. Show me what you have for the next dummy. Izuku nodded, facing his biggest obstacle yet. There was no way around it. The Rumolin sheds were the most fragile of the bunch, but he knew that he could do this. He'd still have to spread his fingers out, but he'd have to be gentle with first contact. Rather than striking the dummy, he'd have to place his hands on his target first and then shove them back. He hadn't had the chance to try this out beforehand, so he hoped that it would yield the results he hoped for, and he almost closed his eyes since he was so nervous about trying this technique out, but after shoving the dummy and seeing that it moved back without so much as a dent, he sagged in relief. He'd done it. That was the first time he'd ever worked with Shell Scale 1 without hurting it in some way. Gran gave a slow clap. Well, looks like you've been thinking HRD on things. I don't say this often, so drink it in. I'm proud of your progress, whippersnapper. Why don't you move on to Shell Scale 5 and then we can spar and call it a day? Yes, sir. Izuku approached the Mechtan heads with trepidation. In all his time training, he hadn't been able to so much as put a scratch on any of the different heads. Each one had been repeatedly punched by him throughout his stay on Hosu, and they didn't really look any worse for wear. His gloves, on the other hand, were starting to fray around the knuckles. This would need a completely new approach. It was a long shot, but he did make sure to order steel-toed boots for his hero costume. It was a safety precaution since he knew that he might work with rubble or natural disasters like mudslides in the future. Now they were his best bet at cracking these tough shells. He wasn't sure how much momentum he could get being close up and while the heads were in such an awkward position, but there was only one way to test things out. Izuku hopped around a few times to loosen up a bit, but then he wound his leg back and kicked the first head as strong as he could. He wobbled dangerously as the momentum swung him forward a bit, but he managed to catch himself in the end. Gran chuckled at that under his breath, but Izuku elected to ignore that. Looking back, Izuku felt his shoulders deflate a bit. Still no dice. Hey, just because you're upgrading your technique doesn't mean you're gonna get it on the first try. Now hit each of those scale 5 targets once and give me 15 squats and 1 lap around the beach. Don't think I didn't see that crack in the Reich shell. Of course, you can skip the lap if you manage to crack one of those heads, but that's a big if. Until you can go 3 days in a row without damaging any shells, you'll be on dodge duty. I'm too old to let the youth take careless swings at me. Now get a move on. When we get back home, I'll toss a human martial arts manual I have your way. Turns out it was just gathering dust in my closet. Go figure. Izuku was sure that Gran was just waiting for him to figure things out before actually giving him the resources to refine his technique, but at this point he was excited to finally have a goal to work towards. He hoped that he'd be able to crack one of the skulls soon. Due to him clearing out the drains, the waves were coming in stronger now and the ground was more moist. Running laps was definitely not fun in loose, wet silt, so he had to work fast. So Hiko looked out at the ocean and would have shed a tear if he'd had the ability to do so. The sound of the crashing waves was like music to his ears, and the sight of the drains finally being cleared away restored that part of his soul that longed for the continued peace and tranquility of his old neighborhood. He had to admit, the kid worked strong and continued to surprise him every day. Still, he had an image to upkeep. Alright, whippersnapper, you have a new morning task. You've cleared every single drain this side of town has to offer. I could send you out to wade more since I know you've been having so much fun, but your services are required elsewhere now. As you know, the beach is still covered in shells dumped here by the city residents. The waves are running further than ever before, but they're still not strong enough to reach where everyone tends to toss their old exoskeletons. Your job will be to crush all the weaker buildup that's up here near the main walking path and then shovel everything that's too far for the water to reach out to the waves so things can break down properly as nature intended. There's a wide shovel head in the cooler today. You'll be using one of the dummy frames as a handle. Start crushing now, and when you're ready to shovel, come and let me know. Yes, sir. So Hiko really liked that the kid didn't beat around the bush. His mother must be a serious woman because he remembered Hisashi being much more chaotic. He was a good man, genuine, intelligent, and a strong worker, but once the luster of working with a new crew wore off, he pestered Yagi and the other humans quite often. Gran enjoyed a little chaos here and there, but he wasn't particularly amused whenever he got pulled into the antics too. He would miss the old shop, but unfortunately now that they were at phase 2 of their community service, they would have to return later. He did wait until Izuku came back to pick up his shovel before breaking the news though. Starting today, we're going to have dinner at the nearby intergalactic food court. It's not as good as other places across the city, but we won't really have the time to travel too far if we're trying to get back to my place after we finish patrolling for the day. When you finish clearing the beach of debris, we'll move on to doing our regular shell training and sparring sessions in the mornings, and then we'll patrol in the afternoons, so the faster you clean the closer you'll be to getting in some actual practical work. Yes, sir. Gran didn't show it, but he mentally smiled at Izuku's excited tone and vigorous increase in speed. The kid really was something. He'd planned several stages for their training just in case the budding hero exceeded his expectations, but he still didn't think that things would progress so quickly. Maybe it was because Izuku was still young, but the other humans he'd trained all had a harder time with his harsh shell training. Heck, even Gran had a strong time fighting with those in shell scale 1 sometimes. Even if he was progressing well, so Hiko wouldn't let it go to his head. A cocky human was a clumsy human, and in this case mistakes could be fatal. It sucked that Gran could see the disappointment on the kid's face every time he failed to hit a target soft enough, but that disappointment would be good for him in the long run. It was inevitable that humans would be the cause of many accidental and purposeful injuries once they were free to roam the cosmos, but if Gran could help it, he would make sure that humanity's very first public hero ambassadors would be up to the task of representing what their species could be if given the chance to express themselves freely. He'd already helped train Toyo using Yuye's fancy automatically scaling targets, but he preferred to train the old-fashioned way. Toyo would help his student do the same whenever they all got back to the school, but Izuku had picked Gran for training, and Gran would do his darndest to ensure that the boy had tip-top form once he was done here. It was strong to admit, but Izuku was one of the best students Gran had ever trained with. Maybe not the most talented, but his work ethic was strong to ignore. Gran was almost looking forward to performing patrols once they got to that stage. So far they'd been isolated at the edge of the city, and they'd only gone out and come back during times that were already busy with other commuters, but once they started walking the main streets in between actual meal times, there would be more casual civilians about, and Izuku would undoubtedly receive much praise. The sports festival was a largely broadcasted event after all, and it was strong to miss this year's newest species. He knew how bashful humans could be at times, and he had a bet with himself on what shade of red Izuku's cheeks would turn after enough strangers stopped them on the streets. It would of course have to wait until he was sure that Izuku absolutely wouldn't harm any petty villains that happened to cross their paths, but he knew that their time to walk around would be coming sooner rather than later. Izuku was proud of himself. He'd cleared every single drain at the metal grates protecting the beach, managed to clear out all of the shell debris from the sandy areas further than where the waves met the shore, and somehow managed to go 3 days without damaging a single exoskeleton during training. Today would be the first day that he could actually try fighting back during his spar with Sohiko, and they would even be going on their first patrol after lunch. Everything was looking up. Well, aside from the fact that he still hadn't been able to crack a single Mechtan head yet. He was really trying, but those things were really tough. At least dinners were way more exciting now. After 2 straight weeks of mostly having bland grubs and Lunchables, he was starting to go crazy. Now he had access to a wider variety of meals. Sure, they didn't have any human food at the local intergalactic food courts, but there were a surprising amount of Dadzawa dishes. Apparently some insectoid species liked the health benefits of capsaicin. Izuku capitalized on this whenever he had the chance, filling his plate with spiced meats, but for now he scarfed down his quick lunch and prepared for his first real spar. Alright, go easy on me, SQR. I'm not as spry as I used to be. If you dent my exoskeleton at all, you can forget about patrolling after lunch because you'll be doing laps for the rest of the day. Got it? Yes, sir. Izuku would be careful. He would treat Gran as more of a 2 than the 3 he knew the man actually was. Alright then, let's get started. And that was all the warning Izuku got before the nimble hero sprung into action. Izuku was thankfully prepared since this wasn't the first time he'd been put in the position of having to react quickly. Gran was a fan of feints and quick jabs, bouncing off the walls of the raised main path and using anything to his advantage. While Izuku didn't have to just dodge now, Gran was fast enough to zip in, land a hit, then dart away before Izuku really had much of a chance to react. What's the matter, kid? I gave you permission to hit me, so show me what you got. Gran laughed gleefully as he ran circles around his student. Izuku stayed focused though. He'd already faced Gran several times purely on defense now, If he didn't concentrate then he wouldn't be able to defend himself, let alone hit back. Instead, Izuku tried to use most of his senses to gather what Gran might do next. He couldn't always keep his eyes on him, he moved far too quickly for that, so his ears were an invaluable resource. Several times now he'd been able to duck and dodge an attack coming from behind based on the sound that the wall or sand would make when Gran used it to propel himself directly forward for a blow. He was thankfully light and definitely pulled his punches, which was helpful, but it was still frustrating. Izuku wouldn't be able to hit Gran softly enough to weaken his punch given how fast the man kept charging at Izuku, but he could try to redirect that momentum if he just timed things right. Now, sensing that another attack was incoming from the right side, Izuku stepped back to dodge and reached out to grab Gran's outstretched arms instead. He twisted his body to slow the momentum since he knew that a full stop wouldn't work, but Gran was experienced and was able to release himself from Izuku's grip before the kid could subdue him and earn a point in their spar. Still, Gran paused to throw a feral grin his way. Good, very good. I guess I'll have to step up my game if I can be snatched out of the air so easily. Try to keep up, whippersnapper, our little tango's going into second gear. Gran's voice seemed to lag behind him as his new speed turned him into a blur of motion, but Izuku wouldn't let himself be intimidated. His own reaction times had already improved during Gran's sparring sessions, and he knew that if he could catch Gran when he was going this fast, then any future villain he faced would stand no chance. He did wish that Gran's special minerals for sore muscles worked on bruises though, because he knew for sure that he would have quite a few blooming across his skin come tomorrow morning. Izuku wasn't able to earn a single point during their spar, but he was still in high spirits. Sure, Gran knocked him 5 ways to Sunday, but he dodged more hits than he thought he would by the end and hadn't so much as scratched Gran's outer shell, which meant that their afternoon patrol was still on the table. Izuku tried to eat lunch quickly, but Gran admonished him for it and he slowed to a normal eating speed. Izuku was excited to just casually walk around in his hero costume. Their commute to the beach was relatively short and he was expected to work out for most of the day in solitude, but here he would be able to sightsee and test the comfort of his suit in day-to-day life. He wondered what routes they would take, whether they would only be on the streets or if they would go into any buildings. He also wondered whether any crimes would actually happen while they were out, and if they did, what his role would be in helping out. Speaking of, Izuku hadn't read up on any local laws at all. Would he be able to recognize crimes as they were happening, or might he accidentally mistake some common activity for a crime due to his own cultural bias? Calm down, whippersnapper. We probably won't run into anything too exciting while we're out and about, but keep your wits about you. If something comes up I'll give you instructions on how to proceed, but for now just follow me. We're going to drop off our gear at the apartment before we go anywhere else, but it sounds like you're ready to go. Izuku felt his cheeks warm as he helped pack up the bars used for their dummy frames. Gran snorted when he noticed that too. You don't need to get all bashful on my account. Whenever your father was excited about something he'd ramble on too. He would do it in his native tongue though, even after learning common, so kudos to you for going above and beyond in trying to integrate into our society. We don't have all day though, so pack up quickly, unless you want a shorter patrol that is. Nope, Izuku was excited to see what Gran would point out during their patrol. He really wanted to learn what to look out for since Gran most definitely had a lot of experience with these things already. The walk back to the apartment felt too long even though it was only a short distance away, but Izuku felt refreshed when he stepped back out without having to carry a bunch of equipment for once. Alright, whippersnapper, follow my lead. Gran quickly entered the main walkway and Izuku darted off to follow. Gran's walking pace was fast, but not enough that Izuku's longer legs couldn't keep up. Izuku did however pout just a bit as they followed the path towards a more active part of the city. You've been walking slowly on purpose, haven't you? What? Did you think I was doing that because I was old? I was just being courteous to you, since you've been so graciously carrying all of our things so far. Considering that Gran sometimes used a cane when not using his gift, Izuku doubted that, but the man seemed to be in high spirits now so he wouldn't question it further. He was afraid that if he pushed it that Gran would absolutely use his superior speed to make their first patrol too quick for Izuku to enjoy. Soon enough they arrived at a more bustling part of the inner city. It wasn't quite as high class as where Shou had brought them, but it was still very reminiscent of big cities back home. There were individuals going about their day no matter where you looked, walking in and out of shops and enjoying the fairly nice weather. The foreign-designated walking lane was empty, so they had plenty of time to pause and prepare to wade through the now thinned crowds in the other main walkways before making it to the more casual sidewalk areas. No sooner had they disembarked did a horde of Mechtan children run over and surround them. Izuku put on a practiced close-mouthed smile as they ran around in circles, their antennae just barely brushing his costume as they excitedly clicked in their native language to each other. One of them seemed to address him directly after a moment, but he still couldn't really understand them. Carefully trying to sign as he spoke, he responded, "Hello, I'm Hero in Training Sage from Yuye. I'm sorry, but I can't understand you. Do you speak common?" "Yes. Yeah. Of course. Your accent's funny." Hero. Izuku laughed as some adults nearby walked over. With their large mandibles, it was strong to tell their expressions, but they didn't look aggravated or aggressive at least. Please excuse them, they just molted from their pupae stage and are excited to move around freely. We think they may recognize you from the sports festival. The event is enriching media to the developing young while they're unable to move without help. Congratulations on your placement, by the way. Your display was truly impressive. Thank you very much. I'm currently in a mentorship program here on Hosu. Please let us know if there's anything we can help you with. Izuku could feel his cheeks warm. He was hoping that he was doing well, but couldn't help but feel like a spotlight was on him at the moment. "Oh, we were just on our way home after having our mid-CYCL meal. If you have an autograph already, we would love to have some copies, if you have the time, that is." "No problem at all. Where should I sign?" The children, much like how they started all talking at once earlier, began a chorus of asking for the autographs and thanking Izuku. They were a blur of sound and motion as they spoke and signed their nonsensical comments. After Izuku had signed enough of the provided cards for each of them, the larger Mechtan clicked his mandibles once and the children lined up obediently. "Thank you." The final words were spoken softly before the group walked off towards their next destination. "Great job on your first social interaction, SQR. You're a natural." Izuku heaved a great sigh. That didn't take long. Does that happen often? Depends on how popular you get. As the first official representative of your species, a survivor of a highly broadcasted villain attack, and the third-place holder of this year's Class 1U8 Sports Festival, I'd say you already have a great head start to getting stopped for every 20 or so steps you take on any given patrol. True to his word, some NTIA's kids, just younger than Ida if he was identifying their developing shell structure correctly, were calling out and running over after exiting another nearby building. This was going to be a lot slower than he thought, wasn't it? Ida fulfilled his mentorship duties promptly and without question, but his mind was elsewhere. In his free time, he'd done quite a bit of research on Stain the hero killer. Police records wouldn't disclose much to the general public, but if one looked at the reported attacks close enough, there was a method to the madness. For one, Stain made a habit of taking all of his victims from the capital city of any given planet. Since at least 2 victims had already been attacked in Hosu, he would be sure to strike again. Ida didn't have much time though. Stain only ever took 3 victims before leaving for his next site. Typically, Stain would wait until there was some kind of large event that distracted a large part of the population before striking just on the outskirts of popular areas. If he stuck to the low-level parts of cities known for their crimes, how would his actions stick out after all? Being able to take lives just outside the range of where the population performed everyday tasks was part of what made him so terrifying. The UE8 Sports Festival was already one event down, and Ida was already halfway done with his mentorship. While home, he'd already visited his family a few times, but his brother remained asleep. There was something different with Stain's Fogget neurotoxin apparently. Everyone knew that the man had a large chunk missing from his face where his nose should be, but Ida hadn't known just how close the gland that produces their toxins was to that area. Due to the damage, the chemical processed in a slightly different structure than others of his species. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue because such a low dose was administered during his attacks, but something went wrong with the dosage used on his brother. It was a horrific thing to learn that most heroes weren't put to sleep like with normal neurotoxin and were instead simply paralyzed before Stain finished them off. something about his disappearance changed things. Ida had also come to learn that his brother may not have been an initial target for the Fogget villain, which made his encounter especially crushing. Ida had known that his brother stayed home during the sports festival because he had important hero work to complete, but he didn't realize that Hosu was on high alert because of the first found victim. The timing of the attack was expected, however the location was farther away than the more bustling areas, leading investigators to believe that his brother had caught sight of the hero killer and engaged before he could get to his intended target. It wasn't certain just how long Stain had let his neurotoxin build before using it, but he hadn't had to use it against his first victim, and his brother just so happened to be the first unlucky recipient of the stored-up defense mechanism. Due to the amount, it would still take time for things to wear off, but even after he woke he wouldn't be able to return to hero work. Ida was devastated when he first learned, and he knew that it would be just as heartbreaking for his brother to find out as well. Ida had already had an important conversation with his brother before all this. If anything happened to him in the field, Ida had already agreed to take on the legacy hero name Ingenium as the next heir in line to their family's hero agency. Their father was already past his prime, and Ida was the last of their brood with thrusters strong enough for hero work. Ida had always taken his role as the backup poster hero seriously, but never thought that he would actually have to take over everything. His brother was the best after all. This wasn't supposed to happen. Tensei was kind and always helpful to the public. He organized fundraisers and helped at local charities. He wasn't the kind of hero that Stain usually targeted. That was probably why the hero killer hadn't actually taken his life. No, Tensei would just have to live with the fact that he could no longer perform the hero work he'd trained so strong to perfect. His main thrusters had been carved out, and all the doctors could hope was that the joints healed well enough to function properly for now. His universal gift had been stolen from him, and Ida would have to lead their family's company knowing that Tensei would watch him from the sideline from now on. Would he be sad? Envious? Ida wouldn't stand for it. He had one more chance to meet with Stain before the man left the planet. His brother deserved better than what had happened to him, and if nothing else Ida would demand answers. It didn't seem strange that he chose to take up a mentorship from his home planet, but Manuel seemed to suspect that it was strange that he'd chosen this location in particular. As an heir to a hero agency and seeing how far he'd come in. The UE8 Sports Festival, Ida had many offers to choose from after all. Manuel's agency performed more patrols than any other Hosu agency, and Ida kept his eyes peeled any time they were out in costume. He did feel bad for denying any meetups with his classmates, but he didn't have time to casually hang out. No, for now his focus was on research. He refused to take on the Ingenium name until the man who'd put his predecessor out of commission was brought to justice. Izuku fell into the rhythm of their new schedule quickly. They were only ever able to check a few city blocks before having to finish up and get dinner due to how often they were getting stopped, but it was still rewarding being able to patrol at all. Izuku's first few public interactions made him feel very stiff and rehearsed, but surprisingly the more he met with others the more relaxed he felt in situations like when yet another group of excited kids ran out of a nearby building to get his autograph. Being a new species, especially one with unknown physiology, awarded him some anonymity with facial expressions. He knew that his accent was still very robot-like since humans were fairly good at copying the automated AI voices in most of the language training programs, but also he knew that his emotional tones had already evolved to mimic those of his classmates and other peers at UE. Sure, most species reflected tones differently, but common was so widespread across the universe that there were certain ways of conveying emotion that were unique to it as its own entity, sometimes in ways that reflected the opposite of other more isolated dialects. It was fascinating to learn how each species pronounced different words though, and he was happy that his proficiency had improved ever since committing to only using common whilst studying at UE. The beach cleared up very nicely, and even the residents started throwing their discarded exoskeletons farther out, closer to the water rather than just dropping them near the main walking path. The waves took care of whatever Izuku didn't have to, and if he'd seen the beach in this state when he'd first arrived he would have just equated it to a normal beach back home, barring the fact that everything was still very, very brown. The only shells left were the ones set aside by Gran for training. Izuku had studied the martial arts book Gran gave him religiously before bed every night, and even used his communication pad to access YouTube for more tutorials, which is what gave him the idea to look up coconut opening videos. Call it a stretch, but Gran had equated shell scale 5 to coconuts when they'd first arrived, and Izuku hoped by some miracle that it was another vague hint. Some videos just said to smash them really strong and hope for the best, but others tried explaining the weak points of an average coconut. Izuku figured that just bracing himself, yelling, smashed, and hoping for the best hadn't been productive so far. Step 2 by logic would be to try and find the weak points of his opponent then. He really hoped that he could find them too because their final week on Hosu was quickly approaching and he wanted to get this done right. This was his final goal before returning to UA. It was the Friday equivalent of the second to last week before he finally got it, but it was immensely satisfying. He hadn't really truly examined the heads closely before attacking them before, but he was desperate to do his research before bothering Shou with more training advice during their upcoming weekend meeting. This was his training after all, and he couldn't really offer the same kind of advice back either, so it was unfair to his sworn rival. The best Izuku could find were the joint areas. The eye covers were just as strong as most of the rest of the shell, but the seams where the two parts were fitted together were clearly visible. In fact, all of the joint areas that allowed the insect species to move freely were what Izuku noticed tended to break first in most cases. Each head was different, but they all still had similar joint areas. Would hitting them really be that simple of a solution? Well, with how small the areas were, and the fact that his kicks were what really had the force to break things, he would have to aim well, but he'd been practicing these moves in his room at Gran's place and decided that this was his best bet for the end of the week. It wasn't as if anything else had worked so far. Izuku knew that Gran was watching him inspect things, but he ignored the stares aimed his way and tried to just focus on his task. Putting up the first head, Izuku aimed for the eye seam as best as he could. With a clatter, the eye cover popped off and landed amongst some of the fresher shells on the ground. He'd done it? He'd actually done it. Izuku could feel his heart pounding in his isi, but Gran's gruff voice immediately held his attention. "You're not done yet, whippersnapper. You've saved yourself from doing laps, but now that you've figured things out I want you to keep trying until you can do that 4 more times, 1 on each of the other heads. I'll critique your form after. The sooner you finish the sooner we'll have lunch and head out on patrol." "Yes, sir." Izuku threw himself into his task with even more vigor. The eyes were a great start, but Izuku knew that he'd have to do more damage than that in the future. Gran said at the start of everything that level 5 was to get him used to going all out on opponents stronger than himself. Just because everyone else seemed to be weaker didn't mean that he could slack off. Izuku's battle against the final shell scale was just something that all of his peers had to do every day. They were all training to be heroes, preparing to take on those who might be stronger than them in the future and still persevere, so there was no reason that Izuku shouldn't give it his all too, just because it was more unlikely for him to find himself in those same situations. Izuku wasn't able to damage the other heads very much at all after his first success, but like with the other shell scales he would only get better with time. Gran actually offered valuable advice after he cracked the code, so he expected this leg of training to be no different. He would conquer this final task and return to UA with his head held high. He wondered how his other classmates were faring though, just how much stronger would everyone be after an entire lunar rotation away. Gran was rarely proud, but Izuku seemed to have a way of just crushing his expectations with a genuine smile on his face. The kid had guts, but was also humble. He was the kind of person that every hero dreamed to mentor, but Gran also knew that he had to be guided carefully. Izuku was still young by human standards, and the hope of the youth tended to degrade after facing life's cruel realities. Gran was a harsh trainer, but he felt that he was at least fair most of the time. Izuku had flourished on Hosu, and Gran would be keen to continue watching the boy grow after they returned to U8. Gran had given pointers on how to spot weak points in different enemies after his first success with Shell Scale 5, and Izuku had absorbed that information like a sponge. Sure, Gran had to find new dummies for the kid to work on after the destruction of the first set, but it was well worth it to see him observe the new shell shapes and quickly find out where to hit to cause the most damage. With the destruction of the harder shells, they too were able to get added to the water and after Izuku got the hang of things, Gran decided that it was finally time to show the importance of protecting communities. "All right, whippersnapper. You'll still have to practice with your dummies every day you're on Hosu to keep your form in tip-top shape, but I feel like you've successfully graduated from my training program. In celebration, I thought I'd treat you to lunch at our favorite restaurant rather than have our usual boring pre-packed cooler meals. Gran would never get over the look on Izuku's face whenever eating at the restaurant was mentioned. He'd worked with humans long enough to pinpoint their emotions just as well as his own species, and it would never get old seeing the dismay. He knew that Izuku had taken his little friend there during their first weekend on Hosu, but things had changed since then. After eating at the International Food Court, he knew that Izuku thought that they'd never come back to that little restaurant, but it was all in Gran's plan to let things stabilize before returning. The owners were very happy to see them enter, and unsurprisingly, the smell of their food had now attracted more than just Gran and his student for once. It wasn't packed per se, but there were a few tables already taken up, which seemed to catch Izuku's attention. Gran said nothing as he ordered their usual. Izuku looked at him suspiciously. Good, the boy should question any authority he did not immediately trust. The grubs were steaming ever so slightly when they came out, and while he knew that Izuku couldn't see the color difference due to how his eyes worked, Gran's insectoid gaze could see just how much healthier the pale skin was. Izuku did, however, notice the improvement in consistency. Rather than the loose slop that made up the old grubs' bodies, there was a more firm texture here. Tentatively, Izuku took his first bite, and the look on his face said it all. Above the surprise, though, was confusion, and what kind of teacher would Gran be if he didn't explain? This is your doing, kid. The strong work you provided in clearing the drains to bring the waves back, as well as the effort it took to break down shells and shovel them back into the water, had a huge impact. The grubs this shop serves are all locally sourced, and the little things were starving before we came along. The closed ecosystem of the bay forced its residents to fight for resources that should have been available all along. Everything was suffering in silence until you worked to save it. Heroes don't just fight crime, they serve communities. I petition for the city to clean the drains whenever I can, but sometimes it just takes a little bit of elbow grease to get things back on track the proper way. The more that time will pass, the healthier things will become, and soon the descendants of these grubs will taste just as good as the ones you ate at that fancy restaurant I know your little friend brought you to. There's more than just the local effect, though. These grubs are in high demand all across space, but the upkeep makes them more available in a preserved form rather than live. They need calcium to survive, and they get that here on Hosu from the discarded shells of the many species that call the planet home. They're part of a bigger cycle, though. We eat them because they consume our discarded calcium and then process it in a way that acts as a supplement back to us. A healthy grub population makes for a healthy city population. If the grubs can't break down our shells, then that calcium goes to waste. If the grubs are low on calcium, the locals who rely on them suffer too. Everyone needs the cycle to keep working, especially the more vulnerable like children and the elderly. There's a reason that this part of the city is nearly abandoned, but it's not fair to those who can't leave to continue to let things decay. Your strong work has encouraged people to eat here, and this will help STMLT the economy in this corner of the city and bring more prosperity in the long run. Not just that, but the beach actually looks better now too. I'm sure you've noticed that the residents are making more of an effort to throw their carapaces where the grubs can actually reach, right? That's no accident. This is a movement, something that will bring unity to the area, and this will also reduce the overall crime too. Less parents will steal from the nicer parts of town to feed their malnourished children. Less individuals will commit fraud to help line their pockets to survive. It's a chain effect. Fixing the community and helping to uplift the people has a direct effect on whether or not someone might become desperate enough to turn to crime in the first place. You saw how many grubs were in the water too, so you know what kind of prospects can be had. Businesses will be able to pickle the little things to sell abroad. Not only insectoid species need calcium after all, and there are very few seasons that species like Purdy can keep the grubs alive using the discarded eggshells of new babies, so Hosu has a monopoly on this little superfood. It's great that they're not a large risk of being labeled as invasive to other ecosystems due to their dietary needs, but we need to make an effort to care for them to ensure the system keeps working. Gran had more to say, but the owners decided that it was their time to approach. We're so sorry to interrupt your meal, but we noticed that it was you who restored the view to our small restaurant. Because of you, we have more business again, and our food will help feed everyone in the neighborhood. Gran is a very special guest who's organized work like this before, but we also appreciate the effort of those who actually clean the beach. We'd like to offer you a lifetime supply of .rub larvae. With our business backup, we can start preparing the jars and seasonings to ship into space more consistently again. Oh, thank you, but that isn't really necessary. We insist. We've been sending Gran's oldest student a jar every lunar rotation since he cleared the beach several full rotations ago. You cleaned it almost better than he did, and he wasn't alone. Unfortunately, we've been told that the others have since passed, but we take pride in giving back to those who've helped us. Gran is always a dear and passes along whatever address we need to send them to, so you don't have to worry about a thing. Thank you again for your strong work. The rest of your meals here in person will be on the house. Feel free to bring your friend here again. We'd love to show him what we can prepare with the right ingredients. They didn't leave any room for argument, heading back to the staff area and greeting another customer that entered shortly after. The look of defeat in Izuku's face was something Gran would savor for lunar rotations to come. He supposed the rest of his conversation could be left unsaid. It wasn't like the brat needed to know the finer details on what species tended to order from Hosu, though he had hoped to go into detail on some of the species in his own class. Izuku, learning that Yagi has gotten monthly deliveries of pickled grubs for several years, now probably had it sinking in that this was unavoidable and anything extra would only distract from that thought, so Gran would save his long-winded rant for another time. The owners really had great timing. He loved his community. Stain walked out of the portal and into the dimly lit bar. A small group of villains waited for him on the other side. He catalogued his surroundings and exit points. Quickly, feigning the act of simply staring at the crumbling walls of their establishment. The Galtrix with the portal gift cleaned a glass behind the bar top while the supposed leader of the League of Villains sat casually on one of the bar seats. Stain kept his peripheral on the others seated at the booths against the wall as he addressed the man that had annoyingly pestered him into this meeting. He had to admit, though, he was intrigued after the USJ incident. Speak quickly. Tonight is my last night in Hosu and I've already charted my next course. What is your goal and why should I join you? Wasn't it clear in my infamous broadcast? As the widely known hero killer, you should know that killing those who hold themselves all high and mighty gets people's attention. The message of the LOV is simple. Why should heroes be the only ones able to use the gifts granted to us by the universe? What real significance do heroes provide to society? The Oruti gestured widely as he spoke. Your words are pretty, but your motives lie elsewhere. The practiced smirk fell from the man's face, replaced by a wider grin. You caught me. Truly, all we really want is to destroy what we don't like. The heroes are in our way, and a little chaos never hurt anyone. We started small with the Class 1 hero hopefuls, but our goal lies in taking down All Might himself. If we fell the pillar of justice, then the rest will follow. Stain was there in a flash, pinning the Oruti to the floor with a well-placed sword through the shoulder. You're the kind of scum I hate the most. Bloodlust without conviction is meaningless. Destruction for destruction's sake. Pitiful. Our methods may align, but our end goals couldn't be further apart. No one else moved, but this was Stain's true test of character. Sure, he didn't lie. He killed heroes in the name of waking up the masses to the corruption that surrounded them, and this rising baby villain may have merely wanted to destroy the society that Stain was trying to uplift, but facing death was a surefire way to see if someone had the guts to stick to their goals. Stain thought that he'd seen it all. Some crumbled in the face of imminent death, begging for their lives. Others grew angry at him for not falling to his knees and worshipping the very ground they walked on. No one person or species was the same, but a maniac smile. That was new, and it intrigued him. Stain abandoned his sword when the Oruti grabbed the blade, crumbling it to its basic atomic dust. His opponent's shoulder bled green chlorophyll as he addressed Stain. Conviction. Nah, I don't have anything like that, but what drives me is the ability to destroy everything in my path that annoys me, like the human brat that hit me at USJ. All Might and those that follow him make my BLD boil, and I can't wait to take them down and disrupt the status quo. Stain leapt back as the laughing man stood, now clutching at his wound. You know, my gift only destroys. I can't fix this by myself. Why don't you take responsibility and do me a favor? I know that green-furred human brat is somewhere here on Hosu. If you see him, could you take care of him for me? Stain scoffed and sheathed the rest of his remaining weapons. I don't do favors. You're delusional if you think I'll align myself with your goals, but I'll concede that you have true confidence in your ambition. Disrupting the status quo is a longing that we both share, so for now I say we part ways. If you pester me while I'm out hunting again, I won't hesitate to cut you down, but I'm curious to see where your drive will take you. Return me to the city. There's an event I plan to capitalize on, and I know that my final victim will be there. The Oruti stared for a moment before waving his arm at the Galtrix. Whatever. Kurogyri, send him back. We don't need him on our team. As you wish, Tamura. Stain hadn't paid much attention during their first broadcast, but he would remember that for next time. A swirling purple-black portal opened and Stain didn't hesitate to enter it. He was returned to the rooftop that he'd been taken from. Tamura and Kurogyri joined him shortly after, but Stain had work to do. He quickly jumped down, sprinting off to find his quarry. He didn't catch Tamura's final words. Kurogyri, set the low ends loose at that little event he's heading for. I'll make sure that our cause overshadows the vigilante's acts. Prepare to capture him if the low ends don't finish him off. I know the perfect person to contact if we can manage to subdue him. As you wish, Tamura. Attention, emergency alert, significant villain activity at the downtown market event, fires detected, requesting Manual Agency's assistance. Manual turned to the broadcast announcement, using his communication pad to respond and direct his staff. This is Manual confirming, fire suppression team and villain apprehension teams deploy, post status reports upon arrival. He just finished a patrol with Ida, but he knew that an NTIAS would be great for crowd control. He also didn't have time to lock away the kid's hero suit and was hesitant to leave him alone with it. Though he didn't really like it, Manuel quickly made his decision to let Ida gain some work experience with crowd clearing. Lives were at stake and he couldn't afford to hesitate. Ida, stick with me. I want you to help the evacuation team while I help put out the fires. You have permission to use your gift for the safety of the public. You do not have clearance to fight villains. If you or any civilians are attacked, your directive is to run. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good, we're moving out. Manuel wasn't friends with Ingenium per se, but their agencies worked together often and the man was always very friendly with everyone regardless of their status. He remembered coming to work on Hosu as an intern back in the day. He hadn't been U8 material by any means, but the Idayton agency accepted internship applications from all over and Manuel had heard of the amazing irrigation systems set up on Hosu. He stood out being a mammalian species on an insectoid planet, but he'd learned the customs quickly and everyone mostly stuck to their own business. Tensei had still been a hero in training as well at the time, but he was still at the agency often, helping his parents run things, and being similar in age they interacted a lot. He knew that their brief greetings in public nowadays were mostly because he was memorable when placed against the crowd, but that didn't diminish the camaraderie he felt working alongside a peer from his youth. It had broken his heart when he heard what happened after the sports festival, but this was the life they'd signed up for. Having lived on Hosu for work as long as he had, he was very familiar with most insectoid species expressions though, and Ida was walking a dangerous path. The boy was out for BLD, regardless of the fact that he knew deep down he was no match for the hero killer. The kid was smart and a strong worker to boot, but he was closed off. Manuel's warnings on vigilantism fell on deaf ears and they both knew it. For now, if he could help it, he would do his best to keep an eye on the kid and make sure he stayed safe. He was next in line to take over at the Idayton agency and it would be a tragedy if things went south before he had the chance. Manuel had put in his mentorship recommendation before the big news regarding Stain's latest victim went public, merely wanting to mentor someone whose family had mentored him in turns several full rotations prior, but once he received that confirmation despite the boy no doubt having many more popular prospects elsewhere, he knew it would be his duty to keep him on the straight and narrow. The scene was chaos when they arrived. Hosu's solar body had just set recently, so it was still early in the lunar cycle, but it seemed even darker than normal due to the brightness of the fires raging within nearby buildings. Manuel was quick to use his gift to pull water from nearby irrigation pipes and direct it to the worst of the flames. Ida dutifully ushered civilians to safer areas at first, but then some of the villains that caused everything broke away from the suppression teams, intent on causing more mayhem. Ida paused after seeing one before yelling over, making Manuel's BLD freeze. "They're Nomus." Looking at the dark necrotic skin, exposed brains, and lack of distinct species, Manuel had to agree. If he'd known that their opponents would be the soulless husks controlled by the newest uprising villain terrorist group, a group that had already attacked his mentee's school and class personally, he would have ordered the kid to stay back at the agency. Due to how dire the situation at UH had been, all heroes had been given a brief overview of what Nomus were and how to identify them. This had previously been classified information, but apparently the early prototypes of these beings had only been used in secret before that major attack as well. If they were going public, broadcasting the puppet's name so openly, then there was nothing the HPSC could do but clarify their own knowledge on the situation. It was strong to believe that they were already dead, but it was somehow reassuring that whoever had been mashed together to make the abominations weren't actively suffering and that it was okay to go all out whilst facing them. This didn't help Manuel's situation. He was too busy with the fires to help fight, so all he could do was bark out orders to his teams. It wasn't until a few clicks later that he realized that Ida was missing. With a start, he remembered that this kind of chaos was what Stain always waited for before striking. If he wasn't already nearby, he would have been drawn to the scene, ready to hunt his quarry as they rushed over to perform their duties as heroes. "Ida! Ida! Ida, if you can hear me, you need to come back. There are still civilians to evacuate, do not abandon your post." It was no use, his student was gone, but thankfully someone else was nearby to hear his orders. Calling all units, all heroes please respond to the pin location, a major villain attack has struck the downtown market event. Please confirm involvement en route. Izuku and Gran were eating dinner at the intergalactic food court when Gran's emergency communication pad activated. The message looped in common and the local language before Gran pulled out his device and confirmed that he would head over. He looked at Izuku, still in costume after their day of training, before standing and springing into action. "This seems serious, kiddo, so I'm giving you permission to use your abilities for the safety of others. Follow my directions carefully while we're out. I trust your judgment if we get separated. I'll take responsibility." Their food was forgotten as Izuku felt his heart start to race. Since they'd arrived, Izuku hadn't heard any sounds aside from Candy Crush come from Gran's device, so this must be an extraordinary circumstance. Izuku had to run to stay hot on Gran's heels, but he still knew that the old man was slowing himself down to stick by his side. The billowing smoke was the first thing they noticed once they got close enough to the scene. The screams as civilians ran away followed. Izuku picked up his pace so they could both help out faster. After hearing the first screech though, Izuku froze. "Gran. I know, kid." Of course Gran knew what those things were. Taking another look back at Izuku, Gran made his decision quickly. "Sage, you have special permission to dispatch any Nomu you see. With the recent autopsy performed after USJ, we can confirm that they're no longer living beings. Try to stay close, but if we get separated, my permissions do not expire. Protect yourself and others. Now go." Izuku didn't need anything else after that. Izuku confided in Yagi after USJ that he felt bad about everything that had happened, but the man reassured Izuku that the bioweapons were nothing more than brain-dead zombies. If he didn't take care of things here, then many more innocent lives would be at stake. Locking onto the first Nomo fighting against 4 or 5 other local heroes, Izuku ran in with a battle cry. The creature was too focused on the other heroes to care about Izuku closing in from behind, its body not reacting at all to his approaching voice. It was too late for it to react by the time Izuku arrived and jumped onto its back, quickly punching the known weak spot in its brain. It dropped like a sack of potatoes and the other heroes looked at Izuku in surprise, but there was no time to lose. There were 3 more Nomu to worry about and one spotted him after he defeated the first, probably registering him as a threat now that their numbers had been cut. His new opponent ran at him with sharp claws. ignoring its previous foes and screeching as it sprinted. Izuku braced himself and caught its wrists before it could slash at him. Thankfully, unlike the one at USJ, this one's teeth weren't sharp, so there was little risk of it biting him. It also wasn't quite as tall as the one he'd faced before. It was still taller than him, but it was scrawnier. After having learned some martial arts from Gran, Izuku used the weight it was pushing down on him against it, turning the downward force into a toss. Once it was on the ground, he let go of one of its arms briefly so he could use his free hand to grab at its brain, pulling as much out as he could. It squelched as he grasped and crushed the neurotransmitter that was controlling its motions. That was 2 out of 4 done. He would ignore the slippery feeling on his gloved hands until later. One of the Nomu was flying far out of his reach, and the other one was thankfully preoccupied by all the heroes that couldn't help with the airborne ones, so their numbers were looking great now. But what wasn't great was what one of the heroes was yelling now that things had quieted down a bit. Izuku remembered that hero. It was kind of strong to forget the one sentient that looked like a seal and orca hybrid on a ship with mostly insects. Ida. Ida. Ida, if you can hear me, you need to come back. There are still civilians to evacuate, do not abandon your post. Ida was missing. There was no way that his classmate would abandon things when there was so much to do, so he ran over. You're calling Ida, right? What happened? The hero turned to look his way, some relief flooding into his form. You're his classmate. What's your hero name? Sage. Okay, Sage, I can't leave my post. There are too many fires and my gift is too important to abandon the scene, but I think that Ida left to try and find Stain, the hero killer. This kind of chaos is perfect to hide his last victim, so please, search the nearby alleys and report back if you find Ida or Stain. I can tell your hero mentor that I gave you these orders. No need, I heard everything. Sage, the last 2 nomas seem handled here. You start on the west side there and work your way clockwise around the block. I'll start east and meet you halfway. Ping your location on the public communication channel if you encounter Stain, but do not engage unless lives are at stake. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good, I'll meet you back here if we don't find anything. Taking one last look at the scene, Izuku decided that Gran was right and that all the heroes who responded could handle the last nomus. If Ida was really tracking the hero killer? No, Izuku could panic later. Hopefully Ida's mentor was just reading too much into things. While running away from the chaos felt wrong on every level after training to help others, he knew that if Ida's mentor was right that his classmate might be in some serious trouble. Stain stared down at his latest victim. The man was aware but unable to move now that the hero killer's neurotoxin had finally returned to normal. Stain had refused to use it back when he was being held captive, but not having his beloved blades unless fighting in the rings really pissed him off. He was glad that all of their weapons were kept in the same area as the cells. He would have gone looking for them after their jailbreak regardless, but it saved him time during his escape. He couldn't help but shudder remembering the few times their ship had stopped by the main Shai Hasaikai base for data transfers. It was sickening what Saki put everyone through, and unfortunately Stain had initially been captured because their oh-so-gracious leader had taken an interest in the unique chemical makeup of his particular neurotoxin. He'd grown sloppy, relishing in his attacks long enough for simple lackeys to catch him off guard. He would not make that same mistake again, which is why he immediately noticed a new challenger arriving on scene this time around. Turning to face this new opponent, Stain was struck by the similarities in outfit to his last victim. Stain, your reign of terror ends here. Stain readied himself for the predictable Entiya's move of using their thrusters to dart forward for a quick direct attack. It was easy enough to dodge the incoming blow and use his blade to knock the helmet off their head. Stain scoffed after seeing their face. A child. Get lost, kid, you're not ready for this fight and I like not to cull the newer generations before they've ripened. The Entiyas didn't back down though, and Stain narrowed his eyes at the intense gaze the young man was giving him. I stand here as the hero who will take you down. Stain was quick, jumping within a blink in the small space of the alley, pinning the budding hero to the ground with one of his swords before the boy could react. Choose your next words carefully. I'm not above adding the unworthy to my list if they're beyond saving. Though Stain was positioned above the smaller insectoid, their glare never receded. You crippled my brother. one of the greatest heroes on Hosu. Now I'm going to take on his legacy and stop you, no matter the cost. So be prepared because Ingenium is the hero that's going to take you down. Stain was disappointed. Save him first? What? Clarifying, Stain inclined his head towards his initial victim, still paralyzed and slowly bleeding out against the wall of the alley. You were so blinded by your rage that you never even thought to save someone on the brink of death sitting right next to you. This is what I hate about hero society. All anyone ever does is use their abilities to serve themselves. Our gifts should never have been locked away, but those who can use them shouldn't be so selfish about it either. The system is rotten to the core, allowing only the strong to gain power and leaving the weak and righteous of heart unable to thrive. I'm going to fix things by culling the dead weight and uplifting the pillars. Are you prepared to die, dead weight? Ingenium grunted as Stain shot a dart into the soft flesh between his joints. It took effect quickly and Stain removed the sword that was pinning the boy to the ground before hovering it over his neck joint. The newly minted hero struggled even to wheeze, but Stain would allow his final words to rest before finishing the job. It doesn't matter what you say, you're still the villain that crippled my brother. So even in death all he could think about was revenge. It was probably a good thing that this one didn't ripen fully. Before he could stab downwards, however, he found himself flying down the alley after a blow caught him off guard from behind. Ida, I'm here to save you. Stain landed on his feet, swiveling to take in the new threat. And how ironic. This was the so-called green-furred human brat that his new friends had been after. Interesting. Even Stain had seen snippets of the sports festival, though he'd been busy during the live showing to properly watch everything unfold. Reruns played on most public and private communication pads after the event ended as the universe studied the newly introduced species. Stain didn't have time to analyze things now though. This alley was getting a bit cramped. Izuku had to force himself to stay at a hasty jog through the alleys surrounding the villain attack. If he sprinted he would only tire himself out and he also ran the risk of missing something by passing through too quickly. Thankfully, Ida's yelling caught his attention. Izuku was too far away from the action to signal to the heroes yet, so he had to run closer before sending out his location, but Ida already sounded like he was in trouble. Breaking into the alleyway, Izuku's heart nearly stopped at seeing his classmate prone on the ground, the hero killer seconds away from beheading him. Stain was facing away from him, thoroughly distracted by Ida, so Izuku took this opportunity to get close. SW back his fist, Izuku aimed for a non-lethal area and let loose a level 4 punch, yelling to hopefully distract the villain from his intended action. Ida, I'm here to save you. Stain went flying, but unsurprisingly was able to catch himself and land on his feet. Izuku quickly pressed the tracker on his suit to alert the nearby heroes of Stain's location. Ida stayed on the ground. Izuku risked a quick glance, sagging slightly in relief at seeing the boy awake and breathing. Can you run? Ida wheezed as he replied. I'm paralyzed. Izuku's mind was running a mile a minute. There was a Reich hero slumped against the wall of the alley, and while Izuku would be able to physically carry both of them out of there, he wouldn't be able to run over to grab the other victim and run fast enough to avoid the notorious hero killer at the same time. From the looks of things, they would both be dead weight due to Stain's neurotoxin. What are you doing here? Izuku couldn't risk looking down at Ida again, not with Stain getting his blades ready. You went missing during the Nomu attacks. Your mentor asked some of us to help. I'm glad I found you in time. You shouldn't be here, this is my fight. His fight? Izuku could hardly believe that his classmate would dismiss him with the state he was in. Stain chuckled and seemed to agree. Your little friend here came to save you, and instead of being grateful you still hold onto your revenge. And what say you, newcomer? As if Izuku had a choice. It doesn't matter if someone wants help or not, it's a hero's duty to lend a hand to anyone in need. Stain stood up straighter, surprise quickly overshadowed by a manic grin. Good. Without another word the faggot ran forward, and Izuku jumped over Ida to meet him halfway to ensure that he wouldn't get closer to his classmate than necessary. Izuku didn't have any real weapons to fight with, and while the man's strange neurotoxin was something to be wary of, the thing that could cause more damage were definitely the long blades his opponent held. Izuku's best bet would be to run in close enough that the hero killer wouldn't be able to properly strike at him from an angle. After fighting Gran, Stain's movements were easier to see, but unfortunately his movements were just too different from an NTIA's to properly predict. Izuku used the reinforced metallic nanofibers in his gloves to block a few swings, but he had to duck and roll under Stain's feet to avoid a direct blade move. In the moment it took to turn around, Stain took the opportunity to shoot him with a dart. Izuku's muscles tensed up, and after trying to correct his stance to face Stain, the way that he was already off-balanced caused him to fall backwards, smacking his head on the pavement below. Izuku's eyes flashed white behind his eyelids as the cracking sound reverberated through his skull. Not the hardest hit he'd ever taken, there wouldn't be any BLD on his head if he checked, but he knew for sure that he probably had a concussion now. Not good. Izuku's prone state on the ground was enough for Stain to believe he'd won, standing over Izuku triumphantly and sheathing his blades. Most heroes are all talk, but you're different. You're someone worth keeping around for the next generation. It would be a shame for you to fall so early, so I'll let you know now that you're a target. The League of Villains is after you, so tread lightly, little hero. His piece said. Stain stepped away from Izuku, resolutely walking towards Ida again. Izuku wouldn't let his friend down though. Izuku had dealt with Faggot neurotoxin before, and while this one had stunned him momentarily, he wasn't out for the count. With a strained grunt, Izuku struggled back to his feet and kicked Stain's side, forcing the man to hit the alley wall before turning back towards Izuku, clearly stunned. I won't let you hurt anyone else while I can still stand. Izuku stood on legs that seemed more steady than they were. He stared into Stain's eyes, but he felt like vomiting after moving so quickly. There was something in Stain's expression that wasn't there before though. Recognition. Izuku couldn't place it in the state that he was in, but the pause in battle lasted long enough for another voice to join in. Izuku. Showa was too slow. He was trying to be fast, but unlike humans his species held their breath whilst running quickly. It's why Dragons only sprinted in short bursts, but he had Izuku's location. His father had initially answered the call to assist with the Nomu attacks, but after hearing that Stain might be in the area it was decided that they would start aiding in the search once the situation in town was mostly under control. Hearing that Izuku was already out there looking didn't surprise him, but feeling his communication pad ping with a location caused his heart to plummet. His rival was actively near the hero killer. His rival might be fighting the hero killer right now and Showa wasn't close enough to help. Showa never thought that he would have ever found a worthy rival, but Izuku was the perfect opponent. He couldn't lose him here. Showa arrived just in time to see Izuku kick the hero killer into one of the walls of the alley, but it wasn't enough to take the man out. I won't let you hurt anyone else while I can still stand. Stain simply stood up, staring at Izuku. Izuku looked worse for wear. He wasn't sure if the other boy knew it, but he was swaying slightly on his feet, despite his stance saying he was ready to keep fighting. Ida being on the ground and some other hero also crowding the alley space didn't help. Showa would have to be careful with his gifts, but his first priority was distracting Stain so that Izuku could have even just a moment of respite. Izuku! Stain and Izuku looked his way. Following up his exclamation, Showa used his ice to push Stain away and make a temporary wall separating them. Showa made his way over to Izuku as quickly as he could, assessing his state. Some wear and tear on his gloves were all that was obvious thankfully, but his balance being off could indicate any number of unseen injuries. Showa wished that Recovery Girl was on Hosu. No one else knew human anatomy well enough to treat him properly just yet. Showa readied himself. He didn't have a ton of ice reserves left after helping out with the fires. With the close proximity to everyone in the small space and the risk of starting new blazes, he would also have to be careful using the flames he'd been practicing with during his mentorship. Stain was easily able to cut those Showa's weak ice wall after a moment, approaching them menacingly. Surprisingly, he pointed his main blade at Izuku. You're Izuku, the Terran Death Worlder. Showa and Izuku froze. That hadn't been officially announced yet, but it was clear that Stain knew from their reactions alone. Taking in their expressions, Stain stopped approaching, standing firm just a few paces away. I was right about you. I'm glad that someone as righteous as you has decided to take up the mantle of becoming a hero. I shouldn't have doubted for a moment that you would find your calling in helping others after escaping that ship. You will be a hero worthy of the title, a pillar to stand alongside the number one, All Might. It makes sense that you would want to save scum like this, but I won't fault you for your naivete. Your job is to save everyone, but mine is to cull the weak and ensure that the next generation of heroes thrives in righteousness. A child only focused on selfish revenge and the son of a well-renowned monarch brute should not be your main companions. I apologize for having to cut down your friends after you saved our lives back on that ship, but I cannot allow bad influences to corrupt your growth. Showa didn't have much time to react, but somehow Izuku was able to get in front of him to take the toxic darts, saving Showa from paralysis. Stain still took the opportunity to rush at them though, so they had to act fast. Showa quickly saw why Izuku's gloves were wearing down after he caught a few swings of Stain's weapons, but Showa noticed how the attacks directed towards Izuku were weaker than those sent his way. Showa wasn't as nimble as Izuku unfortunately, so he was grazed a few times, but using quick bursts of fire kept the faggot at bay. It was only after Showa was unable to dodge a small knife thrown his way, the blade embedding itself deeply into his upper arm, that Ida started yelling at them. You guys need to get out of here. This is my fight. I inherited my brother's name and I will defeat Stain using it. Shu's observations were, as always, astute. He'd recognized the dark gaze of someone on a grave mission anywhere, and he'd known since even before leaving U8 that Ida had his heart set on this goal. If Showa had been as selfless as Izuku usually was, he would have stopped him earlier. Unfortunately, Showa felt that it hadn't been any of his business at the time, nor was it his place to intercede in his plans for revenge. Showa wouldn't have been delicate, but seeing the position they were in now shifted his perspective. Izuku was a human, and humans were a pack-oriented species. Izuku saw all of Class 1A as his pack, and if anything happened to even one member of their class then Izuku would suffer. If Izuku suffered, then their rivalry would be thrown off balance. Seeing Ida laying motionless on the ground, small wounds sluggishly bleeding into the ground made his indifference all the more real and callous. Showa would no longer stand idly by and watch others suffer when he had the ability to help. This was Izuku's view on hero work, and Showa decided that it was better than anything his father had tried to beat into him. This was a goal worth fighting for, and so he yelled over to his prone classmate. If you want us to leave so much then stand up and make us? Izuku also seemed to be done with Ida's self-serving agenda. Ingenium was one of the heroes who saved me when I first got shot into space. I might not have known him well, but I don't remember him being so selfish. Is that the legacy you want to leave behind? Showa might not have known Ingenium directly like Izuku did, but he'd known Ida for longer. That dark look doesn't suit you as a class representative. Don't forget who you want to be just because you're in pain. If you give in to the hate and break the rules society put in place to protect citizens, you're no better than the villains you claim to abhor. What kind of hero do you want to be, Ida? Pretty words, but people don't just change their core values after hearing simple rhetoric. Surprisingly, Ida used his thrusters to shoot forward, catching Stain off guard and headbutting him in a straightforward attack that zipped right between Showa and Izuku. Hearing his next words, Showa was confident that they had the truest version of their classmate back. I refuse to let any more BLD spill while I'm still breathing.